they have this proof or this evidence or this is why they know it to be under the guise of they've learned how they did it scientifically, yet it doesn't fit even within the method itself. But like you're trying to like you're pointing out, like, okay, well, what did you manipulate? Well, if they didn't do that, then he's like, oh well, maybe he's not talking about science. Maybe he's talking about that pseudoscience. So I'll just chalk it up to pseudoscience at this point.
Well, if he's claiming it's derived from the scientific method, and then I say, show me the, experiment, let's review it together. What's the mechanism? What did you manipulate? And then if he can't produce that, then it's pseudoscience. But as long as he's saying it's philosophy, then it's just philosophy.
Just philosophy, man. Isn't that what a PhD is? Doctorate in philosophy. Anyway.
But why not focus in on the sort of fundamental disagreement, Larry? Because you're sort of waffling around. Well, what variable did we manipulate? But you know very well where the disagreement is, right? The idea that one has to be required to manipulate a variable in order to be doing science, right? Like that's the disagreement.
Well, how else do you establish a causal mechanism and not a correlation?
So when you say causal mechanism, this is like proof, right?
Locally, yeah. I mean,
but that's not what science does. The goal of science is to collect evidence, right? Evidence that supports or disfavors hypotheses. That is what science does.
So science doesn't test the hypotheses?
You can test those hypotheses by observation.
Okay, so what would be the point of controlling variables and manipulating an independent variable?
So I don't think anyone would suggest that a science, like a hands-on experiment, right, with carefully controlled variables, does not have strong evidential gathering power. But likewise, no one would ever suggest that you can perfectly control every variable, right?
Agreed. So we do the best we can with
do the best we can, and then we make our observations of what happens.
And make our observations after we manipulate that variable. Like the double slit experiment, for example, right? The knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function. Full stop. Now the scientists, they stop doing science and they become philosophers again. They put on their philosopher hat, they go to the back room, they crack open a beer, they smoke a cigar, and they go, well, why does it do that? Wave particle, right? Do you agree?
With which part?
The part that they're scientists while they're doing the experiment, and then they're philosophers once the experiment is over.
So is the process of coming up with a hypothesis philosophy?
Well, all science is born out of philosophy, but not all philosophy qualifies as natural science.
Because, making up a hypothesis, whether it's in a lab or in a back room with a beer, is the second step of the scientific method, right?
I agree, but I'm talking about after the experiment is over.
Well,
before the peer review process.
It's a little circle, right? So you test your experiments, test your hypothesis with the evidence, right? If it doesn't match, you refine your hypothesis and test it again. So is that second refinement of a hypothesis? Have we just devolved into philosophy? What separates the correct, the scientific refinement of a hypothesis from
experiment? Because this is what you're doing, right? You're going, oh, I observed this thing, hypothesis. Now, how can we confirm this hypothesis is true? Go back to the observation. Oh, look, it was true. I must have been correct. What? No. Experiment.
I think you're leaving out a couple steps there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't quite understand exactly what you were saying, but there is some discussion.
You observe something. You go hypothesis. Okay, if I'm correct, then I will observe such and such. You've already observed it. What are you talking about?
No, that's not true.
Yes, that is true.
So it might look something like this, right? You observe a star, light in the sky, and it's maybe it's dimming periodically, right? And you go, wonder why it's doing that. That's a little weird.
Might be cloudy that day.
Might be cloudy that day. Maybe my telescope is poorly calibrated, right? And then you go back to your back room with Larry and a beer, right? And you say, okay, I think maybe it's an exoplanet. It's orbiting that star, right? And if they're an exoplanet passing in front of the star, then it would periodically dim, right? I wonder if that's actually what's happening. And then you try to see, okay, well, I could run some simulations, I could do some math, right? I could write some code, and I could try to find out if this really were an exoplanet. Is there some testable prediction that I could find here, right? And as it happens, there is. In this case, there's a very characteristic shape. You could just, do this with a simulation in code, or even like physically, you can do this with, taking a light bulb and eclipsing it with a circle. And you say there's a very characteristic shape if it's a planet that is eclipsing the star, as opposed to, something like sunspots, something like that. And you say, okay, well, if I go look at this star again with more sensitive instruments, then if I see this characteristic shape in the light curve, that's evidence that supports my hypothesis that it's a planet. And then you go get your telescope and you look at the star with a more sensitive instrument, and you see that little thing, and you go, okay, that's good evidence. I like it, but maybe it's not quite good enough, right? What else can I do to try to convince myself this might be what I'm looking at, or might not be what I'm looking at? You say, I know. If it's a planet that's orbiting in front of the star, right, that the gravity of the planet will tug the star back and forth. So if I get a different instrument and do spectroscopy, if it's a planet that's actually orbiting the star,
this is all yours, man.
I'm red and a blue
out of this from now on.
Sorry, man.
It's all right.
To Larry, I don't want to hear it.
Spectroscopy, if I see the light and it changes and it's different color.
No, when something's moving, it shifts in light. You can see it on Earth. So if you deny that, it's wild.
No kidding. The sun moves. I see light. Oh my God, you're a genius.
It's just to me like mankind is refined measurement devices. So how are you guys just explaining away the refined measurement? That's what he's trying to say over time.
Yep.
How are you explaining it away?
I don't have to explain it away. It's his claim. He has to provide evidence for it.
No, people are pointing something at something in the sky over time with better instruments and are getting similar results, just refined.
I actually just posted
are you explaining this
in
away?
the chat right now exactly what he's talking about. If you would notice in the
He posted this yesterday. Chat. I can read a lot of different things.
And that's exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah, but you're agreeing then with it.
Yeah.
You understand the implications of what you're agreeing with by posting that?
We don't disagree with the observations.
Yeah, we don't disagree with the observations at all, man.
So if something's up there and it's moving, and you do a spectral analysis, you'll see the shift.
A lot of shit moving up there, man. You got to keep track of it.
But you can't biopsy any of it, right?
None. We can't biopsy any of it, Larry. Zero.
So, like, a fresh out of college, like 21-year-old?
It's sort of like once you actually see the image in the magic eye, it's hard to not see it.
Wait, I did 6 hours of this, and I still have a degree in a sane mind, so you can do a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Well, you can also have a degree in astrobiology too, right?
Well, I can skits out on stream, I can keep the degree, I can keep my sanity.
But you can't study the biology from the astros.
Well, a thing has a spectrum to it, right? Like, it has a lot of components. How are you ever denying people's observation of them through instruments?
Dude,
we're not denying the observation.
Don't deny that. Did you not hear me say that like a minute ago?
We've seen comets. We see stars flicker and twinkle. Yeah. We know that it happens. It's just because the dog poops and the poop hits the ground, does that mean that everything that everyone has ever said about gravity is automatically true?
No, so do you believe the sensors that do you believe the sensors they engineered for the Lambda model? Do you believe they even do you think they were just messing around for decades all across the world?
No, I think that there's a lot of people looking at the sky, have been for
sensors
10,000 years or more.
Yeah, sensors, man.
Yeah. Wait, so you go to the top-ranking universities in the world, get a PhD.
Absolutely. Love those
You go work at a bunch of places all over the world making sensors for satellites. So these people are just like BSing, wasted their whole life.
No.
No, they're looking. They're trying to figure shit out.
Oh man, they're real guys.
So
like you and I, man.
We're making progress.
Doing the
math. You agree the sensors work?
We build the
progress in.
I don't want to make any leaps. Like, do you agree the sensors work as the spec sheet claims?
Yes, I know the sensors work,
build this shit. The sensors, everything, man.
What end? To what end?
I know guys that do that.
It's all going around the Kuhn cycle.
Yeah, I'm going to help you out then. So they do laser range finding, which is distance, right?
Sure.
And over time, over decades, people have gotten better laser rangefinders. So the readings aren't that off. They just get really more accurate over time. That's how you even know, people probably knew what they were doing before you.
But
No, they're zeroing in. They're getting more accurate and, more precise.
So they were less precise in the past, but they were right at the time. But they're wrong now.
No, it's just more precision, bro. You know the term. High schoolers know it. A ruler? You get a ruler and then they give you a really crappy one, a better one, and then you can actually measure things better.
Yeah, I agree. Science has never settled. Yeah.
So those readings they get from that, right? So when it says 1,000 feet, the next reading is like 1,000 feet and point something, and it just gets more and more. Okay. Do you agree with the distance measurement that they make?
You mean calculation?
You have to do the calculus after you take the measurement. The high school thing is really bothering me. Like, the high schoolers given a ruler, you make a measurement first, and you do the analysis and calculation after with the calculator. My professor didn't let us hold the calculator until after we did a measurement for the very reason. So let's not play games. We're not high schoolers.
I'm not playing games with you, bro. Maybe I have limitations on my education. So, what are you measuring exactly?
Laser rangefinder. I point a laser. I could do it I get one from Home Depot. Measure how far away a bigger room is.
What object?
Distance, bro. Distance.
What object?
The moon, bro.
Okay, so you're measuring the distance to the moon.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Now we going.
You don't need any reflectors. Don't play this game with me either. Somebody tried to earlier.
Okay, yeah, forget the reflectors.
Yeah, you don't need reflectors. Yep. Okay, so you're bouncing photons off the moon and catching them.
Yeah, you're going to try to find a way to deny the causal path to the moon and back here, but there's solutions for that.
Let me ask you this, man. Let me ask you, are these visible
That's how you see the moon in the first place.
Visible lasers, or are these just like electromagnetic photons or something like that?
Oh, wait, so you see the moon, right? How do lights hit your eyeball?
Well, let me ask you, man. So if I got a really bitchin' $1 trillion laser and I point it at the moon, can I see the laser hit the moon and come back? Or it doesn't work like that, does it?
The light that's hitting your eye from the moon don't work like that. So why would you expect laser from Earth to?
Wait a minute.
You're playing games, seemingly trying to avoid it.
Man. I'm being super serious. So
I never thought about this.
The light of the moon, man. Don't be ridiculous. That's just you know.
Well, Let me help you out. Then the path the light takes to hit your eyeball from the moon is the same path the laser can take. Champ.
Well, which one are we?
Somebody else want to take up his steed?
I guess he was going to say, how do you verify that's the path the photon took?
Well, the one that hits your eyeball, how do you know that's actually true light? How do you know that thing up there actually is there? You're not being tricked. I can use the same logic against you.
Knowledge. It's first-hand primary knowledge that the light came from the moon.
Okay, so if I shine something back at it, what happens? Did the light disappear somewhere? Where'd it go?
Well, I guess you're going to catch like a handful of photons and consider that a success.
Well, there would have to be a certain type of photon, like the ones I doped out of my laser. Right. They're going to be a bit different than the ambient light. Yeah,
I gotcha. Yeah.
Wait,
encode photons.
Listen,
yeah, you can do all sorts of wonderful stuff.
Don't guess what he's doing. Just ask him what's actually happening and what is the reading to see where he goes. But now we're guessing. Oh, you're getting photons, or you're getting that, but he's the one doing it. So just maybe ask the questions.
Is this to me? You're helping your friend out?
No, I'm saying that you are the one shooting the laser, but they're trying to guess what you're doing with the laser. But you're the one shooting it, so I'm trying to ask for you to maybe
trying to help your friend nail me.
No, it's not nail you, bro. You're an expert in this because you've done it.
You're the one that's doing it.
Relax.
I want
you. He's telling me.
Let's not be playful.
I'm telling Larry.
Bro, we're not drug dogs. We're not playing any games.
Well, hey, I can hear him asking you, so I don't need you to repeat the question. I'm not a dog.
I didn't say you were a dog. We're not playing any games.
Let's just cut the small talk in between. Like, unless we're actually making progress with the convo. Because I feel like you're making this take longer for the reason of the specifics nail you.
Specifics what?
The specifics. If you seem to be making this take longer than it has to. Like we're in high school tier things right now, struggling. See, with the ruler, really good ruler, a really bad one. I shouldn't have to explain that to you. And then you're having me explain things and trying to nail me. Well, grasp the ruler.
Please stop peacocking and let's just have a conversation.
Yeah, I would like you not to do the same with your friend in between us exchanging. Well, you don't need any help.
I'm not talking down to you in any kind of way. I'm not chest beating or touchdown dancing or anything.
I was when I spoke, I was talking to Larry to allow you to try to say what you gotta say about the test that you're doing, because that's the interesting part.
Right, so
bro, I spoke to you about lasers. Remember, I spoke to you. I asked you earlier about it because I'm interested in the topic. Remember that I asked you a question? I appreciate your reply. Remember earlier?
Let me go ahead and put this in side chat to show you how much I know. So those are atmospheric radiative transfer codes. So if you want to calculate how something get from moon to here, there's a calculus how it gets through the atmosphere, bouncing off particles and everything, scattering, ray scattering. All the calculus is there. And you know how you do this? You do it from the moon to your eyeball or instrument. You calibrate it, right? You could even shoot lasers at shorter distance, calibrate it, and then you have it read it. Yeah. So don't play this game. There's a calculus for this. And if you deny the calculus, then we're playing a game.
No, not playing a game. Just pointing out the obvious.
Well, then, hey, light gets to your eye from the moon. It's very simple. I can get light to the moon from here. It's that simple. If you deny this, you're saying what? Causality is one way? God's playing video games? No.
Well, how much does a dream weigh?
Stick to the light getting to the moon, because I think you're trying to avoid it.
Yeah. This shows us the moon is how far away?
This would allow you to do the calculus for photons coming from Earth, hitting the moon, how long they take to get back, so you can do range finding, man. How distance. So let's stop the game, right? That's as simple as it is. What are you going to do now?
You said you bought shit at Home Depot. You're full of shit.
I have a laser rangefinder. What are you talking about?
From Home Depot
like
or
they're like $10.
Gears or what?
Yeah, they're like $10, bud.
And you get the moon with that.
No, you need a bigger laser, obviously, right? You need to do calculus because the light is the photons will scatter, right? You need to have a statistical measure. You do calibration at different lengths so that you can
link some proof then. Like you have all these things you can say you can do.
Already did.
However, link some proof in the
already did, bud.
Chat. Go ahead.
I already did. You mean to scroll up and like screenshot the post? Jesus.
Dude, you first said I bought things from Home.
Okay, so you're using a range.
Yeah, right there.
So what is the light traveling exactly the speed of light?
What?
Is light always traveling at the speed of light in between the laser?
It's in the transfer codes. Like that's what they did. They we're not dealing with high schoolers. The thing you're worried about, they actually figured out and put in the calculus. Now I'm going to watch you deny the calculus.
Why am I going to deny the calculus?
Well, you should take a look. I don't think you're familiar. There's more transfer codes than that, too. I'm only giving you one to see if you even know that one.
I'm denying the calculus.
All right. So what are we doing?
So this gives us the distance to the moon, which is how far away?
Here, give me a second. Get to NASA.
238,000 miles on average.
You got it for me?
So that's what the calculus tells us?
Yeah. Got a problem with that? Should it be half that? Should it be double, triple?
So how did you get a secondary confirmation test?
Do you need me to Google how many people have confirmed this across the world using different machines that are calibrated? Like what? What?
So this is just one test?
No, this has been performed by hundreds of different people. There's different tests too, and instruments and satellite. Yeah, bro.
Okay, so there's multiple tests. how else have you confirmed this distance?
Those. Also, University of Central Florida Observatory. Like, yeah, I can go to places like with your feet. You should go to one yourself.
How do you know we haven't?
Well, you seem quiet about it. Like you're holding something back. Like I haven't been to one.
Well, I've been out here for 10 years. I'm just chilling tonight, hanging out with you guys, talking about Earth, moon, stars, whatever. And I'm just hanging out, man. So you don't know my background, so don't use such a big brush.
So if I ask another question, are you predictably going to say high school again?
Come on, Larry.
Okay, now I'm playing games.
Anytime you ask me questions, a high schooler should know. It's that thing, categorically speaking.
A high schooler should know, Larry. Come on.
So am I doing science?
I'm busy doing prompting. Like, if you want to play with your time, you can do that. I'm multitasking. So, what's the joke? I don't do jokes.
Well, the joke is that you guys think that I'm doing science because I made a prediction and it came true.
Oh, I didn't catch it.
Right. That's okay.
All right.
So, we observe this light going out, coming back after it bounces off the moon, and the speed of light is a constant, and the only thing that changes is the path that it takes. So you're assuming it takes a pretty straight path, and it's 238,000 miles away. So 250,000 miles away.
Yep.
Wait, so dude, I got a list of details for how they actually do the laser ranging. It's literally called lunar laser ranging. There's a name for it, right? The whole details of the technique. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of the top experiments. Russia, the United States, South Africa, China, Germany, France, everybody, bro, right? Doing the same thing with different instruments, man, different facilities, different techniques, whatever. All get the same results across 50 years. I think you're done, bro.
All right. Close the server down, Larry. We're done.
No, let me post a screenshot and side shot. You see it for yourself.
No, we're done. I mean, my goodness. We're done. I mean, there's no way. Can't explain.
Yeah, unless you can break down like lunar laser like ranging. Like what are you doing? Denying it. If you can't deny the technique.
Break down like lunar laser.
People who get PhDs and eat ramen and hot dogs aren't playing video games in someone's lab, letting people lie to them until they turn 80 and die.
I know a guy that did it, and he's like, it's an interesting thing that he did, but at the end of the day, man, he's like, something went out, or a signal went out. It wasn't even like a laser. You couldn't like physically see it. It was like some photons maybe, and all of a sudden, like a couple seconds later, they got back a beep beep. Oh, that was it. We got it. There it is. We got it. Beep beep. That's all it was, man. This is back in the 90s, man. They were doing this shit. And that's all it was. It was like, it wasn't like, oh, I can see the laser hit the moon and come back. No. This doesn't work like that, bro. It's like a beep, beep.
Where's the laser light show on the face of the moon saying always Coca-Cola if fucking lasers are hitting it? Huh?
That's a different category completely, Democ.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Hitting the moon surface with a laser is a different category than hitting the moon surface with the laser.
What the fuck did Coca-Cola have to do with it?
A light show. So if I got a million lasers shooting green and I program it to have the image of Coca-Cola on the moon and always Coca-Cola.
Imagine that, like drones. Okay, they do like these drone shows now with lights and it does,
They only get like 7 or 8 photons back.
Listen what he's saying.
You wouldn't be able to resolve it.
No.
Not a powerful enough laser on
Wait, why do you just pull numbers out of your... Like, I literally...
No. If this dude's shooting lasers at the moon, we should be able to see the laser when it hits the moon, just like when the cop hits your chest. Yes, you should, stupid. Just like the cop when he hits your chest with the red laser. You don't see it coming to your chest, idiot, but then you see it hit your chest. But you also have lasers. You can see the line of the green laser go past and you see where it goes to, right? So we have all different types. So one of your little magic lasers should be able to show up on the moon as a green dot. So you should be able to put holograms to the moon, on the face of the moon, if your lasers are hitting the moon. Simple as that.
When you put it like that, bro, that's fire, bro.
And the funny thing is this, dude. They want to claim light travels trillions of miles to hit our eyes from the stars, but the laser to hit the moon, we can't see it. Oh,
can't
okay.
see that shit, bro.
We can't reach
you have a
it.
strong enough
okay,
laser, bro.
Yeah, total bullshit, bro.
That's it, Apocryphon. Fuck yeah, man. That's it. It's bullshit. Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. No light show.
I've been saying that for years, man. Like this whole fucking, we got lasers that go to the moon. Get the fuck out of here. You ain't got shit, man. Come on.
Listen, if they did, they'd shoot them from the ISS.
Right. They would light up the moon with Coca-Cola. Hey, this hour of NASA is brought to you by Coca-Cola. And they just shoot a bunch of lasers that spelled Coca-Cola on the moon, bro.
Always McDonald's.
That's what I would do. I mean, I'm an advertiser. I love advertising. I think it's the fucking greatest thing since, Edward Bernays thought of it.
Hey, better yet, in case they try to use the excuse, well, the brightness of the moon will wash it out. Well, then aim the motherfucking laser on the moon when it's a new moon and there's all dark.
Let's do the new moon or the crescent moon. It's Coca-Cola on the left side tonight, bitches. Come on. Everybody knows you should drink Coca-Cola. It's really tasty. Anyway, yeah, I mean, if lasers, you could see lasers on the moon or see the light hit the moon. Yeah, it would be advertised, or some kind of manga would think of some kind of advertising.
Don't they send little things to the moon all the time, like different countries and private companies?
Sure, yeah. You got Israel.
Okay, well, where's the fucking moon show? Where's the moon show? When they land on the moon, where's the moon show we see? Why don't they have something going down? Why don't they have a big explosion of orange or green? Some kind of show.
It's too far away. You can't see. Come on, Demok. It's way too far away.
What do you mean too far away?
Far away. You can't really resolve.
What, aren't we looking at the moon?
Wait a minute, man. You can't resolve a picture from Earth to the moon to pick up, like, let's say...
I ain't talking about no picture, man. I'm talking about a fucking explosion of glitter and color and a firework.
Oh, shit.
Green, blue, red firework, man. Fireworks.
We got to take a picture of it because none of us can go there and check it out for ourselves.
You're going to see it from Earth.
Oh, okay, well, if I could see it from Earth, that'd be cool. That would be cool.
If it was real... and we could send something to the moon, something on you. They send a backpack with a big ass firework, and they send it there. And boom, and we would see the glitter bomb.
There's no oxygen, so you can't have fire. You're gonna have a problem. You got to bring your own oxygen if you want to do that. Got to bring your own oxygen.
Man, okay, a spring-loaded, timed bomb that just busts out glitter or balls or something. Little something they glow in the dark.
Well, I haven't found any fire that is lacking oxygen yet.
Glow in the dark balls. They don't need fire. They're electric.
What?
All right, so I read what he posted, and basically they're bouncing signals off of retroreflectors.
Yes.
And they're estimating the distance to the moon based on that information. So
they're doing the calculus. You can't deny it either. The calculus.
Yeah, I'm not denying they're doing calculus.
Yeah, we don't deny
calculus on a beep.
All right.
Beep, beep, calculus.
Right,
so what's your line of attack?
Bro, can I just finish? It begs the question, what is the medium between us and the moon to guarantee that light is traveling at that speed?
What do you mean guarantee? It's called causality. Like what the medium is can only distort or change it. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. Right? You shine light through it, it doesn't distort, or it distorts in a way you can calculate. It is the calculus. That's what space is. It's the dynamic of what you see when you hit stuff. Yeah? And just get a reading, man. Welcome to the scientific method in space. Light. Long-range sensors. Yes.
You think calculating is science?
Taking measurements of phenomenon is literally the crux of it. What did you imagine they're doing? Magic? or like making theory all day.
Category error. You're talking about math. And
I have a master's on the floor. I'm not categorizing anything incorrect. I earned that degree.
So,
and I published papers to do it. So I had to use the scientific method.
I get it, but what's the independent variable?
But we're back to high school again. You remember I told you I don't go there?
You don't
No.
manipulate any variables, but yet you think you're doing natural science.
Yeah, I somehow published a paper without knowing that. See how silly you sound?
Well, that's the problem, man. You ended up in a system that allows you to do that. We don't allow that here.
What system are you in?
Yeah, we're more conservative. You're extremely liberal with what you call science.
I'm letting you try to fulfill your claim of like refutation, and you're stumbling.
I feel like flat Earth is a really liberal position. It really upends the systems.
Let's not do this. Nobody cares about your categorization. So if you look in side chat, I posted a passive method too. Did you miss that while you skipped over back to retroreflectors? Because I told you can do it without them, and I even posted how they do it without them.
All right, well,
is that the last thing that you posted?
Yeah, just making sure you don't have an argument on purpose.
Right, so how did they keep the laser light from hitting the retroreflectors?
How did they keep it from hitting it? Man, they're pretty tiny on the surface of the moon, bro.
Right, but what does light do? The inverse square law, it spreads out?
Yeah, I'm quite aware of that. Electrical engineering is my degree. So you know how wide the beam is when it leaves Earth? It's meters wide. Because you're playing games, you never even looked up how wide it is. It narrows. It narrows, actually. Yeah, you thought
light
it diverged.
Narrows?
Yeah, you can do things with light.
Diverge, so you're going
you never heard of
square law?
You never heard of concave mirror? You never heard of any of the ways you manipulate light so that it converges at a long distance? Ouch, man, that's high school. Stop playing games, dude.
230,000 miles, you don't think the light diverges?
They have a technique of making sure it converges, bro. Where have you been your whole life while you've been playing games with physics?
So you think that the inverse square law doesn't apply to these lasers? Why did they get such a weak signal?
I'm sorry, it does. It does. That's why the beam is meters wide on the ground, and by the time it hits the moon, it's super narrow, bro.
It actually doesn't apply to lasers.
Wider.
Oh my god.
He doesn't understand the beam narrows.
No, the inverse square law doesn't. The inverse square law is for like omnidirectional lights. It's not for directional lights.
Yeah, you can try to collimate the light, but guess what?
Light is collimated in lasers, bro. You're just saying stupid crap, not knowing anything.
So you don't know about the inverse square law of light. Can you tell me about it? Okay, tell me about
we're
it.
done.
It's just the derivative of the surface area formula of a sphere.
Sure.
Because as the omnidirectional light grows, it's like an expanding sphere as the radius increases, and so if you just differentiate that, you get like the fall off or the dispersion. But like that doesn't apply to lasers because they don't have that.
So you believe in collimated light?
Well, I mean, you can just do the derivative for a laser, right? It's a constant.
So you guys believe in collimated light then?
Yeah, that's what allows us.
I don't even know what you're talking about. If you've heard about lasers, or you just
hold on. So this is why I don't like discussing this complicated stuff. Yeah, so the light converges, bro, due to the collimation. So both of you don't know what you're talking about. That's the problem. Yeah. You're over here referring to the inverse square law. He's playing games not knowing collimators. They both factor in, gentlemen. Welcome to Big Boy Physics.
So, let me get this straight. You think the light comes out of the laser and the diameter of the light, it gets smaller as it goes towards the moon. Like a magnifying glass.
So here's me looking inside chat laughing at you right now. Yeah. You see the moon, bro?
Yeah, it looks like a picture of a laser hitting the moon.
Seems you can see the light, going at the moon. Now, I have a question. Can you, with your naked eye, see it not hit the moon? Since you want to play games with what you can see.
Dude, what is your obsession with games? Are you like a computer programmer or something? Like, I don't get it.
Buddy, I have the knowledge in my head because I have the degree there. Now, for brevity and just getting the text, I can use a bot to just say what I already know to be true, bro. Like, again, we're playing games.
Well, I think you're playing a game and projecting it onto me because you're denying the inverse square law and how light spreads out.
I didn't deny it. I said they both factor in. Okay, I posted a picture just so we stop playing games with words and your understanding of collimators and everything else. Huh?
How does the picture help us stop playing games?
Yeah, it's simple. That's a pretty big laser, right? The beam is meters wide, bro. Like, little do you know while you're over here talking. So it's really big, wide. And as you look up, you can see it narrowing, right? You want to play naked eye games, and then I'm asking you the question, can you see it not hit the moon? Not hit the moon.
Can I see the light not hit the moon?
Yeah.
I don't. Can you reword that?
You're wanting to claim the light doesn't hit the moon and come back, so I'm wondering how you claim it's not even hitting the moon.
That's not what I'm claiming. I'm claiming, how did you miss the retroreflectors?
Because they're small. You would have to aim at them, bro.
Right, but the light is big. The light that's leaving your laser?
The light narrows as it goes out, bro.
So
you're just denying it. You could even see it in a picture.
You think I can see that in a picture, that the light is narrow?
Yeah.
Do things appear to get smaller the further they get away?
If you make the beam really wide, you can definitely see it narrow. If it's really narrow, you can't see it.
The laws of perspective true, sir?
Oh my god.
It's a yes or no?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, so when things get further away, they appear to get smaller, right?
You're using the inverse square law on light. Yeah, it doesn't work this way, though. You don't know what you're talking about.
The inverse square law of light doesn't work?
Nah.
Is that
light moves in a straight line. Where's it lose energy? When does light lose energy? It only loses energy when it gets absorbed and
every time you double the distance, it loses
light
energy.
Does not lose energy. No, it does not. That's how it travels from it doesn't.
Do
over
you
distance.
You can listen to a radio station from like Milwaukee in Texas. Like, does light not lose energy?
I am shocked with what you guys don't know and correct. No, it doesn't.
Can I ask a question quickly?
Just to be sure, you're saying that every time you double the distance from the source, the signal strength does not drop 4 times?
No. Man, that's dude, that's for matter, bro. This is for matter. Like, what are you on about?
Why would I'm just gonna post this in the chat.
This is what are we doing here, man? Like, less than high school.
Can I get in here quickly? I just wanted to ask something about.
Here's the thing. I put a lot of faith in a person, and I run them to their limit. And then since you're at your limit, I'm done with you, bro. Like you guys, like you can't play with the truth and then want the deep truth too. Like, don't go hand in hand. It's the issue with institutions, right? They play with the truth and they also have a little bit of it.
Relax, bro.
Like,
relax. I just wanted to follow up on something. So Larry was asking about the inverse square law and lasers and stuff like that, and you're saying they don't apply to lasers because light is focused, right? It converges, right? But is it not the case that if you do have light that is converging, it's converging to a focal point? What happens to the light after that focal point? It reaches a certain, let's say you focus light in, a couple meters in front of you, right? That focal point where everything is as narrow as possible hits that distance. What happens afterwards? It diverges. Thank you very much. So the inverse square law does apply here. It just depends on where you're looking at that light. Okay. So I won't say it doesn't apply. It's just a matter. There's an extra bit of information in here that's not being spoken about, or has yet to be spoken about. Okay. Come on, man. Don't talk shit. Go ahead, Larry.
I mean, I just watched the guy expose himself in front of everybody. He doesn't think that the inverse square law of light affects light.
I'm just no. I think
thank you very much.
This works both ways. The door. So like when you play games with humans, you're playing games with yourself.
I just got back. Did I hear him say that the inverse square law does not apply to radio stations?
No, I'm playing with you guys at this point, man. It's like 2:37.
Pickle tried
You're over here asking me high school questions after I told you 7 times not to.
Pickle tried to pull some Jedi mind trick bullshit,
answering the more complex thing. You're over here playing games with the mind.
Light does not apply to lasers because lasers are collimated or the light is being focused and therefore it need not apply. I called him out on his bullshit that lasers they converge to a focal point, and after that focal point, they diverge again.
Right. So I just posted this link. The inverse square law of light. Let's see. For any such description of the source, if you have determined the amount of light per unit area reached 1 meter, then it will be 1/4 as much as in 2 meters. So if you double the distance, it's 1/4 the signal strength. So if the light is spreading out from the source, which is the laser, and if it's spreading out over like a small area, like the apparent size of the moon, then it's going to spread out a lot over what 238,000 miles. How many times if you double the distance? So that's why you're not getting very much light back. Like when you're counting the photons back, it's not very much because of this inverse square law. So if the light is diverging and spreading out, then you can't be for certain that you miss the retroreflectors, which you're claiming to do when you bounce light off the moon without hitting the retroreflectors. I don't know how you could be certain that you're not hitting those retroreflectors, which was the whole premise that you came up with, that you're bouncing light off the moon without the retroreflectors. That's what you started.
You're done playing with the inverse square law. This is good. So we're back to the retroreflectors. Like, you need them to be the reason why it bounces off the moon and comes back. Why do you keep needing to rely on these stupid reflectors, bro? Because you claim they didn't go to the moon, so you don't believe they're there.
You posted, you brought it up.
Yeah, and then I immediately told you the passive method is underneath. So you're a grown adult. If you're at a job and I posted 2 things and you kept avoiding one of them, I would fire you, bro. Like, you're not blind. The passive one is there.
Hey, could it be possible that, I mean, I agree, you're shooting the laser and there might be some methods that will make it, not... going towards where you're trying to shoot it at, where you're shooting it at. Could it be possible that the distances are not that far and you actually,
claiming a reflector accelerates the thing, man, like substantially or something, and changes the calculus? What?
No, I'm saying that we have the observatories, the lasers on the ground, and they're being shot to the sky, and but the distances are not.
Bunch of different countries, instruments over 50 years. The instruments have advanced. The staff has changed.
Yeah, but the distances the calculations on the distances.
Yeah, but immediately, I think there's an absurdity, which is claiming all these people can't do this basic thing you can buy a stupid device from Home Depot with. The only question, right, is the distance. Is this actually able to be done over a long distance? That was the whole point of these people getting together and making big instruments and testing them over time. It started off as smaller instruments because they couldn't afford the big observer. Yeah, bro. So, like, please, as an adult, like, when you come on, man. And it's on the ground, bro. These aren't satellites.
But yeah, the laser will work. I even
gave you something on the ground.
The laser will work and do the job, but I'm saying that what will be the difference if the distance to whatever is hitting is not 300,000 miles? What if it's, 100 miles, 200 miles, 3,000 miles?
Well, that's the funny thing is this is why this whole argument and basing a belief or off of playful stuff like distance. Yeah, if it were half the distance, I even asked this at the start, a quarter, triple, double, 1,000 times, it wouldn't matter for the sake of this discussion. So this is why you can't play with it, bro. The stuff up in the sky, playing games with how far it is. Come on, man. We're not in high school. You better have a narrative for that stuff up there, man. It's the idea.
Are you getting paid for each time that you say games in high school?
Yeah, because I put some time with you guys, right? So, like, it's day 4 or 5. I worked through this stuff. Like, so I worked through it. I'm back here. You've been on this for years. I have every right to be critical of how much you seem to know about this stuff. It's your belief, bro. I cut through it in 3-4 days.
I think this is the first time I've ever talked to you. So how did you cut through my
Well, here I am. I got time, too. Easily. I took your core beliefs. I drove you to give me the details. You see? Because it takes a lot of time. I'm trying to explain the answer to you. I'm done. Like, that's the thing. This is why I'm talking to you like this. But do you want to know what I did? If not, talk about it.
No, I want to know how much does a dream weigh?
Wow. Less than a feather.
Really, I built a house. I built a skyscraper, a Trump Tower.
It's your synapses firing, right? So while you're dreaming and they're firing, right? If I take the kind of mass conversion that's occurring when, boom, boom, boom happen like pistons, I can measure how much your dreams cost you, bro.
Oh, it's almost like the archetype isn't the idea.
You put stuff in your body, it comes out, not all of it, and it gets used for your consciousness and stuff, right? So that's any system, input, output, and consumption.
Or like the schematics aren't actually the building.
I'm going to skip this conversation. Yeah. Okay. I put the passive method in side chat. I don't know what you gain by denying any distance to the moon.
So
obviously,
wait,
there's a
you
distance.
were about to tell me how much a dream weighed.
Break.
I'm sorry that I broke that.
I don't want to have this discussion.
Could you go through it again?
This is irrelevant. I don't want to have
No,
this
it's perfectly relevant. It's beautiful. You were about to answer me. What does a dream weigh?
How could that possibly be relevant?
See, he doesn't want you to talk about it because it matters. What does a dream weigh?
It's you guys' room. I feel like I'm going to get muted if I keep talking with him.
Well, you haven't been muted yet, so you've been doing great, I think.
All right. So, Larry,
it's been a bit painful, man, because reality sets in at some point, and hey, man, I know this for sure, man. The moon's 238,000 miles, man. I know it. Well, we got lasers, we got universities.
Most people don't think about it because they're on flat Earth just like you on a daily basis going to work.
We got measurements, we got all kinds of things, man. But the fact is, man, none of us have actually been to the moon to check it out, man. None of us. Yeah.
Do you think the average American even thinks about the moon in any serious way?
No, they don't. The average American don't give a fuck all about the moon or how far it is and nothing.
And where are they on a daily basis? Flat Earth. They don't even
I don't know,
think
man.
about
They're
what's up
just
there.
like hanging out, doing their jobs, going home, feeding their kids, getting to work.
Yeah, they don't think about what's up there at all.
No, they don't think about it.
We're paying an assload of taxes so people can shoot lasers at the moon and tell them.
No, hold on. So wait, so the average plebeian all throughout human history never really looked up at the sky and formed a narrative. They've all because they're too big. They don't many times have the brain capacity, to even make some of the.
You know that, man. How do you know they didn't have the brain capacity?
Because all throughout human history, they didn't.
Were you there, man? In 1492, when Columbus. We don't know what the brain capacities are, man. They were great. They were thinkers. They're out there just like you and I.
Yeah, look at the average pyramid builder. They had.
You guys are giving a lot of words to something that I'm not changing my mind on. Dummies didn't do this in history ever. They
built
don't
amazing
do it in the present
buildings,
either.
Pyramids and all kinds of crazy
thinking, the calculus, the math, guys, the math. Inverse square law. Inverse square law. Can a dodo head idiot who's illiterate in Rome, like 80% of the population, can they derive the inverse square law?
They're
No.
still working thousands of years later. Can you do that? Can you build an aqueduct that works for thousands of years?
Simple things I ask you, you try to avoid it, talk past me to address something else. This is telling, dude.
Well, it's telling that you think so low of your ancestors and so highly of yourself.
I am referring to data points. When you then have words for data points to the degree you do, you're almost being manipulative. And I'm not a fool, so I'm not going to let you whisk away data points.
Talking this whole time, doing an end zone dance at the 50-yard line.
I've been trying to get you to be an honest man about your beliefs, is what I've tried to do. You've never heard mine.
So what are your beliefs? Let me guess. Exactly what they told you in college?
You haven't been forthright with me, and you've been, why would I be this way with you?
I didn't deny the inverse.
You've played game. Okay, so... Dear God, shooting lasers at things and getting a little reading back. A grown adult who understands physics enough to argue about lambda CDM should not be denying this, bro. That's the absurdity about you.
Did you ever
positioning.
Hear me I'm just asking questions.
So laser has hit moon and there is a reading, bro. Like this has occurred. You just don't agree with what they got. And then I ask you the question, hey, if it's 1,000 miles away, 1,000 times, a fourth of the distance, a tenth of the distance, what difference does it make? You have no answer. So I wonder why you make a big stink if you have no measurement and distance. Somebody has a.
How do you know it's not hitting something before the moon? How do you know that? How do you know it absolutely 100% hits the moon every time you do your measurement and reading?
Yeah, because when I am in my house and I'm trying to measure a room, I don't play video games like you and pretend.
No. Hold on. Maybe you didn't hear the question.
ChatGPT, and that's what ChatGPT said.
Maybe you didn't hear the question. I'm going to say it a little bit slower because it's clear, right? I'm going to say a little slower.
Maybe your ears don't work because I answer you.
So check it out, Pickle. Listen. Okay, so listen. How do you know that for sure it hit the moon and not something before the target that you think you're hitting? How do you know 100%?
Because ChatGPT said so.
So, like I said, when I'm in a room and I want to measure in my house with that $10.
No, dude. You're hold on. When you're in a room and you shine something and you know and you can physically walk up, touch it, feel it, smell it, taste it, whatever, bro. We're talking about you're looking at something in the sky, which you do not know the distance to. You shoot something to it, and you go, yep, it just bounced off. How do you know that you bounced off the thing in the sky that you're saying you're bouncing off of? How do you know that?
So you seem kind of slow, so I want to really help you out with this.
Dude,
right?
That's the projection right there.
It's not slow. You have to ask it 3 times, and there's not a single answer.
You're talking. Yeah, so if me and my friend want to shine a laser on something up in the sky, right? I can do that with the laser, binoculars. He can stand at an angle, look, right? A bunch of other people can do this. Do you see the light bend? Did it hit something? It hits. The light is going in a straight line, bro. Light travels straight. Yeah, it's not hitting anything, fool. I can see it. So stop playing video games, man. Stop playing games.
With the binoculars, sees the laser on the surface.
En route, do I see it change direction? No, I don't, fool. So it's
All right, so listen, bro. Listen. Let me explain.
We're not in high school, guys.
Let me explain something to you, dude.
Now you're trying to explain shit to me.
Listen. Let me explain
basic bitch questions. All right.
Okay, so check this out. I understand that you don't understand what I'm asking because you just
I answer your ass, bro. Don't play games with me, man.
Just listen. You reiterated the same point. You just threw a friend in this conversation with you. So let me ask it one more time, okay?
I can't have a friend with me, dodo head. I can't have my fucking friend with binoculars next to me. Now you're gonna be fucking retarded.
I'm gonna give you a little scenario real quick. Okay? Let's say, right? I'm gonna put you on a football field at the 50-yard line, okay?
Yeah.
But then
I play defensive end. Perfect.
Okay. Yeah. So then I'm gonna put a big ass plexiglass that's 10 yards before you. Okay. Now then I bring out someone, some idiot, some idiot like you. I say, hey, come here, check this out. Shoot this light at him, and when we get it registered back, a bounce back, you're gonna tell me how far he is. Okay. Now he doesn't know that you're 50 yards away. He doesn't know that distance, but he can see you. Okay, and he doesn't know that there's a plexiglass.
All this complication, man. I'm just gonna have my homeboy grab some binoculars and look up at the sky. But your dumb ass is adding 3 or 4 more fucking variables because you're stupid as hell. Motherfucker, you're trying to trick me. How about you shut the fuck up, bro?
So check it out.
You ain't as good as you think you are. You're adding shit in here like a fucking idiot.
So then what happens?
Trying to act smart.
So then what happens? That guy that's like you, an idiot, he shoots it, right? And then he comes back and tells me,
all this jibber jabber bullshit.
So check it out. He comes back and tells me, he's 40 yards away. Okay, great. Perfect. Awesome. Now, he's going to live the rest of his life thinking that you were 40 yards away, but he had no idea, even though he thinks he bounced it off you, but he hit something before. So let me go back to my original question. How do you know you're hitting the moon and not something that's in between you and the moon? For a fact. How do you know that for a fact?
I'm not a retard like you who overcomplicates things, right? Tries to pretend physics isn't physics, right? And when my homeboy gets a binocular and he's looking up at the same shit I am, I don't pretend he's seeing random shit. So I just got a brain that works, bro. Unlike you.
The more you don't answer,
that's it.
Dude, you're telling on yourself, dude. You're exposing yourself, dude, of how much of an idiot you are. I even broke it down to very simple where fucking a kid could understand what I'm saying. You can't. You don't care to address that because you understand now, okay, yeah, wait, hold up. I can't fucking 100% sure say that I'm hitting the moon because there might be something between me and that moon and I'm getting this registered thing and it might not even be that. That's how fucking retarded you are, dude. But you're so bricked and stuck. So be it, dude. You can be the fucking pussy that you are, dude. I don't care. I'll shut up now. Someone else can fucking handle this lightweight, bro. It's a fucking idiot.
Yo, well done, Apoc Fun. This is like it's Dunning-Kruger personified.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Dude, there is so much confidence that all of it can't be like earned.
Yeah, think about it like this, Larry, man. If that guy was so smart and he knew everything, he would present it like a professor would at a college or something, right?
And
He
you
wouldn't
wouldn't
call
need to
you
rely
guys
on AI
retards.
bots as much as
He wouldn't. He wouldn't do all these like you guys just are like in high school. I mean, you guys don't understand why am I even here? I mean, it would be different if you knew your shit, bro. You would just come in and go, "Hey, let me talk to you about fucking rebuilding pianos, man. I know a shitload about it, man. What do you guys?"
Yeah, but he sounds like he's still young too, so maybe he'll.
And he's young, and he thinks he knows it all, and it's sad, man. But at the same time, man, if he really had all the evidence, man, he would present it like a professional, and we would move on and go, okay.
And I doubt he would come in here sounding like he just shot up a fucking needle of like heroin or something, in the process. Like, come on, man, focus.
So what I did
this is the third day I've heard him in here, and he sounds like he just like ripped a huge bong, took a huge bong hit right before he said anything. Every time, it's fucking pathetic, bro.
Yeah, it's pathetic, man. But that's why I come in here, because I hear that kind of stupid, crazy shit. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yo, Jedi's gift just made me laugh, man.
I know, bro. I know. We're here watching it over and over again.
I just saw.
So I took the Zetetic approach, right? Asking questions, probing questions, and I just let him expose himself, right? Because he was so cocky. I just took the student position and let him have the parent role, right? Is what they call it. So, I took the child role,
Socrates.
right? And I just let him expose himself. Like, he doesn't believe in the inverse square law of light, but he's going to tell me what light's doing on the way to the moon and back, and that's how we know the distance to the moon. But he doesn't understand the physics of light.
And the funny part is he conflated how lasers work with.
Wait,
like,
didn't I tell you I was like, since you kind of like were playing mirror? No,
because when you focus light in a laser, you're collimating it, i.e., you're creating a very, very narrow cone. Let's say, right? You're not, bouncing light off of a convex mirror, unless there are highly sophisticated ones that do this. But more traditional lasers are really just really, really narrow beams. They don't focus in and then diverge out after a focal point. So it's like he's conflating all these things. He's all fucked up.
He said light travels in a straight line, so I guess he doesn't believe in the solar eclipse model.
And you're falling for the bait, just like you sit here and play games with other people.
Do you believe in the solar eclipse model? Did I just post it?
Hey, you're an older male adult, right? Who has a brain. You talk to me a certain way, I'll talk to you back that way. You play with me, I'll play with you. You say stupid things to me, I'll say them back to you.
Do you believe in
I'm answering you the same way you seem to want to answer me, bro.
Yes or no? It's yes or no.
I don't, bro. I don't.
It's yes or no.
I don't.
So I mean, either light travels in a straight line, or it doesn't. Right? That's a true dichotomy. So do you believe in the solar eclipse model that I just posted? Do you believe it to be accurate?
I'm going to inform you, you're wasting your time right now. Right?
Because you're not capable of answering truthfully without contradicting yourself.
I think
that's why I'm wasting my time.
Oh, I think you're deceitful. So like, I'm just
asking questions is deceitful. So deploying the Socratic method is deceitful. Is that why they wanted to kill him? Because he was deceitful by asking a question? Can you define deceitful and see if that lines up with Socrates?
Wait, I have a question. I have a serious question for you. You're up against AI, like, in all honesty, for like years, even going into the future. You're continuing to deny what humans seemingly are doing productively. The AI is even aligning with this and capturing. Over time, there's going to be nobody believing in what you believe.
Yo, this guy would ally with AI against the humans, man. This guy's a decepticon.
Can you answer the question? Does light behave like
future
this
now.
in the solar eclipse model that I posted in the side chat? Are you
Right,
capable
now that
of
I can see
answering
the
that?
future, I'm not interested
Can you
in
see
this
the
anymore.
side chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd run too. Tuck tail, bro.
This guy would let the robot. He would let the robots enslave us, man. He would be the slave to the robots willingly.
He said light travels in a straight line, so ipso facto, he doesn't believe in the solar eclipse model. Therefore, the shadow from the moon cast onto the Earth is only about 100 miles in diameter. So that means that if what he said is true, and he believes light doesn't bend, travels in a straight line, then he believes the moon is only about 100 miles across. And because he refused to answer, I'm only left to assume, based off of what he said, that this is what he believes.
And he also disagrees with basically every single person in the world that recognizes that light reflects and refracts, and there's like the Fermat's principle of light, and that all these things happen where light doesn't just go straight.
The shadow of the moon in a solar eclipse can be smaller than the moon because the sun is a bit larger, right?
Well, when you see the diagram of the eclipse, is the light traveling in a straight line or is it converging?
Well, the sun is not a point source, right?
Right, but that guy said the light travels in a straight line. So
It's
if it
essentially
travels in a
true.
straight line, what do you mean essentially? Why are you qualifying it? Either it travels in a straight line or it doesn't. According to Eratosthenes, it goes in a straight line, right?
There's a half a degree of divergence, right? The angular size of the sun. It's not a point source.
Well, if there's half a degree of divergence, what he said is incorrect. Do you see?
That's not true.
Wait a
Well,
minute.
that's not true, because the light goes in every direction from the point source. It could go every direction in a straight line, or it could curve.
The sun is not a point source.
I know I said from the point source. Every point source, the light would be going in every direction from it.
Well, also, if he doesn't believe in, the light, doing anything but going in a straight line, then he doesn't believe in Snell's law and refraction. So when we can see too far, then he would have to accept that empirical evidence. So if he truly
I
believes
was more
that,
curious about this eclipse thing. Like you posted this diagram. You're saying that the moon would be 100 miles wide if the eclipse path is 100 miles wide?
right? Because if we're going by what Eratosthenes says, the light travels in a straight line, right?
Continue.
Then this model of the eclipse can't be true. So you get to either keep the measurement of your Earth or the measurement of your moon. You can't have it both ways.
No, you can show geometrically that if you take the Earth and the Sun and put them where they should be, even just you draw a straight line from the top of the Sun, the bottom of the Moon, or the top of the Moon, a straight line from the bottom of the Sun to the bottom of the Moon, you get about 100-mile path. I think it's like 90.
Okay, so you're telling me that when I saw the eclipse and recorded it live, I was in the path of totality, and the sun was completely blocked out. You're telling me that if I was in like Georgia or California or something, that we're going to use the penumbra to measure the size of the moon, or the umbra?
I didn't mention either of those. That's not what I said.
Right. So I'm asking.
You
it's
said
not me straw manning you. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm asking a question. If we're going to measure the size of the moon from the shadow it directly leaves on the Earth from the sun, how would you measure it? The partially cut off point, which is not a very good measurement tool because you're only getting a partial shadow, or the totality shadow, which is the actual moon itself creating a complete shadow by blocking out the sun? Which one would you measure if you were trying to determine the size of the moon?
I'd actually like to know both, right? But the size of the totality shadow will depend on the geometry of the situation. So like I said, if
it
you
all
take...
depends on the geometry.
Of course. So like I said, if you take an Earth and a Sun and a Moon, and you put them in an actual, like the scaled distance that's claimed, right? You can see that the ray that passes from the top of the sun to the bottom of the moon, and vice versa, creates the path of totality, and it is 100-ish miles wide, even when the moon is scaled to the 1100 miles or so that it's supposed to be. Just geometrically with straight lines, right? So there's no contradiction there, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, if you think that Eratosthenes, said that the light is traveling straight, and if you think
I'm
the
talking
light,
about straight lines.
right? If you think the light traveled 93 million miles away, what other path would it take other than straight lines?
I am talking about straight lines, yeah.
Right. So what I'm looking at this eclipse diagram here, it doesn't look like straight parallel lines. It looks like converging lines.
Well, there's difference between, we're talking about straight lines, and now you've introduced the corollary that they must also be parallel. It's the first time you've mentioned that word, right?
Well, it's 90-degree straight lines of light from 93 million miles away, right?
90 degrees to what? Like, where are you getting that from? You brought in this parallel thing that's not mentioned a second ago, right?
Well, how else would light travel from 93 million miles away? Would it take a zigzag path? It would take a straight path through a vacuum, right?
Sure.
Right. So if the light is coming down in parallel rays, because early in the flat Earth thing, we used to say that, the crepuscular rays, was showing a close and local sun, and then we realized that it was due to perspective. And we stopped saying, hopefully we all stopped saying that.
People say it all the time, unfortunately, but I understand that you understand that. It's no problem.
Right. So if the light is coming down parallel, then this, Eratosthenes thing doesn't line up with the solar eclipse model. They're contradicting each other.
Well, let's talk about the solar eclipse model, right? So if you can, like, every piece of the sun is emitting isotropically, right?
What do you mean by the same?
In all
Isotropic
directions.
meaning the same?
Isotropic meaning in all directions.
Okay, thanks.
So you can imagine, just to pick like a single photon, right? A single ray, if you will. Visualize one that goes from the top of the sun, right? Like to the, if you're looking at this in like a 2D, and it just barely goes over the top of the moon. And then another one that does the same from the bottom of the sun and the bottom of the moon, right? So these are not parallel, but they were emitted as all rays, a bunch of rays being emitted in all directions. These are the two that just sort of define the path of totality. Does that make sense?
Yep, I'm with you so far.
So that, like, geometrically, that creates like 100-mile path of totality. They're straight lines.
Okay, so now take that same light coming from the sun and put it with Eratosthenes' observation.
Yeah, it's no problem, because this is only a half a degree of divergence, right? So it's completely within the bounds of his experiment. No problem at all.
Half a degree in divergence. So you're saying the light only bent through the atmosphere at like a half a degree from the sun, from the heliosphere to the vacuum.
Is half a degree. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you're talking about the apparent size of the sun.
So, I mean, really, what I'm questioning is exactly what you're trying to show with this little solar eclipse diagram you posted, right? So these lines are straight, and they create the path of totality. But you seem to be claiming that the path of totality should be bigger, if I'm understanding you correctly?
Yep.
Why?
Because that's how I'm measuring the size of the moon. Because when I saw the moon go in front of the sun, and I know that the path of totality was from like Fort Worth area to like Tyler, Texas area.
Okay, actually, I can show you. Can I stream something for you again real fast?
Sure.
All right. Let me know when you're looking.
Yep.
Okay, so this big yellow ball is the sun, all right?
No, it's a model of the sun, but go ahead.
Sure. We're going to say that this big yellow, anyway. So we take a ray from the top or the bottom of the sun, right? Yeah?
Yep.
And then one from the top, okay? And as you can see, I'm using the actual numbers here, right? Big exponents. And so somewhere in here is the moon, 250. Anyway, there we go. There's the moon. So the top one comes from the top of the sun, right? The bottom one from the bottom of the sun. With me so far?
Yep.
And then that creates the path of totality, and it's like 90 miles wide.
Okay, go back to the moon.
So hard to find things at this scale.
Yeah, no. It's ridiculously large.
There you go. There's your moon.
All right, so how big is that moon?
It's to scale.
So it's 1/4 the size of the Earth? Roughly?
So the radius here is like 1,100 miles, I think. I've rounded a tiny bit, but generally speaking, the numbers are,
Gotcha, close enough, right?
I haven't rounded by much. You understand the principles.
Yeah, I'm not going to split hairs over rounding.
I appreciate that.
Can you zoom out a bit? Zoom out.
So the light is converging like the moon is acting like a magnifying glass in your model.
No. All we've done, so this line is it is a line drawn from the top of the moon to the top of the sun. That's it. Because this is what defines the path of totality, right?
Right.
And it's 100 miles-ish, as expected. So perhaps, I guess the idea here is that an actual scale diagram compared to the cartoon that you posted may be a bit more enlightening as to how that works.
It is. It is enlightening. I'll give you that.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah, I think it's affecting.
So the light is converging because it's not a point source.
Yes, exactly.
Around the moon to create the umbra and penumbra.
Yeah, I actually have the penumbra on here as well, but I had it turned off because it's not what we're talking about. That's just the inverse, right? So that for that you draw a line from the top of the sun to the bottom of the moon and vice versa. And that defines the penumbra.
I met this girl on the weekend, this chick named Luna. I asked her for
You broke up, bro. You asked her for her measurements? You're breaking up.
Man, screw this. I didn't even say a joke. Like one single joke.
So how are we going to come to consensus? If we're seeking the truth here, how are we going to come to consensus? So you bounce light off the surface of the moon, or you hope that it's the moon and not another surface behind it or in front of it. And that tells you the distance. And you look at the umbra and penumbra, you modeled it out, and that tells you the size. But if your radius doesn't line up, your whole model falls apart. If dark matter isn't real, then you don't have the gravitational effects to create space balls or protoplanets or any. What? That's not true?
That's not true. No.
So if gravity doesn't work, then you can still make gravitational spheres?
So no model, Lambda CDM, MOND, etc., right? Would say that the formation of planets, protoplanetary disks, things like this, doesn't work how we would expect it to. Right? This is very much in the small mass approximation at which Einstein and MOND both reduced to Newtonian anyway. So they're not relevant.
Try to understand what I'm saying. You globe earthers, and I'm stereotyping, and I apologize in advance. You globe earthers come in here and say, "Oh, you believe you're on a disk flying through space?" No, that's actually, you guys are the ones that believe in protoplanets. We don't actually believe that. It's like, oh, why don't you fall off? Well, you think you're living on a ball that's spinning, flying through space. We live on a flat, stationary plane that's not moving. Wouldn't you guys be the one to fall off? Oh, well, where's your edge? Where's your geometric horizon? You see where I'm going with this?
Perhaps, but I mean, you know that I've never asked you those questions. I come in here and I mostly just answer questions, right?
That's why I apologize in advance for
I mean, I feel that generally I'm actually extremely polite in here.
And I haven't used any fighting words with you either, have I?
No, I'm not mad at you.
Right. So, how do we come to a consensus? How do we figure out what the truth is?
Weigh the evidence.
Each individual person has to weigh the evidence, right?
Well, that's a very interesting question. Like, genuinely, right? You know, how does any one person, like, where do you set the bar? And it has to be different for different things, right? So it's a very interesting sort of personal question, but it's also in the realm of philosophy, which is not really what I spend my time worrying about.
Oh, come on, bro. We've been talking about philosophy all night long. Every time I try to bring up any kind of science whatsoever, you guys are like, oh, no, dog, I don't want to talk about high school science.
You're conflating me with this other guy. I do not.
Okay, once again,
I don't appreciate
correct.
that one.
I apologize. You are correct. You're not a typical, what we call, I'm not going to say it because I don't want to use those words, but yeah. That's the difference between you, who are obviously from academia. I believe that you are, anyway.
I'm a PhD student, yes.
Right, you're from academia. I don't know your status or whatever, but...
Well, now you do.
And then there's other people who I don't think that they are in academia, because you guys don't call it morals, you call it ethics, right?
Yeah.
Right, so you have ethics. Because you haven't broke any ethical boundaries so far. Because if I asked you about the inverse square law and does it affect lasers, you would say...
Yes, it does.
Okay.
It's just a fact. There is a proportionality
irrefutable.
constant, so it's not quite as simple as it would be with an isotropic source like a light bulb, but it certainly affects lasers, yes.
Well, I've played with lasers, and if you shine it a foot away, the diameter is about a number 2 pencil, right? But if you shine it 100 yards away, it goes to like the size of like a basketball or a beach ball, depending on how good your laser is, right?
Yeah. And obviously, very expensive lasers can be very, very well collimated, but no one will dispute, right? There is no such thing as a perfect laser.
Right.
And as soon as you get past the what is it? The Rayleigh distance, where you stop being in Gaussian theory or whatever, Gaussian beam theory, then yeah, it's diverging for sure.
So how come more people like you don't come in rooms like this? You guys are rare. We get a lot of the other type.
I like listening to it. It's very interesting to me. Like, genuinely, it actually is. You know, just someone comes in here.
You know why it's interesting to you?
I do.
Because this is how philosophy actually works. You question things, you weigh things out, you debate.
Well, I'm not necessarily talking about the discussions that are in here, although sometimes those are interesting. But what's really interesting to me is when you have someone come in here, and you know, they're confronted by some difficult things, and they often react very poorly. That's interesting to me. Like, you take the average person, right? I would say the average person off the street is completely incapable of defending, you know, the idea, like, why we think the Earth is a globe, which I don't think is unreasonable. There's a lot of things that the average person doesn't know how to do. You know, make the fucking CPU this in their phone or whatever, right? You don't have to know how everything around you works. It can be interesting to you, and that's fine, but whatever. Like, I don't think it's an unreasonable position for the average person. I'm not saying to, like, you know, not know the basics, but to, you know, to be able to stand up in a Discord full of people who are, you know, let's be honest, right, very, very, very well versed in some talking points, right, and to be able to refute them all off the bat. I don't think that's a reasonable expectation. I'd be very surprised, right, if the average person could do that. But what's interesting to me is when the average person comes in here and then they are confronted with those talking points, And they don't have anything. Like you walk them through the thing. You're like, okay, well, if the globe is a geometric sphere of this radius, blah 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 blah, then you can work out how far you should see. And here's a picture farther than that, right? And they go, huh, that's crazy, right? But as an average person, they have no idea how to talk about this.
Right.
Whether they don't. A lot of people just say, well, that's photoshopped, right? Which of course is not true. And so if they insist on that particular route of questioning, then they're eventually going to be humbled because they are real photos. But it's like to see these people sort of like spiral and cope about it is weird because I think that for the average person to get in here and then they're confronted with these interesting ideas that they haven't heard before, if they were to say, well, I don't really understand how that photo is possible, but I really do think that scientists are telling the truth. That's a reasonable thing to say, right? And you obviously can disagree as whether or not that's true, whether or not it's a thing you would do, right? But I don't think like from just sort of a general standpoint that's like an unreasonable position to take. Like to say, well, you know what, you're right. It is essentially just a belief, but I do believe the scientists. My phone works, my computer works, all this stuff. I'm just going to take their word for it. I don't really understand how you got that photo, but it is what it is, right? I think that's reasonable. But almost nobody I've ever heard come in here does that. Almost ever. Right? That's interesting to me, is why everyone who is, very poorly qualified to take on this position, which is fine and very reasonable place to be, refuses to cede it, right? They don't go, well, you know what? I don't really get it, but I take the scientists at their word. Almost never have I heard that. And that's really interesting to me.
You've never heard that people take the scientist's word?
I do that.
even scientists don't take each other at their word. That's the point of the peer review process.
But normies take the scientists at their word. Like most normies just hear the word science and they turn off all critical thinking because they've learned about science in the past, and to them there's no more concrete inquiry method than science.
Right, and it could just be a salesman in a lab somewhere working for some millionaire to produce only what's needed to be produced for whatever outcome he needs. So, like, in that aspect, who's a scientist doing what type of science that helps you out?
And when you say salesman, that's exactly what the lobbyists are doing at the government, right? They're selling their science. I think I heard Rand Paul talk about lizards on cocaine running on treadmills. That's something our government paid for. Like, what? Like, why do we need to know what lizards in nature are going to be snorting cocaine and what happens if you put them on a treadmill? Like, that's not science. None of that is like based in nature. So how could that be science? It's like just some weird hairball study to where like, hey guys, you want to get paid? I sure do. As a matter of fact, like, let's just call it science. So to my educated friend here,
lizards can be found in nature. Cocaine can be found in nature. Running is a natural thing.
Man-made process. Cocaine is synthetic. It's man-made.
Yeah, but the plant. What about the plant?
They can eat the coca leaves. I agree.
That makes you high.
Yeah, but it's a little different than, what do they call it? The white pony?
Yeah, it probably isn't as like concentrated as a.
I think the leaf, because I got a friend who lives down south, right, and he told me about it, and it's like totally different. Anyway, you should know that refined sugar is totally different than the sugar cane.
I like the scientists. They've treated me well.
But my question was to Itar. What is his name? Itar?
I pronounce it Itair, but you can really say it if you like. It's not my real name, obviously, so I don't really care how you say it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Do you think
probably some name from like the character to like an?
Sorry, I couldn't hear your question, Larry.
Sorry, bro. Do you think it's good science to put lizards on treadmill high on cocaine?
I don't know, man.
Is that natural science to you? Like, does that, study of the natural world?
Well, as lizards and coke are both real. I don't know, man.
But
only if they consume it in nature, like a cat eating catnip in nature. You can do some experiments on that. So yeah, they have to eat it. They have to consume.
Sounds entertaining to watch, though. At any rate.
Yeah, I bet those lizards were hauling ass, like scooting. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, what kind of lizards were they?
I think they were iguanas. You want me to pull up the
Oh damn, iguanas are slow. That would be funny to watch. Can you imagine a fast iguana?
Anyway,
Have you seen koalas?
It's like watching a fast.
I'm gonna go back to work.
Koala bitches are funny, bro.
I'm just wondering, where's the line of demarcation between science and philosophy? If not the experiment, the hypothesis test, where would it be at?
When you test your hypothesis, that's the demarcation.
Yeah, it's experimentation. You have to have experiment for.
So Newton didn't have a hypothesis. Einstein, did he have a hypothesis? Nope. So where is the science? Biochemistry? Would you consider that? Like that's a real natural science, right?
Well, Einstein certainly had a hypothesis, right?
What was it?
Essentially, his hypothesis was that the laws of physics should be the same for all observers, regardless of their motion. That was like the basis of his whole thing. He was like, "Damn, what if that's true?"
It's not really a scientific hypothesis.
Well, there are some
independent variables. What? Sorry. I didn't hear you. Can you say that again?
Who are you talking to?
You. I talked over you. My bad.
Oh, I said there's definitely some contention tonight about science and hypothesis, stuff like that.
Well, what's Einstein's dependent independent variable?
I mean, in this sense, yeah, you're using a little colloquially.
Yeah, it's just literally not a scientific hypothesis.
All we're asking is if we're too conservative with our idea of natural science, then explain to us why you can have a scientific experiment without causal mechanisms being demonstrated through independent manipulation of the variable. Because, I don't know, have I ever given you the mechanic analogy before?
Several times.
I have?
Oh, yeah.
Right, so one's a pseudo-mechanic, charging you $500 for theories, and the other one got you back to work for $500, which you're glad to pay for his expertise. You don't give a shit that he fixed it in like 15 minutes. You're not paying for his time, you're paying for his expertise. Because he manipulated one single thing, your starter fuse, and now you're back on the road so you can pay your mortgage. Right?
I think the real answer to your question, the actual question of where do we draw the line of manipulating things, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that anyone would say that observational sciences don't require a higher sort of balance of evidence before you say, I think this is true.
Yeah, there's no such thing. No such thing.
Yeah, you said observational sciences. That's like saying I drive my starter to work. It's the division fallacy.
I mean, you can disagree with it, but it is, a term people use, and it's, if I was able to get to the end of my thought, right? I don't think anyone would say that observational sciences don't require a higher sort of standard of evidence than some lab experiment or science where you were able to directly manipulate the variable. But I think that that meaning scientists or just people in general, have acknowledged that there are things which are difficult or impossible to experiment with directly, and we'd still really like to know how they work. And in playing around with these things and trying stuff, right, we have found that observational and correlational studies, when combined with, robust hypotheses, can get you at the truth of things. And so for some people, that is sufficient and considered science, and then for you guys, you don't accept that. It's sort of a fundamental disagreement, I suppose, right? You can't really get any more divisible than that.
Well, if I passed you $100 bill, you would be able to tell if it was counterfeit or not, right?
Me? Probably not.
Well, I certainly could.
Depends on how good it was, right? I don't know anything about detecting counterfeit bills.
I do. I've caught them before.
Well, you may, right? But that's the point.
So the thing is that you have the original to compare it to, right? So when it comes to, like these images of astronauts in space, like, I don't know what the original looks like. So you mentioned it earlier that it's a belief that people have. They've accepted these ideas from someone else, right? Whereas my first-hand primary knowledge is telling me something else. Like, I have no way of knowing. So skepticism is healthy, but there are ways that we can take it too far, and it's unhealthy, right? Kind of like being so open-minded that your brain falls out. So it's like spectrums, right? Well,
yes, I agree. You can be too skeptical.
Right. So I think the whole idea of science is like skepticism. Like, that's the whole point. Like, oh, you're claiming this? You claim to have done that? How did you do that exactly? Oh, let me see that. Okay, let me try that. Well, I did this test like 350 times, and here's my results. Hey, Matt, come look. Hey, look what I did. Matt's like, oh shit, I did it 250 times. Right? But if you can't, like, get the mechanism of how they did it, you just, I observed it. Like, oh, you saw it. Okay. So it's like, it's a story. If someone sees something like a bank robber, they just tell you a story. Like, it's, it's a story. And there's lots of stories about the heavens. I could talk about the Book of Enoch and what he thought was going on, or I could pull up NASA's website, right? Or we could go like Greek mythology, or the Egyptian sun god, or whatever, right? But how do we figure out which one is actually the truth? Like, I can't debunk Ra, right?
Religion is a whole other topic, but what I'm trying to say here is that we have, like I said, we recognize that there are some things, and I'm not just talking about astronomy, right? There are physical sciences or observational sciences on Earth. Some things can be difficult or impossible to conduct experiments where you manipulate the variables, but we'd still like to know how they work. And to that end, we have been observing, taking observations that test hypotheses, right? For example, you might ask, I wonder if smoking cigarettes causes cancer, right? And it's very difficult to get a ton of people in a lab and make them smoke a ton of cigarettes until they get cancer. But you can look at the statistics and say, that does look like they cause cancer, right? You get all this together, and then perhaps eventually someone does come along and say, yes, now we understand more about genetics, we understand more about DNA and stuff like that, and look, there are these chemicals in cigarettes that cause DNA to replicate poorly. This gives you lung cancer, right? But you knew that it was at the very least plausible ahead of time, just through observation, right? And so in looking at things like this, or geology, or whatever, right, the community, like scientists, people in general, have come to the conclusion that if there are things that are very difficult to study, then careful observation can provide what we think might be the answer here. The standard of evidence can be much higher, and
so we can know that you'll be needing adult diapers in your 30s.
Let me pass the mic after I say this, and I got to be careful the way that I say it, and I don't really want you to respond. But if you were to look at the data, you would find that cancer is extremely deadly. A lot of people die from cancer, especially if you look at the death certificates. But if you look at the side effects of the treatments, you'll find that, it's really good at killing cancer, right? The treatments for cancer are really good at killing cancer. So I'm going to leave it at that. But, the way that it gets written down scientifically, well, obviously they died from cancer. That's all I got.
Doesn't really address my actual point at all, right?
I know, because it was my point. And I'm passing the mic for someone else to speak because I've been hogging the mic.
I'm happy to take over for a little while I'm walking the dog. What are we up to?
We're talking about how do you know what you know?
Profound works.
Well, how do you know what you know is you observe something and you make an assumption about it. That's generally what people do every day. Now, the assumption that you make can either be true or not true. It's only when you test it to make sure it's true does it become true, I guess. That's the founding statement of philosophy, which eventually become the scientific method.
But I got my own truths, and I got my own methods, but I'm still going to call it science.
Yeah, you can pocket your own method, I guess. There's no dramas about that. But when it needs to be tested and verified throughout the community, there's got to be a generic statement of method.
Well, I can use the scientific method outside of science to diagnose the problem with my car, but what you can't do is you can't not use the scientific method inside of science. That would be pseudoscience.
Yeah, I guess in my job every day as an electrician and an engineer, I fault find problems, which starts with an observation and a presumed cause, and then testing a presumed cause. I guess you could call that science, but it's not natural science. It's just
it's the method of inquiry
finding the root cause of a fault.
Through deduction, right? You're using deduction, and it's the scientific method, but it's not science, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Natural science. So you can use the method outside of the field of science. You just can't call it science. But what you can't do is not use the method inside the field of science and call it science.
Yes, correct.
So I think that's where I'm at. And maybe that's a really conservative view. But anything else outside of the method, by definition, is pseudoscience.
Yes, so if I claimed what I did every day, all day, is science, that would be pseudoscience because it doesn't conform with a natural scientific method.
Right.
But I think a lot of people get hooked up on...
Go ahead.
A lot of people get hooked up on the idea of pseudoscience as if it's a outstanding slap in the face to your intellectual ability. It's just a term of phrase. That is, you're doing something that's outside the natural scientific method. That's it.
So birds, mating patterns, watching birds, that's not natural science.
Well, if there's a phenomena that happens in relation to abnormalities in how birds procreate or or their movements or the effect of the amount of young they have, I guess that would be a phenomenon that you would create a hypothesis for. That would be natural science.
But you would have to be able to test the hypothesis and not just come up with the hypothesis. Has to be viable, right?
Yeah, classic example is southern white dolphins. This is a thing that's been brought up in biological studies numerous times. That is, there was a time in the early 90s right through to the early 2000s where there was visualized dying dolphins floating in the water in enormous amounts, and they created a hypothesis that was that there must have been a particular bacterial phenomenon or a virus. They did their tests and they created a vaccine. They went around injecting dolphins with this vaccine for years and years and years to no avail, until one of the test ships was crewed with an environmental engineer. And he asked a simple question is, in all these years, which was 14 years of testing these dolphins, has anyone tested the water quality? So they went about testing the water quality, and they found that there was a chemical in the water that was directly proportionate to a chemical that was used in the refinement of oil, and traced it back to a platform which was owned by Exxon. So in that instance, there was a natural phenomenon that was hypothesis created for, tested and validated.
But the cause turned out to be synthetic, right?
Yeah, correct. So we can't call that natural science, but it was, in effect, the same method that would be used in natural science.
Interesting.
The same reason why we can't define germ theory, because we don't really know whether or not the effect of humans and animals being sick or elongated with a infectious disease is natural or synthetic.
Did you say germ theory?
Yeah, we probably shouldn't talk about germ theory.
Yeah, I shouldn't have brought that up. Let's just let that slip. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is that about flat Earth?
No.
No, we're just talking about
the difference
scientific
between
theory.
We're talking about the difference between science and philosophy, and those who mistake philosophy as science being pseudoscience. Where is that line of delineation? That's what we're talking about, because if I claim something has been scientifically established, and then I give you some hairball theory, and you're like, okay, cool theory, how'd you test it? And I'm like, what do you mean test it? How is it then scientifically validated to reach the status of scientific theory?
I have to ask. Do you think I'm going to have to ask. Do you think germ theory is scientifically established?
We're not talking about germ theory.
This chat, Mr. Mod. Goodbye.
Yeah, we made a mistake and we brought up germ theory. But we're not really going to question.
I want to stay for a second.
Yeah, we're not really going to question that. We're going to stick to philosophy. But, you know, the whole measuring the surface of the Earth, that's not philosophy or science. But how many people think that it's been scientifically established? So there's like more pseudoscientists out there in the world that think the Earth's a globe because of science than there are flat earthers who are saying the Earth's flat because of science.
Yeah, and you can't science a noun. I mean, the whole aspect of the shape of the Earth is to do with geometry. It doesn't matter what you come up with, it's not going to be science.
Well, the globe earthers say that science doesn't prove anything.
That's true.
Yeah, they need to say that
well, it's not the point of science, right?
prove their globe.
So I had a computer malfunction. I assembled my own PC, right? And I can't remember exactly how long after, maybe 3-6 months later, it wouldn't turn on anymore. It stopped posting. So I was like, okay. So I started manipulating the different parts of the computer, taking them out and replacing them with known good working parts. Well, when I did that with the memory stick, I had one memory stick in and one memory stick out. Well, it turned on. And then I repeated that process over and over and over again. And every time I put the other memory stick back in, it stopped working. I took it out, it worked. So for me, it's like 99.99999% certain that it was that memory stick. Because when I replaced it, guess what happened? My computer worked. Now, you would say that doesn't prove anything. But guess what I'm talking to you on right now?
I would absolutely say, yeah, it proves it to me that that memory stick was bad.
Right.
Yeah, that's what you call the Kepler-Trago effect, the Kepler-Trago process. That is a processing technology, such as what I was talking about earlier, where you would find the root cause of an effect in technology rather than natural science, because you can't call it science.
Right, but to me, I proved it. And if that were to be like a natural phenomenon and I did the same thing, like it would be like, okay, that proved it. Unless anybody has anything to say otherwise, show me difference. I'm open-minded, but for right now, I'm going to go with that because it's working.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can even create a hypothesis and a theory based upon your cause and effect studies. And this is what happens these days is that term science is used so vastly and incorrectly that people just tend to believe it in so many areas. And that's why we need to hone in on the actual natural science.
How many times have you heard the words rocket science?
In the last 5 years, I've heard the term science used with every adverb, literally, like this science, that science. That's why we need to have a clear definition of what science actually is.
What do they call gravity?
It's okay to have colloquial uses for words, right? When someone says hypothesis, they don't always mean a rigorous scientific hypothesis. When someone says rocket science, they mean aerospace engineering. And I'm sure if you even looked up that, you would see this. It would say something somewhere, aerospace engineering. But it's like, I don't think there's any issue with that.
What about astrobiology? Words have meanings, right?
Words have meanings. That's not my favorite word. It's a relatively poorly named field, in my opinion. I mean, astrobiology is yeah.
But it's something you can go $100,000 in debt and unforgivable debt, and you can get, your degree. Right?
I actually don't know a ton of institutions that offer a degree in astrobiology. It's usually just classes. But the point is that if you take a class on astrobiology or you study it or whatever, right?
Well, there are astrobiologists, right?
For sure, but they don't often have a degree in astrobiology. That's quite unusual. It's usually physics or astrophysics. But the point is that astrobiology as a field is really almost no. I've never met anyone who does like the biology part, right? It's the study of what conditions could lead to life. For example, I know a person here who does astrobiology, like with quotes, right? And what they're interested in studying is how early Earth got its water, right? How it formed with water. That's it. Like how to get water. So obviously no biology there, right? But they're an astrobiologist.
Let me guess. His theory is hydrogen is a slut and likes to bond?
Actually, it has to do with comets.
Comets.
Comets, yeah. Which coincidentally is what I studied, but I don't study them for the same thing, obviously.
Yeah. But hydrogen does like to bond, right?
Hydrogen do be bonding.
So do you really need comets for all that water?
According to this person.
That's a lot of water.
You're your own person. Why don't you speak for yourself?
I've been hogging the mic again.
Yeah, he's his own person. Speak for himself. You were speaking for yourself. Now he's appealing to him speaking for somebody else. It isn't him. And it's like, why aren't you confident in yourself?
Atir, what do you think water comes from? You personally.
Like when I turn on the tap?
No. The molecular makeup of water.
Where does the molecular makeup of water come from? Or where does all the water around me come from?
The water that's here on Earth, right? In the oceans, in the air, underground, excuse me. Where did it come from? Where do you think it came from?
How far back do you want to go?
Well, where'd it come from?
All the way.
Big Bang nucleosynthesis.
On Earth?
Well, he said.
See, I would say the gases were within the rocks, and they were compressed, and they released the gas, and it accumulated like a potato put in the end of your cabinet for years on end. You wouldn't say that. Like, you're a Prometheus guy, but you're like, you don't like the movies. You don't like the direction that he took it. No, I get why.
So we're told that the cosmic microwave background radiation is the oldest known light in the universe, right, Atir?
That's correct.
What's the dating method for light?
Well, in this case, it would be the whole lambda CDM thing, right?
Well, that's not a dating method. That's a model. See why that's not science?
Sorry?
Can you see why that is not science? It's just a creation myth?
Hmm.
Yeah, it's flat Earth proof that then you started worshiping like it was a god and started like adding on to it, like different idol bits.
Idol bits.
Yeah, for you to accept that this notion of a relative motion is nonsensical. So you have to have the little idol bits.
Bro, what are you talking about? We're talking about the Big Bang.
Okay, is that not like some kind of quantum? You're alluding to quantum. What is the space is expanding into?
You're on one again.
Get it.
The dude's just fucked up as usual and blathering.
Oh, I see. I was trying to take him serious. So, Atir, the part about it's not science, the Big Bang Theory, because the only observed natural phenomenon is the CMB, You know, that static. Okay, what's the other naturally observed phenomena?
The motion of galaxies.
The motion of the galaxies. Okay, so what caused that?
That's a good question. Right, so the Big Bang theory, right, this idea is that everything is expanding away from everything else. So if you run the clock back, it's very hot and very dense.
How was it dense if there was no matter?
Well, in any sense of the word, right? Energy density.
Okay, so we know there was no matter because how would one single hydrogen atom escape that gravitational well? So this energy was extremely dense, and then it expanded, and then became matter, and matter coalesced from gravitational wells into spaceballs, and then life sprang up out of the rocks, out of the elements, out of the primordial ooze when it rained on the rocks for millions of years, and through this process of, what is it called when the life springs up? The maggots spring up out of nothing. What's it called? Spontaneous generation. So spontaneous generation out of the rocks. Like, none of this is science. Like, it's like the opposite of science. It's like a religion.
Well, science makes testable predictions, right?
Okay, so how do we test this Big Bang thing?
Well, the CMB is an excellent example. It was predicted before it was observed.
Okay, so how do we know it came from the Big Bang and it's just not, you know, the humming of the heavens?
I suppose that depends on, you know, how you define know, right? That's what the evidence supports.
But you didn't do any kind of cause and effect establishing relationship experiment. It's just an assertion or a postulation. Do you see how it requires?
It's definitely not a postulation, right? That's something that you're saying is
how
true
did you validate it then?
So, as I say, the CMB was hypothesized before it was observed. Which is interesting, isn't it? Like, whether or not any of this is true, that is interesting, right?
Of course. There's the issue with the scientific method. You must observe first and hypothesize second.
Well, we observed the motion of galaxies and hypothesized the existence of the CMB.
And then how did you vary and manipulate that?
Well, as we've discussed previously, probably before you were here, you know, that's where we disagree.
So if you can't vary and manipulate it, then you can't confirm your hypothesis, correct?
Incorrect.
Correct or incorrect?
You don't have to vary or manipulate it yourself in order to gather evidence that could favor or disfavor your hypothesis.
So you look at something, create a hypothesis, then accept that it's true without any fulfillment.
No. You look at something, create a hypothesis, you test that hypothesis with experiments or with further observations.
No, it wasn't a scientific hypothesis. How do you confirm that what you're seeing is what you predicted you'd see? Saw something. So what establishes that it's exactly what you, quote unquote, hypothesized?
So as I said before, the way science is done is you gather evidence that supports or disfavors your hypothesis. When you consider it proven,
No, you don't. No, you don't. That's just wrong.
Definitely not wrong.
Yeah, it definitely is wrong.
That's not how science works? You don't gather evidence that supports or disfavors your hypothesis?
No, you do something which indicates whether your hypothesis was correct or false.
And that's great if it's possible, but it's not always possible.
And then you're not doing it in a scientific experiment. Sorry, it's not natural science.
By your definition, perhaps, right? But
no, not by my definition. No, not by my definition. By the standards of the scientific method.
Standards of a scientific method.
The standard. It's the gold standard, the golden standard. Natural science.
They don't just use this method in science. Like detectives use this method through a process of elimination, right? Deducing who the murderer was, right? And how do they do that? By only observing? Or do they rule out all other possibilities, right, to find out who caused what to happen? Like, it's not the scientific method from natural science, but it's a variation of the method that's used outside of the realm of science. It happens all the time. Everybody uses it all the time. Like people who are trying to find problems with computer software, hardware, engineering, all over the world, people use this to find out the cause of an effect. But if you're not using the method, then how could you call it science?
I am using the method.
So you manipulate the independent variable to establish a cause and effect relationship to validate or invalidate, to falsify a null or a hypothesis, right?
What you do is you make a hypothesis, you test that hypothesis.
What does a hypothesis look like?
If this, then that.
Exactly. So when you do the if this part, what are you doing?
What am I doing? What do you mean?
Well,
I'm predicting the relationship between two variables, I suppose.
No, that's the hypothesis. I'm talking about the experiment. Like I turn on the light switch.
The if this part is not the experiment, right?
Yeah, you manipulate the if this part, like you turn on the light switch on and off.
Now you say if this, then that. That's the hypothesis, right? And then you test that hypothesis. Yes, exactly.
So I flip the switch on and off in the bathroom to the hotel room that I've never been. And I'm like, okay, this is the fan. And then I do the other switch because I'm doing one switch at a time, independent variable. Okay, this one's
now
the
you
light.
have good evidence that supports your hypothesis, right?
Right.
Could be wrong though.
Yeah, it could support the null, right?
Well, I mean, or there could be a guy watching you through a camera and he turns the fan on when you flip the switch.
Well,
you gathered evidence that supports your hypothesis or which light switch does which.
I would need to see evidence for that in order for me to entertain it. But most
demon.
Right? Yes, I agree.
A demon in the system.
But with the Cosmos, you can't flip the switch. Your hands are tied.
Bit of a shame, isn't it?
Your hands are tied and your eyes are open. So the Electric Universe guys, they had a theory that if the Electric Universe was true, then one of the gas giants, I think it was Neptune, the South Pole was facing away from the Earth and the Sun. So it should have been cold. But they said if, when it turns around and faces the Earth and the Sun and we can see it again, it's hot, then that shows that there is a polar charge heating up the polar region, because it should be the coldest near the poles, right? Well, that's what we actually observed. So, in your opinion, is the universe electric?
No, but that is evidence for their hypothesis.
Okay, so what's causing
Why do you think we have... Sorry.
You go ahead, bro. You go ahead.
Why do you think we have control variables? Why do we have them? Why are they important?
So as I was saying before, I don't know if you're here, right? I don't think anyone would say that, doing science in a lab, controlling as many variables as you possibly can is not powerful. It is extremely powerful, right? It's awesome.
It's not what I asked.
We control variables to attempt to strengthen the evidence we collect, because that evidence is saying this is the cause and effect relationship. If you can rule out any other causes, your evidence is stronger.
So you don't want these other things interfering, right? And allowing for maybe it was this other thing that I didn't account for, I didn't control, it didn't stay constant, it didn't stay the same. It changed also, right? So it could have been this other thing that changed during my experiment, the thing that I was manipulating. That's why it's important to have control variables, so that you know that wasn't those things that involved in the process of observing the dependent variable.
Yes, control variables are very important.
Right.
So if that's true, then ipso facto, manipulating the independent variable is just as important, because those two things go hand in hand.
Well, the independent variable, of course, must change, or you haven't really gathered any evidence, or must be observed anyway. But like the idea,
the only thing that changes, and apart from observing a change, right, causing the effect, which would also be a change, right? Because an event, a phenomenon, is a change, right? Something occurring is a change. So we want to know why that change happened.
So there could be a null result; it could not change, right? That's perhaps just as interesting, depending on the experiment. Like that exoplanet example I gave earlier. But no experiment is perfectly controlled, right? I don't think anyone would claim that. Even in a really, really good laboratory experiment, you're not going to be able to control every variable.
It's real natural science. That's true. Natural science. That's it. That's it. That's the standard. If you're not doing that, if that doesn't involve that, it's not natural science. If you want to call it something else, go for it. I mean, if I'm not denying that there are other ways to gain knowledge, right? You can gain knowledge just by observing. I'm not denying that. There's a standard which we can identify between what is like is pseudoscience and what is science, basically. Yeah.
I would say the Electric Universe guys and their, South Pole of Neptune or whatever planet it was, I wouldn't call that science. I'd say it was an observation. It was a prediction and an observation. And to me, that's, the study of the natural world. That's philosophy. Like, can anybody give me a better definition of that than philosophy?
Like in the etymological sense, you can say that it's a type of science. It's a type of gaining knowledge, right? So, like, ITEA can be like looking at things in the sky and taking really good guesses and stuff, like based on what he's able to experience in the terrestrial realm, right? And then assuming that those standards and those principles and can be applied to celestial phenomena. Right? Doesn't have the hands-on interaction, controlling, all that good stuff that we identify as being natural science. You might be able to say, like the best you can do is say, this is a maybe, right? But when it's based upon lots and lots and lots and lots of maybes, I mean, you're way off in the weeds now. Oh, way off. You are assuming that your first maybe is absolutely correct. That's your axiom. Well, what if it's wrong? And this is why I point out when it come to having to invent dark matter and dark energy, nobody said, let's go way back and see if this first maybe was correct, because what if that's what this is pointing out to us, that we're just absolutely way off the mark with all of it, absolutely everything. Nope. But nobody ever fucking did that. That would be I would consider that to be more of a scientific endeavor than to just simply accept that your original axioms are true and just can carry on and continue. What if there's another problem that comes up which contradicts dark matter and dark energy, but you will still want to keep dark energy and dark matter, right? You got to keep them there because the rest of it can't exist without that, right? But now there's a new problem, so we have to invent something even again and add another maybe. Maybes. You want to know where to draw the line? The line at the drawing board.
Yeah, there is a reason why the drawing board has two sides, so we can just flip it over. And I think that's where I'm at right now, because the Big Bang cosmology has the God of nothing, where nothing created everything, so nothing is all-powerful and can create consciousness. Their God is nothing, but, it's just a placeholder for a creator. Just like dark matter is a placeholder for the shortcomings of gravity, which gravity is a creator god, creates spaceballs. So
I agree. It is romantic what they do. Like, I'll grant them that, and it is sophisticated and eloquent. And there is some effort involved in trying to come up with all this stuff. Really complicated math. Struggle with basic math. I mean, I admire it, but it doesn't make it true.
I hate to correct you, bro, but when they start appealing to mathematical models, it's because they're really freaking struggling. I'll post a video if I can find it. Plus, the layman can't really challenge them on their mathematical models. Let's see if I can find that.
I think one of the more serious misconceptions I'm hearing, and this is largely the fault of the science communication that happens, but like dark matter and dark energy are used interchangeably by science communicators to talk about, the observations and the hypotheses. Right? You have the axionic dark matter, things like this, and you have dark energy and stuff, right? But really what they're talking about is observation, right? Like that's the fundamental part of it. And nobody would say that, we know what's causing the observations, the anomalies, right?
What are they observing?
Like people say, like, well, if dark matter is true and if dark matter is not, right? Sure, if you're talking about like axions or theories like that, right? But the galaxy rotation curves that we observe are what they are, right?
Yeah, you won't continue to accept that the galaxies are exactly what you first assumed them to be, or what you've been led to believe that they are. Why didn't even anyone say, well, we're obviously wrong about the size of this galaxy and its distance or its mass?
Well, so there's
even within the paradigm, not even like stepping out of the paradigm.
There's two answers to that, right? So you asked earlier, like, it's like, why didn't anyone go back to the beginning and ask if you were wrong? Well, that's essentially what MOND is, right? But also, why didn't anyone check the size of this galaxy or the mass? These things are not set in stone. We're like, wow, we know the size of this galaxy, so dark matter must be real, right? The distances and sizes of galaxies, masses, and things like this are under constant study, right? Constant revision. There's work going on all the time, particularly with Cepheid variable stars, right? To refine these distances and refine this math. It's not just, oh yeah, well, we got that. No worries.
All right, what are those really dense objects in space? Like the most dense, not the black hole, but what are they called? I forgot.
Neutron star?
Yeah. What if neutron star is just distilled dark matter? Why is my theory any less valuable than yours?
Well, I don't have any theories about dark matter, personally.
Well, you have a theory about what a neutron star is, right? It's really dense matter. I'm saying it's distilled dark matter. There must be a distillation process. I can't validate my claim.
Process. Well, I mean, you can, if you have the idea, I'll answer, right? So if you have an idea that neutron stars are distilled dark matter, I'm not really sure what the distilled means. Perhaps coalesced is a better word, but whatever, right? Some form of dark matter. It doesn't really matter. And I have the idea that no, these are, something else. They're stellar. Sorry?
What up, guys?
Hi. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So if you have the idea that neutron stars are some sort of condensed dark matter, is that an appropriate word for what you're saying earlier?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, it's fine. So if you have the idea that neutron stars are condensed dark matter, and I have the idea instead that they're not dark matter but normal matter, whatever the difference may be, and they are. I have an idea of like what these might be, right? Because you understand the narrative of neutron stars is that they're remnants, dead stars, right? We can both make predictions, testable predictions, right? And then make further observations and test these ideas. So I can say, well, okay, if neutron stars really are, the remnants of dead stars, then around many neutron stars, I should find these expanding shells of gas that, the simulations tell us we will see if a star dies. And if a neutron star is really dark matter, then it shouldn't interact with light, right? Because we know from galaxy rotation curves that dark matter interacts only with gravity, not with a strong, weak nuclear force or electromagnetism. And then we go observe a lot of these neutron stars, and we see that they do shine, so they clearly interact with electromagnetism, but they're also surrounded by shells of expanding gas. This is evidence that favors my idea, disfavors yours, right? And then we can go back to the drawing board and say, okay, well, we took our first set of observations, looks like this. What else could we test, right? What would a different thing look like? Well, okay, well, we know that, if they can shine, right, they can interact with electromagnetism, they can shed angular momentum, so they should have different spin rates. But if dark matter does not interact with electromagnetism, it can't shed angular momentum, so the spin rate should all be constant, right? And on and on and on it goes, right? You can test these ideas. So the idea is equally valid before it's been tested. But after there's evidence that's been gathered and supports or disfavors some hypothesis, then they can be differently valid.
Well, this is the part where I have the ad hoc continuum, and I say, well, actually, once dark matter has been coalesced, it does interact with light. And that's why it is visible. And the reason that it's so dense is because the reason it interacts with light is because it's so dense because it's been coalesced. So do you see how this is all philosophical? How many angels can dance on the head of the pin of a needle? And it has nothing to do with knowledge.
Well, these ideas are based on laboratory experiments, right?
Huh?
So if I say, well, this is how the sort of fundamental physics works, you can explain your idea in these terms, make predictions based on these ideas, right? Like if you say to me, right, then when dark matter coalesces, and then it starts interacting with light. The way that these hypotheses work is not that it's just whoever gets to throw the darts at the board and they get right. You have to explain why you might believe that, right? So for example, I could say, well, I think neutron stars are the remnants of stars. Because, right, and then I could go through some example of the math, the physics, nuclear fusion, how stars work, hydrostatic equilibrium, right? And then I'd say, look, the sort of necessary consequence of this is a very compact object. So I have good reason to believe that this might be the case. If you can't show me good reason to believe that your dark matter particle will start interacting with light when it gets denser.
Man, this is all extremely hypothetical, theoretical. You know what I used to call it? I used to say theory tales, mathemagics, and religiosophy. But it has nothing to do with science. That's what I used to say. And I think this is a really good case right now. So I just posted a 2-minute video. Anybody can watch it in their own leisure. But he's talking about how their argument is weak when they're making these mathematical models, right? And that's what's going on here. Like all this mathematical modeling, and then we're calling it science. So I would say anybody who wanted to watch the video, maybe I misremembered it. I haven't seen this video in like 6 months or so. So check it out for yourself.
I think mathematical models are an extremely important tool, both in observational and experimental sciences.
Model? Really?
That's what I said.
Was that you,
Christian? I mean, bro, can you post a globe Earth model in the chat? Like, let's take a look.
I like it when someone new joins and we just restart the conversation from.
Yeah, facts. I mean, listen, bro, there is no model for a globe or flat. So you're talking about a model, you're just in an L automatically. Like,
can we use a globe? Can we use a globe?
Sounds good.
Are globes not models?
There's no model, bro. Like, unless you can post one in the chat, we can take a look. But you don't have one. So what are you doing? Period. Like, there's no model. So talking about a model, you're crazy. Unless you can post one in the chat, we can take a look. But good luck with that. Anyone else? I mean, like, that's crazy, bro. Is this guy gonna post the model, or are we just like trolling right now? Like, what's going on? Let's take a look at the chat. What's going on, chat? Are we live right now?
Oh, yeah.
And we are live right now. W panel, W chat. Who's here right now, guys? Holy smokes, bro.
Sound off.
We have Aardvark, Little G, Acropon, or whatever. We have Elijah, Chess Clown, Crit, Daz Studio 68, Demok, Jordan Peterson, Elbow TV, Flat Earth Dude. We got Larry, we got Hank, we got Into the Break, we got Jedi, Julius J, Heretic, Kembo Beats, Migo Wigo, we got Newt, we got Percentage, we have Quiet Noobs, we have Resolve, goddamn. We have Shaggy, we have T-Dub, and TV, guys. What the fuck is going on, chat? Are we live right now?
Live and kicking.
Wait, so this guy talking about models, bro? Like, what?
We're talking about the delineation between science and philosophy, and
oh, here we go, bro. Here we go.
And like, I just posted someone talking about mathematical models and how this mathematician at graduate school told this guy that that's what they resort to when they can't describe it in regular language.
Classic, bro.
Right.
Classic.
He said that you can balance a ball on the razor's edge if there's no other forces pulling it left or right. You can make a model that'll mathematically describe it doing that, but in reality, you can't balance a ball on the edge of a razor.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
That's what was in that video that I just watched, in case anybody didn't watch it.
Yeah, that's like literally insane. Like, I mean, before I joined, what was this guy talking about?
Well, I had, came up with a hairball theory.
Hairball?
Yeah. I said,
what's that?
I pulled it out of my, you know what. So, so I said, what if neutron stars are distilled dark matter? And I said, how is my theory any, worse or better than yours? Because we can't validate it, we can't verify it. And he started going into, well, if this, that, and the other thing. And I said, well, this is where I go with the ad hoc continuum, like you guys do. And I say, well, when dark matter is coalesced and condensed and distilled, it actually begins to start interacting with light, which made what the last thing you said irrelevant. And he said, well, you would need to, show how this happens. And it's like, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, you would have to show it. But we're talking about philosophy. How many angels can dance on the head of a needle, right? It has nothing to do with science.
Okay.
So then I started talking about mathematical models, which math has nothing to do with science. So
model, bro.
Yeah, model. What's that? I'm having a hard time, explaining to this guy that, like, pseudoscience is a real thing. And I just would like for him to point out where the pseudoscience begins. If I'm bird watching and the birds are humping, like, that's, philosophy at best. It doesn't qualify as science.
And what, and that, like about having lab tests to base this stuff on. Okay, all right, whatever. Okay, let's say Cavendish is a lab test. All right, so you've got some values, right? And then you want to look at things in the sky, right? And observe their motion. You have to make now. You have to make your values, your math that you've developed, this little tiny model for the motion of things. You need to make that fit with what you observe in the sky. Right? So then you just apply characteristics, qualities, whatever attributes to those things in the sky that necessarily affirms your math. It's what they do.
Okay. Incredible, bro. Bro, why does anyone cling to the globe in 2025? Like, it's over. It's over, bro. Like, we done checked out every single angle there could be. If the Earth was actually a globe, we would be globe earthers. We would. Us people. It's over, bro. Like, dude, I just don't understand why people still believe in the globe in 2025. It's just crazy. It's over, dude. It's over. If anyone knows about the globe Earth, it's the flat earthers in here right now. Come on, dude. What are we doing? It's over, dude. It's so over for the globe. It's so done. It's so cooked. If anyone was going to be a globe earther, it would be us. Us people right now. I don't want to hear any globe earther in 2025. Not one person, period. It's over, dude. It's cooked.
I was on the fence for like a year and a half.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Like we're done. We're done waiting for the globe Earth, period.
I looked the best I could, like, without being biased and without taking sides. Yeah, in the beginning, I was arguing for the flat Earth, and then I just kind of took like a geocentric position and admitted that I was without knowledge, so agnostic earther for like a year and a half.
Exactly, bro.
And the globers were just weak sauce, fallacious arguments.
Period.
Couldn't come up with anything.
Facts.
It's always something, right? There's always something in there the devil's in the details, so to speak. There's always some sort of fallacy or some sort of excuse or smuggling in this sort of thing. It's always some kind of, fairy tales, mathemagics, religiosity built right into their arguments.
Facts, bro. It's over, bro. They're cooked, bro. It's over. It's done.
I mean, the guy earlier came in, talking about his education, and he said the word high school and games like at least 20 times a piece. But
really,
he was denying the inverse square law of light.
That's a fucking L, bro.
While pretending to school me on it. How are you going to deny shit like that?
Exactly,
we
bro.
all play with laser lights. Like, we all have lasers. You're not the only guy with lasers. We know that the beam spreads out over distance.
Facts.
And then the guy was insinuating that I was being dishonest somehow.
I mean, that's classic, bro.
Shit's weak.
Facts.
At least the other guy admitted that the inverse square law of light was a real thing.
Yeah.
And he said there's nuance to it, which I don't disagree with that. But by and large, the laser spreads out over distance. Even if you got a really freaking expensive one. It's just the physics of light.
Facts, bro.
I mean, unless somebody's, Wi-Fi signal stays the same strength when they go take out the trash and walk, around the block. Mine don't.
Facts.
Does anybody else lose signal strength when they walk away from their source?
Nope.
I got more than one light in my house. You know why?
Incredible, bro. I mean, the globe is so cooked, bro. They don't have any arguments. It's over. Like, we sit here and listen to their arguments. They have nothing. Nothing even relates to the Earth. They're like, oh, I saw the moon and Saturn, Venus and Jupiter and all this shit. That don't have shit to do with the Earth, dude. Okay. So, I mean, dude, it's so over, dude. We're so winning. Flat Earth is so winning. We're so fucking ahead of the game, dude. Like, it feels good to be a flat earther in 2025, dude. Like, they have nothing. They have nothing, dude. Like, if anyone was gonna be like a W flat earther, oh sorry, a W globe earther, it would be us. Me, Larry, Heretic. These flat earthers, I mean, who knows the globe better? It's us, period. It's over, dude. The globe is cooked, bro. No one's gonna prove the globe in 2025. Period. It's over, bro. Like, you guys have no hope. You might as well just become a flat earther right now. What are you doing? Who said that? Who was that? Is that fucking Britnat?
Into the break.
Into the break. Well, he's a
just
flat
big
earther.
edification. Yeah, it was a joke about Interstellar.
Yeah,
that's
Interstellar.
their like Bible.
TARS, bro.
TARS was a good. He was a good wingman.
Bro, the globe is fucking cooked, bro. Like, literally, facts. Like, if anyone was gonna be a globe earther, it would be the fucking flat earthers in this panel right fucking now. Period. We've been studying the globe for longer than anyone. Dude, we have no fucking ties to this shit. If the Earth was a globe, we would be the hardcore globe earthers, period. Like, it doesn't matter if it's flat or not. We don't care. It's not like flat earthers are like biased. They're just open to the truth. Whatever the truth is, that's what it is. Globe, flat, fucking concave, doesn't matter. But it just happens to be that the Earth is flat, period. That's why we're flat earthers.
I gotta address something in the chat. This guy,
I don't know what Earth means.
This guy in the chat said atheism isn't necessarily tied to the Big Bang. Ask any atheist, did they believe
right, dude,
that God created the universe or he didn't? The ontological primitive. Ask any atheist. You think they're going to tell you that God created the heavens and the earth, bro?
Exactly, bro.
Like, why would you say that?
What is he saying? Atheists believe. There's some atheists that believes they don't believe in the law of thermodynamics, so they believe that everything just was and just is and for all eternity, and never had a beginning or ending. Like, is that what he's alluding to?
Classic, bro.
The atheists finally caught up with Hubble and his theory of the expanding universe, the Hubble constant. But before that, everybody believed, in the scientific realm just about, that the universe was eternal. So the atheists have actually caught up with the Bible thumpers that there was a beginning. So other than that, there is no correlation between the Big Bang and, God created the heavens and the earth. Everything an atheist will tell you is that, there was a godless Big Bang. Hence the claim of there is no God. That's what atheist means, right?
Fucking incredible, bro.
I can't believe that dude wrote that. Who wrote that?
Listen, cakes don't fucking bake themselves, period. You see a cake on the table? Yeah, well, someone baked it. You see an earth with human beings created? Yeah, well, there's a creator. Someone designed this fucking thing, period. So, yeah, it's pretty easy. This thing didn't just make itself.
He's gonna agree that nothing is nothing is something.
Bruh, what does that even mean, dude? Things don't just create themselves.
Well, if you're that's something, right? You would define it as something.
What do you mean, bro? If you have a cake on a table, there's a baker, period.
Well, that's sort of the meaning is sort of the parable.
Nah, bro. Cakes don't bake themselves, dude. If you have a cake, there's a baker. If you have a design, there's a designer.
Well, that's true. No, that's true. That's not the same thing.
Yeah, facts. So, whatever the fuck we whatever this is, this life, these human beings and all this shit, someone created this. Period. So whoever was like, oh no, we're not created, you're lying. Period. It's over. You're dumb.
The last thing you wrote was, but no one thinks something came from nothing. That was voice to text. I kind of translated it for you. No one thinks something came from nothing. If you believe there is no God and you're saying there is no God, then everything came from nothing. Like, you have to believe in spontaneous generation. Life came from nothing. Just generated spontaneously out of the rock.
Good fucking luck with that, bro. Cakes don't bake themselves. Life didn't create itself. Design doesn't design itself. There's a designer. Listen, man, the whole idea of my name creation bear, there's a creator. Easy. That's it. I mean, I don't know how you could even argue this. So winning, bro. So over. Anyway, who's in here that we can cook right now? Are we live?
Goodbye. Oh, he left.
Let's cook right now, guys. We're live. Let's cook. I see Heretic is here. Larry, we got a bunch of legends in the panel tonight, boys. Are we live? Who's here right now? Who is Aardvark? Also, Fry is here. Should we cook Fry? We can fry. Also, Into the Break has Jaren's fucking profile picture. That's crazy. Newt, Percentage, Shaggy, T-Dub, and TV. Guys, who's up? Let's cook right now. We are live. Bro, holy smokes, dude. Who's here right now? Anybody want to chime in? Like, come on, guys. We are live.
Yeah, there's no Glovers. I want to say,
man, I'll be a Glober, bro. I will be a Glober, bro. Come on, man.
And do some practice stuff. Okay, well, let's talk about light waves.
Dude, I'm a W Glober, bro.
What about a beam of light? Can we talk about a beam of light?
Is that okay? Have you been on an airplane before, sir? Have you been on an airplane before or no?
I've been out of my mother's basement. Yes.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Flat earther. Typical flat earther. You never left your mom's basement. Facts. Classic, bro.
I mean, why? She makes me, what are those, breakfast bagel pizzas?
Come on,
Bagel
dude.
bites?
What does that have to do with shit, bro?
I mean, bagel bites are good, are they not?
What are you talking about? Bagel bites, bro. Come on, bro. Have you been in an airplane or no?
Bagel bites are objectively good. And
have you been?
You can't eat them on an airplane.
Dude, have you been in an airplane or are you a brokey?
I've flown on airplane. It was an RC airplane, and it was a quadcopter.
There you go. Okay, did you see curvature or no?
Yeah, the lens was really curved.
Okay, so you saw curvature or no, you didn't?
Yeah, it was a fisheye lens.
Okay, so you saw curvature, yes.
Lemon illusion aside, probably so.
Wow. Okay. So you saw curvature. Did you take pictures?
And there's a few. There's a few.
You took pictures. Can you post it in the chat? Yeah, I didn't think so. Exactly, bro. We're so winning, bro. We're so winning.
Okay, it's posted in the chat right now.
Wait a minute. All right, let's take a look. What the fuck is that?
How's it going?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good, thanks. Anything else?
That's it.
290, 259.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, my boy.
Take care.
Have a good one. All right, so you did not see curvature. Yes, sir. Listen, man, like literally every human being has like 2,000 pictures on their phone. And I don't want to hear any liars. Okay. Do you have an iPhone or like an Android? What kind of phone
That's
you got?
a good point. Every single photograph has an actual level. Like you can put it on your iPhone and you have the level. Well, within your metadata of the photograph that you take, they all have an angle measurement to the actual data of the photograph. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, it's level here as well as there. I could call you right now on the phone, FaceTime. Here's my level. Yeah, it's level here. Is it level there? And then you'll have your level, and it's like, oh yeah, level here. It's amazing.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. So everybody has like 2,000 pictures on their motherfucking phone, and don't nobody have pictures of no goddamn curvature. So anytime was sorry. Anytime someone wants to say that, oh well,
Dude, are you on mushrooms right now?
Me? No. Why would you say that?
Because I am.
Because he is.
Terrence McKenna, baby.
What the fuck? Dude, it's like
Time
2
wave
fucking
0.
a.m. Why are you on mushrooms at 2 a.m., bro?
Well, I'm not really, but it's sort of like a running trope. It's a joke. It's funny because it's true, but it doesn't always have to be true.
Bro, I mean, listen, bro. I mean, like, you got to use that stuff at appropriate times, dude.
Okay.
Anyway, listen, bro. Anyone that wants to say they saw curvature, dude, every human being has like at least 1,000 photos on their phone. So if they say, oh, yeah, I saw curvature, just ask them, oh, did you take a picture? Because they have like 1,000 pictures of other random bullshit that they've seen in life. Whether it's a horizon or some beautiful thing or some chick or whatever, nobody's taking pictures of no curvature ever. Period.
No, caveat of Earth.
Yeah, I mean, but
do you even know what the Earth is? Like, somebody told you what it is? Have they like defined it for you?
Well, I don't need anyone to tell me what the Earth is. You know, because I've seen it directly, and I've taken pictures. But this idea that the Earth is curving is crazy. And anyone that wants to say, "Oh yeah, it is curving," well, where's your pictures, bro?
Maybe it was only curving because it was an ambiguous idea to begin with.
Yeah, exactly.
CB.
What up?
It's T. Hello, CB.
Yeah, what up?
Yeah, I have a quick question. I was thinking about when a glober asks if there's any drop over distance. I was thinking about saying to them, watch dash cam footage that people have in their cars to show them there's no drop over distance. Would that be good enough evidence for them?
Drop over distance.
You know that people have dash cams in the cars when they're driving along the road. You can see the road surface. It never curves down. My point is, would that be a good demonstration for the globers to demonstrate a zero drop over distance?
It would be kind of like pitch data.
Oh,
yes
that's
and
good enough.
no.
Oh, yes and no.
There's better that you could use.
Yeah. Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it would be the same as the pitch data. Just because you're maybe 6 feet off the ground, like in a car, like you're like 2 foot off the ground, a foot. You know, a truck 5 feet off the ground, and it would be the same, right? You'd have pitch data the same way, and it'd be very more cautious of your topography, right? These other elevations. So it just proved the same thing. You're gonna have to show a globe when you're driving across the country.
What was this question again?
He was asking if it's just fine to say, hey, I'm like, here's a dash cam of a car driving across like a fairly flat road, but there would be inclines. But yeah, it'd be similar. You're never going to observe flying over a globe. You're never going to observe driving over a globe. You can drive over a hill and a mountain, and you can fly through clouds and, raise and lower in altitude. That's why it's similar to pitch data.
I mean,
but I don't want to equivocate. Is driving on the car an equivocation when comparing the data of changes in horizontal? I think it's just the same context.
Yeah. All right. Are we cooking, chat, or are we not cooking tonight, or what's going on?
Tonight.
It's like fucking 1:48 a.m. It's definitely tonight.
Wow, you're eating dinner and I'm eating breakfast.
I'm literally snacking on some snacks right now. Any fucking way. Listen, whoever's talking, I have no clue who's talking. I'm like barely looking at my phone. Are you
on
a flat
Earth?
earther?
On a flat Earth, no less.
You're a flat earther?
No.
You're not a flat earther?
Can you define Earth for me?
Yeah, the thing that you're standing on. Yeah, facts.
I'm standing on a deck. Is that Earth?
Okay, yeah, that would be Earth, sir.
Okay, I look up into the sky. Is that Earth?
No. The Earth is the thing you're standing on, bro.
I'm sitting on a chair. Is that Earth?
Huh?
I'm on a chair. Is that Earth?
Yeah.
I just want to parse out what does this term mean before we can go into an ER, like a noun verb relationship. So I want to know what the noun is, Earth, before we go into the verb.
The thing that you're on, bro, like when you look up in the sky and you see
I'm
stuff
on
up
a
there,
floaty.
that's not Earth up there.
Yeah, I'm looking at a ceiling fan. Is the ceiling fan Earth?
I mean, is it in this? I mean,
part of it. Part isn't whole, but it is included. I'm trying to figure out what this definition of Earth is.
It's not Earth, bro. I mean, why are you?
So not the sky, but the horizon is Earth.
Yeah. Yes.
Interesting. I think it's interesting.
What? I mean, can you define horizon? You got a definition?
Yeah, where the surface of Earth meets, or where the surface of Earth meets the sky, right? Yeah.
There you go.
But that's why I'm now asking, what does Earth mean?
Well, the thing you're on right now.
I'm on a chair, and I can be on a table.
Is
That's
it
why
on
I said,
Earth or is it in the sky?
Is the chair Earth?
Is it in the air? Is it on the Earth or in the sky?
The Earth is just past this barrier, like a balloon that's floating like halfway, like in your room.
But are you on a balloon or
like
are you
a week after a birthday party? Is that balloon Earth?
Are you on a balloon or are you on a chair?
I'm on a chair. Is that Earth?
Okay, so let's not talk about balloons. There is
a balloon in the room and it's floating halfway.
Dude. Is your chair on the ground or in the sky?
It's important we sort of parse these terms. I do find it curious.
Is your chair on the ground or is your chair in the sky?
Yeah, chair's on the ground and I'm on a boat.
All right, so you're on the
I'm on a boat.
There you go. I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat.
I'm on a ship. Yeah.
What is 2009? All right.
Maybe a submarine. Maybe I'm on a submarine.
All right, so you're on the Earth then.
Is that Earth? So on the Earth.
Yeah.
But what's the Earth? On the Earth.
Yeah, the Earth
but
is
what's
the
Earth?
surface.
Like, because
Yeah, the surface.
The surface of what?
You know, the Earth.
Water?
The Earth? The surface? Pretty simple, bro.
Yeah, the surface. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
So
I'm fine with that. It's just good we just sort of parse these terms. I'm not trying to indict anybody. I'm just
all right, fair enough. So the
posing
chair that
it
you're
like
in,
because nobody else will.
If you sit in your chair for like 12 hours, tomorrow the sun comes up. Have you moved, or are you in the same spot that you were before?
Locally.
No, just in general.
No, yeah, locally.
So you didn't move.
Generally. Locally.
Yeah, so you didn't move at all.
Generally, locally, Earth.
Yeah. So when you wake up, if you're in the chair,
how much meaning did you get out of this? Generally, locally, Earth. How much meaning do you derive from that?
Listen, bro. If you think the Earth is moving, and you were in your chair one night, and then the next night you're still in the chair, then you have moved millions of miles through the universe, because the Earth is
generally
moving and spinning and hurling through a universe, etc. We're here to tell you that as flat earthers, you're not moving fucking anywhere, bro. Your little chair that you're in right now, or your bed, or your couch, or whatever the fuck you're posted up right now, you're not moving, dude. You're right where you're at, and you're gonna wake up there tomorrow. Same spot, no moving.
Is that Earth? On Earth?
Yes.
On Earth. So on your couch, you wake up on Earth.
Not a single mile from the place that you went to sleep. Not moving at all, period. But whoever's telling you that the Earth is a globe, they're telling you that you're all, well, you've went to sleep on your couch or your bed, and you've waken up millions of miles from the location that you went to bed. Right? Because the Earth is supposedly hurling through the solar system, etc. Yeah, no, we're just here to report that the Earth doesn't move. You've not gone fucking anywhere. You went to sleep in your bed in one location, and you woke up in the exact same location, not millions of miles away from that.
Sounds like an easy ride.
Yeah. Sounds pretty easy to understand, exactly. Facts. I mean, dude, flat earthers don't think the Earth moves. Number one. That's like the biggest thing, in my opinion. The Earth doesn't move, dude. You're not moving. Period. Number one. Everything else follows from that. We don't move, dude. The Earth doesn't move anywhere. So, number two is the surface, the curvature.
Yeah, you only get what you give.
There's a lot of bodies of water on the Earth, lakes and oceans, etc. Well, in my opinion, they behave the same way. They're not curving, convex, or concave, leaving.
Oh my god, is that Care Bear?
Huh?
Mr. Concave Convex?
Yeah, there's not it's not concave or convex.
What is it?
Only one other option.
What
hey,
is it?
CB, who got the idea that the Earth is concave? I'm just wondering.
Bro, I'm just saying, dude. I mean, there are some people who think that.
CB,
but either way,
Care Bear?
If you think the oceans are curved, that's an L.
If you think them oceans are curved, yeah. You just why wouldn't it just fall off?
Fucking L. Concave or convex are both retarded.
No, L is right angled. It would be more like an O.
Yeah,
O for
they're
ocean.
Both retarded. That's the point.
No, O is pretty cool. O is like a
dude
orgasm or some shit. I don't know.
Curving water does not exist. and curving bodies of water don't exist. Any body of water that you can put your body in,
you have no reason to believe that.
Bro, why are you yapping right now?
Because you didn't respond to my question.
We don't care about your question.
So you're not responsive, okay.
Yeah, we don't care what you're saying, bro. You're yapping right now, period.
But you're the yapper, dude. You just said you weren't responding.
Not really, dude.
You're drunk.
Really. I'm cooking right now, dude.
Okay, cook some more, chef.
Yeah, I will, facts. Listen, bro, bodies of water, any body of water that you can put your body in is neither curved, convex, or concave.
You think it's called a body of water because you can put your body in it?
Yeah, exactly, nigga. Exactly, bro. Exactly.
I get it.
Yes.
Dude.
Yes. Wait a minute. Are you talking about a body of water that you can't put your body in, bro?
Yeah.
Give me an example.
The underground cave lakes.
That's retarded.
What? They're bodies of water.
Wait. So underground body of water.
Yeah.
Can you get in it or no?
Oh.
Or no?
No, it's
why not?
Included.
Wait. Why can't you get in it?
Because there's no entrance.
But you said it's a body of water.
Correct.
So why can't you get in it?
Because there's no entrance.
Is it the size? Is it big enough for you to put your body in?
If you could teleport, I think it would fit, yeah.
Oh, okay, so you can fit in it. So it's a body of water. Got it. Is it convex or concave or neither? No. Is it convex, concave, or neither?
The underground cave things?
Yes.
I think it could be any of those options depending on
No. It can only be one. So convex, concave, or neither.
Well, I think some of them are. I think there are many cave lakes out there, and it's a diversity.
No, bro. We need one answer. It's concave, convex, or neither.
No, not all caves are built the same, dude.
Bro.
Groove. You were talking.
It's called
all
world
bodies
generation.
of water behave the same. All water body. All.
No, but not all caves are shaped the same, dude. Water fills its container. What's up?
Sir.
Hi.
All bodies of water behave the same.
In what way?
Yeah. Well, bodies of water are neither convex nor concave. So
well, they fill the shape of the container. Like they could fill whatever.
Bro.
What?
Bodies of water
print out like. Dude, you could print out like any random shape, and you could fill water in there, and it would like fill the container.
Yeah. Well, but is the surface of the water concave, convex, or neither?
Oh, the surface?
Yes, that's the whole point of what we're talking about, Ding Dong.
Well, because of surface tension, it's going to be higher at the edges, so it's going to dip down.
Oh my god!
This is called surface tension.
Yeah, that happens in small examples of bodies of water. We're talking about
no,
bodies.
It actually happens even in large examples of bodies of water.
Yeah, give us an example.
The cave lakes.
The caves.
The cave lakes have surface tension.
Not really, bro.
Have you been there?
I mean, any body of water is going to behave the same as any other body of water.
So then they all have surface tension.
I mean, they behave the same, bro.
Have you seen the little ducklets that can like walk on the water? It's because of the surface tension, and they can do that on like large lakes. Have you seen them? It's so cute.
Crazy, bro.
Have you not seen the little cute like fauna that can little like trot over the lake?
Bro.
It's because of surface tension.
That doesn't change the nature of the surface of the water.
You're right. It's the exact same in that it has surface tension.
Yes, it's the exact same. And all
and
bodies of water behave
so it's going to be dipped down at the middle, yeah.
No, not really.
That is the nature of surface tension, gamer.
No, all bodies of water behave
that's like the solution to the differential equation. You can prove it.
No, bro. That only happens in small examples of water, like water in a beaker.
No, I mean, think about it like holding a canvas, right? If you hold it by the corners, it's going to dip down in the middle. Depending on like how hard you stretch is how like much it'll dip down.
So you're saying large bodies of water dip in the middle?
Yeah, yes. Bodies of water don't do that.
No, all of them do.
No, they don't.
So, dude, have you seen the spiders that can walk on the lakes? How do you think that's possible? It's because of surface tension.
Not
hold on. You're saying, say, an ocean is concave.
Let me tell you this: the Navier-Stokes formulas, that like term for surface tension, doesn't go away when the water is big. It's still there.
Sure. So the ocean is concave.
No, it's not.
I'm trying to see the relevance here. How does this relate to surface tension?
Well, that's what. That's what
I get it. No, I get it.
You're saying that surface tension, because of surface tension,
what he's saying is, I can tell you what he's saying. He's saying that the fundamental properties of water, and even being able to have a surface,
properties of water, like the water bending, yeah,
exists within small and large volumes.
Yeah, the fundamental properties don't change.
So the convexity or the concavity.
Oh, that's an emergent property. That's not a fundamental property, no.
Right. The displaying of that, right, is going to depend on the restriction, the volume, and the limited surface that will exist within that.
Well, it's going to depend on the surface to volume ratio for one.
But the aspect of it being able to do that still exists in a larger volume, right?
Yes.
Like you said, that's why you have these features be able to skip across the surface.
It's still in the equation. Doesn't go away.
They exploit surface tension in large volumes of water. They do. Like that is true. Because the surface has a tension because the molecules are so tightly packed together that it's almost like an elastic.
It's even worse than that. If you like fall from an airplane on the body of water, the fact that it's like concrete when you land on it is because of surface tension. If you didn't have surface tension, you could like jump off an airplane, land in the ocean, and you'd be fine.
Yes,
so we're going to see certain different effects. And we're going to see different things, like we're going to see things occur. Like there's going to be a result of other physical objects, like solids interacting with that surface, and it having that quality is going to produce a certain effect, like he's talking about. Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
I totally agree with everything he's saying. Right?
So because of the surface tension, it causes convex.
No. It can still be flat and still retain that quality he's talking about.
Well, I don't know about that being perfectly flat. Like, you can have like, because I think what you're describing is like a ton of tension. So everything's pulled super tight.
Bro,
but like, it'll never be infinitely tight. That doesn't exist. It's not a real thing.
What?
It's
perfection, bro.
Good morning, all. I just posted that in the chat. Pascal's principle.
We're talking about Pascal's principle, gamers.
But no one's talking about perfection either. Talking about like, oh well, no one's expecting the Earth to be perfectly spherical or perfectly flat. Like perfection is not required here. So saying, oh well, it's
like it's significant. It's significant, right? It's not just random noise. It's not just measurement error.
Perfect.
Bro, no one's requiring the Earth to be perfect any fucking thing.
Jeremy, how much have you smoked tonight?
0. I'm about to smoke in a little bit, bro. Like, are you good?
No, you're capping, Care
Bro, I'm sober right now.
No, you ain't. No, you ain't.
Time out. Can we focus on the conversation? He's not fit to drive, but he's okay to talk.
I'm walking right now. I'm not even driving.
I'm walking right now.
What do you mean, bro? Bro,
he's fit to walk and talk. He's good.
I'm talking and walking, bro.
You're good, man.
We're good.
Yeah.
Stop whining,
bro.
Dude. Would you rather be? I have a quick question. Would you rather be a globe earther?
Hell no.
Or Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein, bro.
I'd rather be somebody intellectually honest who's engaging in this conversation.
Yeah, facts, bro. That's a dumb question, to be honest.
You already answered it.
It's like, rejects the curvature or give me death.
Bro, reject curvature. It's like rejecting my vagina. I don't have a vagina to reject, bro. This doesn't exist.
What?
Exactly.
Why do you deny the curvature? The undeniable.
What curvature? There's no curvature to deny, bro.
Have you ever touched grass, dude?
It looks flat.
I'm looking at grass right now. I'm on grass right now.
Touch the grass.
What do you mean?
dude, go look around. Look at everything. It's fucking curved.
Nigga, I'm on grass right now. It's not curved, bro. What are you talking about?
Have you ever seen a sunset or a sunrise?
Damn, bro, yes. What do you mean, dude?
Do you notice how the sun is partially occluded? Have you ever seen that?
The sun doesn't go under your fucking feet, bro. What are you talking about?
Have you ever seen the sun partially occluded?
It doesn't go
that's
under
interesting.
you, bro.
Hold on, CB. Now they're talking about something interesting. The occlusion, occluded by. So what this occultation is because of physical obstruction.
Did you just say occultation?
A physical obstruction of something.
Yes.
That's so wonderful, dude. I would have just said occlusion,
really.
but occultation,
bro,
that goes hard.
The sun goes underneath your feet, dummy. That's crazy. That's fucking retarded, bro.
No, I think that what's under your feet is the dirt.
Yeah, so you think that the sun goes below your ground level?
No, I think the sun's above your head.
It goes below your ground level.
It said that sun rises, and sunset.
Yeah,
I think the part
in relation to what?
Actually, does he think it actually
in relation to what? The sun rises in relation to what? Hello? The sun rises and sets in relation to what?
The ground.
You mean sea level?
Right.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
You just asked a flat earther to give you your bullshit back, but I would not even. I mean, the sun doesn't rise and the sun doesn't set. What's actually moving is the earth.
The sun goes underneath your.
No, the sun isn't moving, dingus.
Retarded, dude.
The sun's not moving. It's standing still, dude.
You're saying the sun's not moving now?
He doesn't believe in galaxies.
Yeah. Bro, you can literally see the sun moving.
Well, I mean, relative to our galactic inertial frame, yeah. I mean,
bro,
my bad, gamer. I thought we were. Well, yeah, relative to the sun's like there. It's like standing still like a motherfucker. What's actually moving like a little speedy little bitch? That's the Earth.
Not really, it's moving, bro. But also, you think the sun? Whoever's talking about
the sun, got movement, dude.
Yeah, bro. But you think the sun goes below your feet, which is
no. The sun doesn't go anywhere. But what's moving is the Earth. It's rotating.
No, the Earth doesn't move. Whoever says that is retarded, bro. Period.
That's your best argument.
Are you in a building right now? Right now, currently,
no, I'm touching grass right now. No, I'm touching grass.
So you're outside. So you're looking at buildings.
No, I'm looking at grass.
So you're outside right now, where their buildings exist.
I mean, I can't see any, but yeah.
Hey, dummy, are you outside or inside?
I'm outside.
Okay, so are there buildings near you?
No.
So you're just in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Kind of, not really.
So are there buildings nearby you? Do you live somewhere, motherfucker? Do you live somewhere?
34,100.
Hold on. Does this motherfucker live in a building, or are you homeless?
That depends when you're asking.
Are you homeless, or do you live in a building?
So it's called urban camping.
Motherfucker, do you live somewhere, or do you not have somewhere to live? Period.
That depends on the day.
Just answer the question, dumb fuck, or we'll just mute you. Period.
He's living in his college's campus.
This is bullshit. That they're like, oh, I don't live in a building. Yeah, well, you think that the Earth moves. Okay.
Yeah,
if you're in a building, if you live in a building, if you have a bedroom that's inside of a motherfucking building, you think that it's moving with the Earth, and that is a fact.
And what does the restroom have to do with the Earth moving? I don't get that.
He just told us that the sun is rising and setting, and now he's telling us it's not the sun.
Well, the sun isn't doing anything. The sun is standing still like a motherfucker.
The sun rises.
Oh my god!
Now you're telling us it doesn't do any of that, yeah?
It just sits there right there. It sits there like an obese grandma.
If the sun doesn't move, how can it rise and set?
Bro, I'm trying to cook right now.
Rise or set if it doesn't move?
It doesn't. It stands still like a motherfucker. What's rotating is the Earth.
Dude, you can see it moving across the sky. You sound dumb.
No, what you're observing is the Earth rotating.
Not fucking really, because then you would have to say that you're in a building that's fucking moving, and that's retarded.
Why is it weird for a building to be moving, but not weird for the grass to be moving? What's special?
Fucking move, dude. What do you mean, bro?
But grass moves. Grass moves. Grass has movement.
Yeah,
grass is in the building.
Not because the Earth is moving, you fucking retard.
When have you seen grass move?
Because of wind and shit. What do you mean? What the fuck?
What about
That's
rocks?
nothing
Do
to do
rocks
with the Earth
move?
moving. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, it's
Do
like
rocks move?
measuring a football field and then after measuring it, then saying, yeah, that's a spherical football field.
That's fucking retarded. Listen, if you're in a building, the building that you're in doesn't
I'm
fucking
not in a
move,
building,
dude. It's on the
dude.
ground, which isn't moving at all. When
No,
you
but
look up in the
it's
sky, do you see
rotating.
the sun moving across the sky? Well, maybe you're just seeing the sun moving across the sky.
No, the sun's not moving. The Earth is moving. It's
That's
actually
literally
rotating.
what you see, retard. What do you mean, dude?
No, what you see is the Earth rotating.
Not really. You don't see that fucking at all, dude.
Not really? I mean, it just is.
No, you can literally watch the sun moving across the sky. I'll post a video in the chat. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, what you're looking at is the Earth rotating, dude.
Not fucking really, bro. 'Cause I'm in a building and buildings don't fucking move, dude.
Buildings rotate too, gamer.
Not really, retard. Buildings don't move, dude. You sound dumb, dude.
They all move, dude.
No, they fucking don't, dude. You're retarded.
Reprove that the Earth is in fact moving and the sun is
The
stationary.
fuck?
Prove it.
Oh, buildings move. You sound retarded, bro.
We can just do the what do you call it? The Foucault pendulums.
No.
Yeah,
I've made one myself.
No.
I made a Foucault pendulum myself, dude.
Foucault
Not really, bro.
Foucault pendulum.
Movement proves its movement, dude. It's got that movement.
Yeah, pendulums don't just sit there and move on their own.
Listen, man, Killian, you just don't got movement. I got movement.
Explain it. Explain your setup of your experiment,
Right, so we have a Foucault pendulum.
Explain it.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't display the same thing as the sun.
The claim was about the Earth moving. Was that not what we're talking
you
about?
don't fucking see that, dude. Not even a little.
No, you do on the pendulum, dude.
No, you fucking don't.
Go to a science museum, watch it.
Yeah, but you have to start the pendulum moving. It doesn't just move on its own, for starters, and then you watch the pendulum itself moving, not the Earth. Holy fuck, dude.
Well, the reason why it appears to be moving
it's not appearing
is because the Earth is moving.
Itself.
Explain your setup.
Why would it randomly move in a way that's proportional to latitude?
You had to start it, bro.
Why would the rate at which it moves be proportional to the latitude at which the pendulum is? Why would that be the case?
You had to kickstart the shit.
No, it is. You can predict exactly.
Move on its own.
You need to start that.
Oh my god, dude.
Dude, the Foucault pendulum doesn't just move on its own. It has to be started up. First of all,
why does the rate of its desync? Why is that proportional to your latitude on the globe?
No, you're not addressing the part that you have to start the fucking Foucault pendulum.
Yes, you have to build one. I agree. You have to build one.
No, not that you have to build it. You have to start it moving. You have to kick start it in its motion.
What you're saying is that everyone has just agreed to kickstart it at the right pace, depending on where they are, latitude-wise. It's called collaboration.
When you set up an experiment, you follow the instructions that are given. They tell you what you need to do in order to observe the same thing that they've produced. Now, what's required with the Foucault pendulum is a constant energy input in order for you to observe the pendulum processing.
So what you're telling me is if I remove the airplane.
If you remove the energy input from the experiment, the Foucault pendulum stops processing. It stops moving.
Right, but what you're telling me is that
where is your movement?
You're saying if I do the experiment right here in the great state of Louisiana, and then I drive all the way to Canada and I do it there, I'm going to get the same result? Is that your testimony today?
It's not an experiment.
Did you?
Wait, did you disagree with anything I just said, Killian?
To it, yes or no?
Wait, Killian, did you disagree with anything I just said?
Yeah, I heard everything you said.
Wait, what did I say that you disagreed with? What did I say that you disagreed with?
Because you have to set up this experiment in both locations. You won't even let me finish, Fundy Mute Boy.
What did I say that you disagreed with?
When you ask a question,
the fact that you're gonna change your location, observe the claim precession based on these two different. Oh my gosh, man!
Yeah. Do they just always forget what you say?
What's the
Jesus fucking Christ, bro!
Gotcha. Okay, so the number one rule of journalism: when you ask someone a question, you have to let them answer without interrupting. So Killian, would you like to answer that question?
Thank you, brother. So again, from the standpoint of we set up your Foucault experiment in 2 different locations, right? I don't disagree with you that you're going to observe a precession if you set it up effectively. What I'm attacking is your point in setting up your experiment, right, that requires an energy input. If you do not input the energy into your experiment, the experiment stops working. And that's a problem because you're no longer observing natural law when you input energy into an experiment. Thank you for the space.
All right, so I unmuted you from now on. In the future, I'm going to ask that you govern yourself so that I don't have to govern you because I don't like governing.
Understood, Mr. Koopa. Thank you, Bowser. Killian, if I did that, exact, precise methodology, maybe I repeated it 1,000 times in Louisiana, and then I drove all the way down to Mexico, kept on driving to Panama, and I redid it in Panama, which is now part of America. You believe that the results would be the same? What's baffling is then we drive all the way back to Louisiana, we do the exact same steps, and now we get the Louisiana results. Oh, let's try it again in Canada. Oh, it's different. Oh my god, dude, it's like uniquely locating you on the globe. Why do the results of the pendulum depend on your latitude?
What the guy said to you, man. Why not addressing what he said?
What's interesting is that if you go to a different city at the same latitude, same results. Go to the same city, different latitude, different results. Why is that, Killian?
Are you going to keep skating past my critique of your experiment?
Wait, hold on. Are you going to answer my question?
Well, I asked it first, by the way. I attacked your experiment.
You didn't. You asked a question in response to my question.
No, I attacked your experiment. If you were actually listening to what I...
Wait, what did I say?
Why is it so difficult to talk to you? Are you like a little child? You can't control yourself? Do you need somebody... Oh, really? I'm retarded.
Yeah.
So again, my question to you is, in setting up the experiment, explain to everybody here in the room how you set up your Foucault experiment.
Did you just say Foucault?
Foucault pendulum, you heard me. I didn't say it the way you like it? I'm sorry, did I offend your emotions? Did I say
you get a big ball. No, we're at step 1. You get a big ball. Then we get some rope. Next, we get 3 sticks and we make a little tripod. Connect rope to tripod. Make it tight. Hang ball from tripod. Make sure it hung by giant rod. Steel rod. We tracking? We tracking?
You already did it wrong.
Wait, what did I say that was wrong? Anyway, all you have to do, then all you do.
You don't fuck up. It doesn't know what
did I say that was wrong?
You fucked up, bro.
Go ahead. This is what happens all the time, right?
Wait, hold on, they're not going to remember. They're not even going to say what was wrong. They're just going to say it's wrong without even articulating it because they're fucking retarded.
Let's observe this thing that you're claiming
right now. Just relax, dude.
And figure out what
the actual They're just going to say, oh, this is wrong. How is it wrong? Oh, I don't know.
You're yapping, bro. You're yapping, dude. Just relax.
Retarded.
Just relax.
Well, anyway, why is it the case that the result...
Dude, chill.
Depend on latitude, but not on longitude. What's going on?
Yeah, we'll get to you in a second. Just relax. Go ahead and enter the break. Cook this guy?
Oh yeah, he failed his premise. His premise 1 and premise 2 were incohesive. I give it a fail.
What's the premise 1?
Yeah, I don't have to help him prove his premises.
You don't know. You don't know.
Dude, they're retarded.
What
Listen,
premise?
Bro. We'll get to you in a second, Britnat. I don't even know why you're chiming in, dude. Just relax, bro.
The fact that the stoner is the most coherent person here.
Yeah, Britnat, is it my responsibility to prove the premise?
You claimed there was a logical contradiction, something that didn't follow, and you can't articulate what happened. You don't even know.
Do you even know what your first premise is?
Well, you're on a ride with CB right now. I would have stopped you way earlier.
Wait, so you're going to claim that something is quote unquote incohesive, And then he'll ask you, wait, what is it? And then you just don't know.
Your first premise is, bro.
Because you're retarded. You don't remember anything. You just make up shit.
This is your
You don't know what the pendulum is, man. You don't know what the
fuck up. Do you even know what your own
problem?
Does he even know what his own premise is? He doesn't know. Bro, we're shit retarded. We're just gonna move on.
And we are live.
Dude, we're fucking live, bro. We are live, dude. Bro, why are you even here, dude? Like, are you bored, bro?
Yeah, well, I'm waiting for a train, so I'm just listening to what you guys talk.
Dude, you're like bored, bro.
Yeah, I've got nothing else to do. I'm just standing around.
Dude, like, why don't you go do something else, dude? Like, this is a flat earther This is a flat earther chat. Like, what are you doing here?
I wanted to watch the rest of that conversation. Why did it stop?
This doesn't have shit to do with you. Like,
because he doesn't know what the difference between the pendulum and the plumb bob. Yeah? In order to be a pendulum, you need to swing back and forward. In order to do so, someone needs to swing it.
Yeah,
that's not.
Yeah?
That's not
And
what
once you start swinging, you need to continue swinging, otherwise it's going to lose motion. Yeah? And if it loses motion, you don't have deviation.
Yeah, George, what the last thing I heard was that, I mean, that sounds like a different sort of new critique, right? What I heard initially was that into the breaks that there was an error with something that Ree said, and he didn't even know what it was.
Yeah, the whole premise was wrong, because the Foucault pendulum is meant to be swinging north-south for the deviation to occur west to east. Yeah? Now, for that to happen, you need an equatorial plane. In other words, you need a horizontal plane of reference in order to do this, because north, south, east, and west are horizontal vectors. Yeah? So once that you have your equatorial plane, now you swing the pendulum north-south. Yeah? And the deviation is not constant. And the deviation is not constant. Why? Because you need to continue to push.
So what does Ree think about that? Are you gonna?
If it stops swinging, it becomes a plumb bob.
Oh my! Just like a crane, a construction crane shows it's stationary.
Bro, and you've changed your name fucking again, dude. Trying to hide yourself on some loser shit.
Never.
Bro, you've got like 15 sock accounts. What do you even mean?
This is the same account. Just look at my username.
You changed your name again, dude.
It's a nickname, not my username.
It's not a nickname. It's your sock account, bro. What do you mean?
Okay, whatever you say. Whatever you say.
All right, bro. Like, you just want to not be Britnat? Like, what the fuck? Like, bro. Just pipe down. Like, no one wants to talk to you right now. We're doing a thing right now. We'll come back to you in a second.
No, I don't want to talk to me either. I want to talk to Ree.
Then stop yapping, bro. Why are you yapping, dude? We'll come back to you in a second.
He wants to be pedantic about the terminology.
These niggas be changing their names 15 times in a year. Like, bro.
I'm not done anything. I've not even debated. What are you talking
about? You done changed your name 15 times this year, bro. Come on, bro. It's 2025. You've already changed your name 15 times, dude. Like, just...
It's sus, dude.
It's sus, bro.
It's the same account. I don't know what you want me to do.
It's a different fucking name, dude. How do you not understand that?
I go to other rooms.
Yo, you change your name 15 times a fucking month, dude. On some, like, loser shit, bro. Like, changing your name and shit, bro. Like, no one wants to talk to you. We're going to talk to actual people right now.
You want to talk to me, Christian, but I know.
Nah, I really do. We don't give a fuck about you, bro. Just mute up.
You're my biggest fan.
Just mute up. We'll come back to you later when we're actually bored. We're not bored right now. So, who were we talking to?
And we do care about you, Brett.
Not really.
We're talking to Ree. Looking for
yeah, Ree's fucking retarded. So I mean, I think we're done here, honestly.
Pointing it out, I mean, Foucault pendulum, the setup, that's cool, right? It requires an energy input. The issue is we look at construction cranes that work every day, and we know the crane operator works the crane, he brings loads up, pause, changes them, relocates things as needed, so on and so forth. But from a standpoint of when that crane operator stops using his crane, he deveins the crane, he takes the active line out of the crane so it's no longer functional so that it can move with the elements should the wind pick up overnight, things like that. But from a standpoint of it actually showing a precession, it doesn't show anything. So again, you have to set up your experiment of this observation to claim the evidence. If you don't have the setup of the experiment, you can't claim the evidence of the Foucault's pendulum.
He said bring loads up, pause.
It's true.
You're fucking funny, dude.
Bro, could be a penthouse load, it could be a 9th floor load, never know. But
Yeah, that shit had me weak, bro. That's hilarious. Anyway. I don't know, dude. Reed's fucking retarded. I don't even know why we talked to this fucking retard. We have Basil here as well. Basil, what's going on? Welcome, Basil. We also have Fry. What's going on, Basil? How are you, sir?
Good.
Do you have any reaction? Or,
welcome to the chat.
No, not really. So I don't have even a single knowledge about flat Earth or even round Earth. I'm here to learn. So which position is good regarding the argument? So I don't know much thing about it. It is why I'm here.
Fair enough. We can help you with that. Listen, man, the better position is definitely flat Earth. I mean, there's multiple reasons. But I mean, when it comes to the globe, is that something you understand a little, or are you still learning about the globe?
I'm still learning about the globe.
What about flat Earth? Is that something you know a lot about, a little, or you're still learning?
I'm still learning about it. Let alone that, especially in my country, it is kind of like new for me. Yep. So we don't get exposed to so many things about flat Earth and etc.
That's fine.
Where you located, brother? Sorry, CV.
Yeah, I mean that's a good question.
No, you're good, brother. I just want to ask where Basil's located.
Yeah. Go ahead. Maybe he's shy. So, if you know a little bit, you're still learning about the globe. What is some stuff you know about the globe? Let's start there.
What I know about the globe. So, it is because of the apparent of the Earth, and then there are so many. Especially when I was a kid, we learned about the globe when I was a kid, right? So, and then the shape in itself in the portrait in itself, and then we accept it as like the Earth is globe. That's it.
Yeah. What about flat Earth? What are some things you understand?
Similar to my story.
Since you understand both, go ahead.
So about the flat Earth, so I don't have any particular knowledge about it. So I think it took my interest when I watched a documentary about it, but I don't quite understand about that. There are a lot of explanations by using, I don't know whether it is physics or math, I don't know, but they're using so many scales, and then it seemed hurting my brain though.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we can definitely help you, bro. I mean, that's our whole goal, is to sort of give you what our position is, and then you can do whatever you want with that. But I think that, like most people, they have no clue what our position is. They're just guessing. And oftentimes when they guess, they get it wrong. So let us give you our position for real, and you can chew on that. How does that sound?
It's good.
All right, let's talk about. For the moment, let's just wave a magic wand. God damn, I wish I had a soundboard. Let's for a moment wish that we're all globe earthers. Everyone in here is a globe earther. Let's just imagine that. If that were the case, the worldview that we would imagine to exist does not end at just the globe itself, because the globe is claimed to be an object within a large place called the universe. Now, the boundaries of that universe have not been reached. The shape of that universe is not known. It's a very large place that hasn't been fully explored, and the shape of it is certainly not known. These are some characteristics that also apply to Flat Earth. Now, you just have to be very careful of comparing the globe, which is an object in a place, to a flat Earth, which is not an object in a place. Typically what I say is that flat Earth is not a thing in a place, it is the place. Just like the universe, right? The universe is not a thing in a place, it is the place. Okay, and then the shape of that is not known. No one knows what the shape of the universe is. No one has reached any boundaries, etc. And so those characteristics also apply to Flat Earth. The shape of this reality that we exist within, unknown. The boundaries, unreached. At least in my opinion. So, you cannot compare the globe and the flat Earth are apples to oranges. They're not even close. They're not alike at all. Because the globe is a thing in a place. The flat Earth is not a thing in a place. If you think the flat Earth is like a thing in a place, then you would have to assume the solar system where you have like a sun and a Mercury and a Venus and then some sort of flat Earth plus a bunch of other planets. You've got it wrong. That's not the right idea. So I typically say that the flat Earth is more like the universe, which doesn't have a defined shape, boundaries unreached, huge place, not fully explored. This is the reality that we exist within. That's what the flat Earth is. It
stationary,
exists within.
Exactly. No. Stationary topographical plane, baby.
Yeah.
So it covers the vast universe, right? Like the whole universe that we are being part of.
Basically, bro. Yes.
Imagine the Earth being the bottom, the footbed of the entire design, and the sky rotates around above that.
Yeah, this is the embed of reality.
I see, nice one.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to just give someone a brochure that has all the details of what flat Earth is. But if you were to take like a random sample of 10 people off the street and you mention flat Earth, well, they're going to start thinking of the solar system where you have all the planets and then some sort of flat planet existing inside of it. Well, that's the wrong idea. So, that's my starting point for anyone new to this topic, is that it's the characteristics of the flat Earth, which is hard to grasp and hard to teach people. Well, those are more like the universe, which is a very, very large place where the shape is not necessarily known, nor could you know that. Go ahead, Basil.
Even the basic concept in itself, I feel like that I have to wrap my head around it properly, though. So because I think it is not easy, since I have, let's say, like the education that we path in itself. I think we have a lot of portraits of the globe in itself, and then and also special the pictures from NASA, and it is part of the education in itself. And I get when I was a kid, so.
Mic check.
Yeah, we hear you.
Good to hear from your brother Larry.
Yeah, Larry Cook, bro. Hank, dude.
How y'all doing, man? Everything good on your side of the realm?
The realm? I mean, that's a good word for it. Yeah, facts. Go ahead, bro. Cook, bro.
Yeah, so I know you guys probably know that I'm a Bible thumper, and a realm is basically a kingdom.
Yeah.
So,
amen.
That's kind of how I see this place, because I still struggle with the the nomenclature, the vocabulary, because I still want to say the words that I was programmed with the government school. Anytime you hear the word public, it means government. Anytime you hear the word private, it means like an individual that's outside of commerce and government, like private property. Right? So if someone says this is private property, you could say who owns it. Right? So if someone says this is public property, you know who owns it. It's the government. So the government schools have done a really good job at programming us, in my opinion. But I think we're breaking that programming, because once you realize that, absent, someone giving up their authority, because I don't have a problem with bootlickers who thank the cops for ticketing them for victimless crimes and traffic stuff. Like, I don't have a problem with that. But why would you give your authority away so easily? Like, all these people with received ideas, it's like, they give away their agency. Like, why wouldn't you want to be a free agent? And I guess the only reason I can come up with is because people are scared.
Amen. Look at the word planet, right? Just saying that word inserts a whole series of leaps of logic.
False evidence appearing real.
Oh my. Went out to dinner last night with friends of the family, and I had this conversation with a 10-year-old. She's like, "Mr. Watson, look up in the sky, look at the planets." And I said, "How do you know that that's an actual planet?" And she asked me, "What do you mean?" And I said, how do you know that there's in fact land in the sky? How do you know that that's not just a light up there? And she's like, "Wow."
That wow is wonder, right? Because
exactly.
I can still look up at the sky and go, wow, what is that, right? But the Globers, they think they got it all figured out. They don't have that wow anymore. They're just like, oh, it's Jupiter, lumpy gas in a vacuum, I know. Like, no, you don't know.
Right. And how dare we rob children that experience? And kudos to you, Killian, for giving that back, that child, allowing them to be able to experience that wonderment. Oh, well, okay, yeah. What is it then? What is that
brother.
thing? Never got the chance to ask, what is that thing? And they did. They were just simply declared to them what it is. And on what basis? something that child can verify to be true?
That wow was stolen from me from the age of about 5 to about 33. So when I was 3, I asked my dad, "What is that?" And I was pointing at the moon. And he was like, "That's the moon, right?" I didn't experience that until I was 33, until 2015. Once I experienced that again, I was like, wow, what is that thing? And like, that's a better place to be, I think. Like, still inquiring into your 30s instead of thinking like, old dog, new trick, I got it all figured out. I think the plastic version of myself where I can change my mind and take in new information and question things is a much better, more mature version of myself than the previous version where I thought I got it all figured out. And by plastic, I mean fluid, malleable, like changing. Sometimes plastic means fake. Another thing the Glovers always say, they always say, like, you guys won't change your mind. Like, we're the ones that have already changed our paradigm and had the shift. You're the one that's not capable of, like, changing your mind.
I love the word planet. It sounds like they planned it.
And Creation Bet is live. Or it is illegal to make fun of the Globe-Tard.
He ain't dead. Quantum Racer complimented me today. He said I used to be good at debating. That was cool. That was nice. I always thought I sucked compared to other people.
You still are, but you used to, too.
Thank you, man. That shit caught me off guard. I didn't expect that. I was like, damn, that was nice. What's gonna bug me for the rest of the night is, did he use the wrong letter on purpose?
Talking about
What?
Who used the wrong letter? What?
Earlier, the guy, he said CMT or something like that. And I was like, CM... now I'm all tired. I can't think straight. He said the wrong letter on purpose to see if I would catch it. But I wonder if he misspoke. CDM. He said something like CDT or something. He changed up one letter. And he said that he did it on purpose.
CMB.
So I'm wondering, Cold Dark Matter, Lambda CDM. He changed one letter and said that he did it on purpose. I think about stupid shit like that sometimes.
Cosmic microwave background.
I usually don't stay up this late. I should probably go to bed. One time somebody accused me of misrepresenting my own argument. So I strawmanned myself.
Wait, what?
Yeah. One time somebody accused me of misrepresenting my own argument. As I was presenting my argument, they said, "You're misrepresenting that argument."
How? What was the what were you presenting? What idea?
It was information theory. And then it was irreducible complexity. And then it was functional sequence specified complexity. Somewhere in there I got cut off and misrepresented my own argument. Can you believe that? As I was presenting my argument, I was simultaneously misrepresenting my argument.
Yeah, it's too funny.
And I think it was followed by stereotype and personal attacks.
So par for the course then.
This stuff is funny. Like, I don't know where debating was when I was younger, but man, I was like, the debate club, that sounds stupid. I want to play some football. I want to crack some heads. It's like now that I'm older, like, everybody should debate. Everybody should listen to debates. Everybody should listen to court dates. I mean, court hearings. They should, like, why aren't we live streaming court hearings and blotting out the identity of people who testify that need to be protected? Like, they could just put them behind, like, a glass screen that only the jury could see and not be broadcasted to the public. And just scramble their voice and their identity.
Yeah, there's a lot to that. Especially when we get to entertaining evidence. The big thing that I found is like people don't understand the difference between circumstantial, direct, and inconclusive evidence. And these are the three types of evidence that get classed in court. When things are brought forward, it's like, hey, I got the fingerprint at the scene of the crime. Cool. Circumstantial. But I have the guy on film committing the crime. Direct. Examples, of course.
in this arena, people don't understand the different kind of evidences. Like I often clown on people and say, "Oh, you believed it because you saw it on TV." It's like, no, I don't. Oh, so you believe it because you heard someone say it then? It's like, you just believe all stories that people tell you, or just the ones you like? Or just the ones the government schools told you?
Which is hypocritical.
Fairy tales, mathemagics, religiosophy, and shady inferences. Talking about Globers and their arguments. I love it when they accuse me of being dishonest when I'm asking a question. That's like my favorite. It's like, oh, I'm asking a dishonest question. Am I? How does one ask a dishonest question? There's lies in your questions. Your questions are full of lies.
A loaded question. I guess that could be considered dishonest.
Right, but that would be a loaded question, not a dishonest question.
Right, yeah, I guess you got me there. Okay.
Only statements can be dishonest. Oh, another one they do all the time. That's not what I'm saying. Right? That's basically you're straw manning yourself. Or you're straw manning me. Like, no, that's my argument. That's why it's coming out of my mouth and not yours. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Those are the words that are coming out of my mouth. So, why do they... Does anyone else think this is hilarious, the things that they do? Science doesn't prove anything. The other side of the mouth. You're a science denier.
Well, let's talk about that for a hot second. Like, what is science? Is science the study of nature, or is science the creation of nature?
I think most people understand when they hear the word science it to mean the scientific method, natural science, natural philosophy, whatever you call it. It's that method of inquiry in search of cause and effect relationships.
Right, method of inquiry, not method of creation, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, brother. This is where I think we've lost the horse versus the carriage. Which comes first?
And I think people think that all philosophy is science, where it's supposed to be all science is philosophy, but not all philosophy qualifies as science.
Question: do you need science to make observations?
You need observations to make science.
Yeah, but do you need science to make observations?
In certain instances.
Or sorry, observations to make science. Sorry, backwards. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, in certain situations, I guess you would need science to make observations, because how are you going to observe the results of the experiment if you're not looking? But normally you need observations to make science. That's why when back in a few years ago, the globe earthers were saying the first step of a scientific method is to ask a question. Right? So I started trolling the shit out of them and I said, well, why are boobs good? Are we doing science yet? And they stopped that shit.
Yeah, real life has to exist first in order for the science to proceed. If real life didn't exist, how does science come into play? Or maybe that's just too base of an explanation.
You have to observe the natural phenomenon first. And the whole idea of making up your own version of the scientific method, like, where's the cutoff point? Like, I've asked them, like, if you're watching a porno, is that science? They're like, yeah, you're observational science. Like, really? Like, you think that, like, that's science? Like, what's that guy staring at over there? Oh, don't worry about him. He's a scientist. He's observing.
Looking for real life.
Can you imagine staring at somebody and they're like, what are you doing? It's like, I'm doing science right now. Only globe earthers believe, only the anti-flat earthers believe that shit. So does that mean that blind people can't do science? Well, they can hear things and try to figure out what's causing that noise in the woods. And if it was a frog and they stepped on it, I guess they would figure out what made that noise. Right? Am I rambling a bit? I apologize.
No, you're totally good, brother.
So blind people in the woods have a better chance of doing science than astronomers and theoretical astrophysicists.
Yeah, at least the blind people are in a real place.
That's the problem with these globers. They all identify as astronauts. We went to the moon. It's like, no, bro, put your feet on the ground. Like, you're here, right here. Like on the dirt, outside where the earthworms live. That's where the earth is. Put your toes in the sand, in between the sea and the land. They all got their heads in the clouds. Remember that one college student? She said, I don't know if I'm in the middle of the Pacific Ocean right now. The hard solipsist. Like, that's what the schools are teaching? And the whole idea of overpopulation. Like, who are these extra humans? Right? Let me guess. Africa, right? Those are the extra humans that are like mold on bread. Or what is it, South America, right? Are those the ones? Well, show me these extra humans that are breathing up all the rich man's air. I often ask myself, how did our ancestors, our grandparents and such, let things get so bad? And then I go back and look at lobotomies and like they used to lock people up in the crazy houses. Like, oh, okay. That's how they did it. I mean, they gave a lobotomy to JFK's little sister, and then they gave him a live lobotomy in Dallas, Texas.
Oh my.
You never heard it put that way?
No, that was pretty epic.
That was my first conspiracy theory, by the way. I was born in Dallas. So, yeah, I went down that path at a young age.
It's lucky the individual that shot that bullet wasn't subject to the effects of Coriolis.
Or subject to the fact that his rifle wasn't sighted in.
Amen.
You ever try to shoot somebody with a rifle that ain't sighted in? It ain't easy. Especially with what he didn't get a good shot, so he shot like 3 times. I can't remember, it's been a while. So that means that he was like calculating on the fly on a moving target with a rifle that wasn't sighted in. So he didn't sight the gun in. He adjusted with his mind and got that extremely difficult target. I mean, if you believe the official story, the official conspiracy theory that a lone gunman pulled it off, working in a book depository. I wonder if the CIA had anything to do with like those government books and Pergamon Press. You know, the books that come from Ghislaine Maxwell's father, who owned Pergamon Press. I wonder if that was all connected. But, you know, what the hell do I know? There's that Rumble channel, Fresh and Fit. They had a JFK video maybe past couple years, like maybe a year ago. And it was like a former cop. And I watched that one. That was like the most recent JFK thing that I watched. But I think they recently released JFK stuff and like blamed it on the CIA.
Did you see the motion stabilized, upscaled like 4K Zapruder film?
No. Would you like?
I got a crazy theory about it, but I don't know if I can't stream it here, and I'll probably get banned if I say it.
Can you just privately send it to me?
Yeah.
Is it the one where the trees are floating or not?
No. Like, it's all motion stabilized, so like all the jerkiness has been taken out of it, and like the only thing you see is like that black obfuscation that's been intentionally done to hide what happens on that last moment. But you can get a pretty good idea, because I'm really into body language and like posture and shit. You can get. I postured like a kind of a weird theory that maybe something quite different happened than most people think, and it's the reason why there's so much like obfuscation about the entire topic. Hold on, I'll bring it up.
Well, I don't trust the film. I'll just put it that way. They had like 6 years to Mary Poppins the shit out of that film.
Yeah. Well, it used to have intentional damage on it, right? So they cleaned it up as best they could, and it's still missing like a couple 20, 30 frames because they just magically disappeared, right?
Yeah, like the 12 minutes of missing tapes. Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see. I think I've not. Yeah. Here, I'll send it to you. Sorry, who are you?
I am Larry.
Okay, Larry. Oh, yeah, we've talked before. Okay. If you hit play, just let me know where you're at, and I'll hit it at the same time, so I can just like walk you through basically what I'm. I got banned from the Destiny server just by playing this. Kind of crazy. Technically, I guess it is gore, but
Yeah, just send it to me. Don't put it in here.
no, I won't. I already did.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's pending.
No, it went through. It says. Maybe you got to add me. I don't know.
Yeah, I probably gotta add you.
Oh, now we're friends.
I got security profile. Oop, there it is.
Yeah.
All right, start of the video and loading, retrieving ad. Now.
Okay. So basically, you're just seeing everything motion stabilized and like coming up, but as he comes around the corner, basically, you're going to start seeing these black bars kind of come up with like the intentional damage that's been done. They're trying to basically cover up what's happening in the final moment. I'm really big on like just the last little bit. Like you see what looks to basically you see like he reaches into his pocket. He's already been hit twice. Reaches into his like right with his right hand, reaches into his vest, and it almost looks like he's got something under his chin or in his mouth. And then fucking the bullet goes straight up. You know what I mean? The shot was so low, it should have went through the windshield, but it didn't. It almost looks like he put like something in his mouth and fucking blap. So like the theory that I had was, what if he's already been shot twice? He doesn't want anybody in the car to get hurt, and say he wants to go out on his own terms. What if he did it himself to finish himself off? Basically, just kind of like throw a wrench in it, and or like some people say that maybe Jackie helped him, but let's just look at his body language right up there. It looks like he's reaching into his pocket, under the chin or in the mouth, because that's what they're trying to obfuscate, right? The U.S. doesn't ever want to see itself in a position of let itself be seen in a position of like disarray or unpower, whatever the hell you want to say, right? I'm open to all possibilities. I just thought it was kind of interesting.
Hey, if he did it himself.
Yeah. Well, he finished himself off because he's already hit twice, right? And he doesn't want anybody else to get hurt. Maybe go out in his own terms and kind of just say, fuck you to the whole system. Just walk blip.
If she did it, why would she chase after what she was after?
I don't think she did it, but like that's some people's theory, but poor woman, man. I feel so bad for her. Like, that's just like absolutely traumatizing. Like, not cool at all.
He was the first Roman Catholic president. But when people get ill and they get sick, sometimes they kind of, lose that fear of death, and I think he went against the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, Federal Reserve and kind of like criminal elements of the status quo. You're going to get taken out. Same thing with possibly Patton as well, possibly.
Who's Patton?
General Patton from World War II. Basically, he was like, I'm going to run for president, clean this fucking whole thing up, and prosecute these sons of bitches, who was actually responsible. And then he got into that really benign car accident. Somebody just backed into him, and he got whiplash so bad that he was quadriplegic until he expired.
Wow.
Because he's like, no, we can't stop. Like, after Japan was defeated, they're like, no, we can't stop. Like, we got to keep going to fight the Soviets. Like, we defeated the wrong regime. And nobody wanted anything to do with it, so.
So when it comes down to these things, these events, I often like to take my own perspective and think about it. I often ask people do you understand cause and effect? And I don't have to ask that question here. I think everybody does.
Yeah.
And then once they answer, I say, who killed Kennedy? And they'll give their little answer or whatever. And then I say, was it the guy who pulled the trigger, or was it the guy who gave him a convertible?
Something in that film too that's really interesting. Like, you see those this little reflective square that's kind of jumping around all over the place. They're actually highlighting the reflection of the windshield of the motorcycle that's going behind them. They're trying to highlight it because a lot of people say that they can see the reflection of what's his name, Lee Harvey Oswald, on the roof, and they highlight that for a little a couple seconds. That's pretty crazy detail though. And who knows? Maybe it was on the roof because apparently there's just multiple shots going all over the place.
Well, this one's heavily doctored.
Yeah, and of course it is. Yeah, it's totally. But so was the OG Zapruder film that they released. It looked like the limo driver turned around and finished him off, and that's almost something that I believed for a little while because it looked so that looked like that's what happened. But
that's what I was just watching, the limo driver on that.
Yeah, and that's actually almost people say that now that was almost hand drawn in as an obfuscation tactic. But that I almost believed that that sounded that made a lot of sense to me too at the time. But that clearly didn't happen.
It's weird that I don't actually have a belief on what happened.
It doesn't matter, I'm open to most possibilities, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. You know why he died, so that's about all you need.
I heard that the same what's the guy who works at the morgue, but he works for the county? What are they called?
Oh, the coroner?
Yeah, the coroner. I heard the same coroner that worked for JFK worked for that S&H Connecticut thing that we probably shouldn't talk about.
Not sure what that is, I guess.
S&H from Connecticut?
No. I'm being retarded right now, probably, but...
Yeah, I think I should probably avoid that one.
Okay. Connecticut.
He was the same coroner for another event that happened in 2012.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love talking about that one, man. That one has so many inconsistencies and just.
Talk about it though, but
I know. I can't resist though. Like, oh, there's. Yeah, that one just reeks like shit. And like, I don't even really care who hears it. Like, more sensitive places, they don't want to talk about it. That's fine. But like, people that are just damn convinced that it's like that, this like the general narrative happened. It's just ridiculous.
the TV is a powerful weapon.
Yeah.
A powerful drug.
But then you start seeing like trends and kind of thing, like, these tactics that they think these little inconsistencies, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, even like on what is it? The storming of the the insurrection, storming the Capitol and stuff like that. That one's a really good one for me too.
See if you can find what happened on November the 8th. I think it was 1983. Let me see if I can find it. What is up with this full screen?
I don't see I don't see anything on November 8th, 1983.
Let me see. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
7th, 1983.
Yeah, the last night, November 7th. Oh, it's, yeah. Let's see. I forgot that this happened. Susan. Oh, yeah, she got pardoned by, didn't she get pardoned by, Obama?
I don't know. That's true. That's crazy.
Yeah, somebody did. I can't. Hold on a second. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't condone any of this.
They were in there for a while. Yeah, I don't condone it either, but like they were in there for a while.
Savage.
Let's see.
When you guys close up your conspiracy chat, I have some questions for Brother Qua about this realm that we're in. No, you're good. Don't apologize, brother.
Go ahead. You know, us seekers can't help it.
Bill Clinton in 2001 pardoned Rosenberg.
So, Brother Qua, with your research on what you shared regarding conspiracies, but coming back to this place that we're in, what are your thoughts about this realm that we live in?
Out of respect for all of you guys, I've answered this question many times, and sometimes I've been dogpiled. Other times I've been like kicked out completely. I just say that out of respect, I just say I'm on the fence permanently because you guys got this, and I'm just a firm belief that it doesn't really matter what the shape of it is. We have deep-seated and very prevalent collective psychological issues that we all need to fix first and foremost before anything.
See that's a killer to hear, right? Because we have these like observables, these principles that we can use to reinforce where we are. Beyond appealing to like individuals' mental sets, we have industries that we can appeal to if we allow ourselves to accept that. But as you say, in order for us to accept that, we have to break down the mental constructs that exist.
Yep.
So, again, thank you for answering that. I'll withdraw.
It's a very good. I think it's like the topic of this room is a very good stepping stone for people to use to maybe start questioning certain narratives and figuring stuff out for themselves as well. Because there's a lot of good topics that have been discussed in this room, other than and in the 24/7 server. But I do miss Reckonor a lot. Let's just say that.
You missed Reganor. What happened to Reganor?
He never came back. Like he's just been gone forever.
Oh.
And to this day, I don't know if it was a voice bot or if it was a filter or if it was AI. I don't know, but he was great.
Pretty sure it was a text-to-speech voice thing.
Are you sure? Because it was like he was so on the fly, you know. Like
Ask
he was
him to sing a pitch.
Yeah, like maybe it was just some dude from Austria. Who knows? But like, I've got recordings of him. We were talking conspiracy stuff, and like he I forgot that, like, you know, quoting, like, you know, the theory was he's Austrian, and he actually dropped like a low key like Hitler comment one time, and it was like really tongue in cheek, and it was like so funny. Yeah, I miss that guy. Sure, listen, thank you.
Crazy that we got to use code words for the mustache man.
I don't know. I think he's public. No, he's not public domain now. But somebody owns the intellectual rights to him now, eh? It's like, or they have like for like since it ended. So like somebody gets money every time it's used in media or something like that. I think it's like the state of Bavaria actually owns the intellectual rights to that man.
What?
Yep.
Bavaria?
The state of the eternal state of Bavaria or something like that. Unless they sold it. That'd be crazy if they sold it to somebody. How much do you think it'd be worth?
I bet the owners of Mr. Rogers would buy it up.
Man, Mr. Rogers was also low-key really cool too. Like on some of his earlier stuff, like I'm a firm believer, and like it says kind of, it alludes to this in his biography and stuff like that, that, you know, he was a Presbyterian minister, but he was actually he was bisexual, I guess, but he was like fully preferred to be homosexual. And he saw he had a duty to God, and he made a family, and he did right by them, and he kind of resisted, which is kind of unfortunate, I guess, if that's something he didn't want to do. But some of the earliest black and white episodes that he did, he's talking about the clarinet, and he's thinking, I never was very good at the clarinet. He says, my instructor used to rap my knuckles with the ruler every time I missed the notes, and he's like, this is the reed, and he just like, you have to wet it, and then he just like breaks the fourth wall by just looking straight at the camera and like cock gobbling the entire clarinet with this weird look on his face, and then he just goes back to being normal Mr. Rogers. So funny.
He broke a taboo by swimming with a black man.
Yeah, that's a wonder. He was a wonderful man. Like he was a great person. Like nobody ever had any complaints about him. You know what I mean? I think he did a very good job. People that kind of hold it together in the entertainment industry, I have a lot of respect for.
A boy is a boy from the
same thing with the purple dinosaur Barney guy. He held it together too the entire time while sweating his sack off.
Dang. What about Steve?
Steve who? Steve Jobs?
Blue
Oh, I don't know anything about that. Was after my time, so I don't really know anything about it.
Bad story. Anyway, moving on.
Uh-huh.
I got dark humor sometimes.
Yeah, me too. Depends on the day.
So it sounds like you guys have been able to confirm that these people actually exist. How about guys like Eratosthenes? Are we able to confirm that that guy actually existed? Any proof?
Well, he did have writings under his name. I would assume that he probably existed.
Well, I mean, a man like that, apparently, he should have had like some kind of a tablet. Have they found tablet any actual writings that he created? Or just things that people said he created?
They might have had copies, yeah, but like a lot of like those texts kind of went under the bus with like a religious takeover of monotheism and like Christianity, because like they found some of you know what a palimpsest is, where they kind of just use the vellum in the book again, and they make like a prayer book or something, but underneath the layers of that is actually remnants of like original writings. They found like some of the more famous Greek philosophers' writing is like with that method. They found like it reused as some kind of prayer book. I think it was Archimedes. Yeah, it was Archimedes' earliest stuff they found, and they had to like use lasers to piece it back together. pretty crazy. Somebody bought it for an ungodly amount of money. It's like finding like Superman #1 on your walls, it's like wallpapered or something like that, and having to put it back together. That would suck.
I don't trust his story or her story or anybody's story. I just kind of take the information in and file it in the cabinet.
Whatever works for you, take it, and whatever doesn't, leave it.
There's this idea of hyperdiffusionism, and Wikipedia says that it's a pseudoscience. So that makes me want to look into it.
Yeah. I've had people like knock on my door, like my bedroom door at like 3 a.m. They're like, "Claw, what? I'm ready. Tell me some shit." I'm like, "Are you sure?" 2 or 3 hours later, they're just like holding both sides of their head, kind of waddling out of the room, just like,
You made my
overload. Yeah. Good. Tell me some shit. All right. Love being that guy.
Dr. Mario just passing out red pills like it's your job.
My dad played that like it was like his whole life on Game Boy. He played that for like 16 years. Like he's like beating the last level like on full speed and stuff like that. Like it's pretty crazy. I could never do that.
And now you're Dr. Mario in real life.
Kind of.
Red pill the masses.
Wait, was the red pill? Yeah, oh yeah, it was the red pill, yeah. I'd just take the red pill and the blue pill and just snort them both. Like, why not? Can't kill me.
I keep reading this. They posted just 34 after the hour. The human eye can only see between blah, blah, blah. The ear can only hear between blah, blah, blah. Like, what the hell do we know? Like Jordan Peterson says, what the hell do you know anyway?
Yeah, certain people, individuals can actually those barriers aren't set or finite because they can be improved or stretched kind of further with under certain circumstances for sure. Like blind people, like it's like you're go blind as a child or something like that. Your other senses will kind of stretch to use plasticity to fill in the gaps and become more skilled in other ways. Kind of interesting. Like Ray Charles could tell you there's a hummingbird in the window, or
I remember a blind guy on this video said, they say the Earth is a sphere and we're rotating and revolving and flying through space. And the blind guy was like, I guess you'd have to see it to believe it.
Question: does light propagate or does it travel?
Both, isn't it? Both.
I've heard recently that with the double slit experiment, when they're firing photons, it's the shortest increment of a wave that can possibly be fired, so it appears as a photon.
That is one of the biggest ones. I love those experiments that like really like rock the foundations of like what people think they know. There's these little things that are just like. There's also like the quantum entanglement, where they take like or that for spooky notions in physics. Like definitely the double slit helix test is nuts. Or it's another good one, the phantom DNA experiment, where they like bombard human DNA with photons and it sticks to the receptor sites, so they stay there. And they like in a vacuum chamber, they remove the DNA, and the photons are still like floating in formation of the receptor sites of the DNA that's no longer there. Crazy.
Can you send that to me?
Yeah.
Please and thank you.
Watch it be debunked or something. I'll be just pissed. I think there was one more that I remember, but I can't remember.
So, Claw, asking you a quick question: do you think this is an open system or closed system?
What's the difference?
Observable pressure.
Oh.
An open system can exchange both energy and matter, where a closed system can only exchange matter, a closed system can only exchange energy, not matter. So a tire would be a closed system.
Extracting your own DNA at home.
Yeah, you don't want to do that in public.
I don't know if this is like a proper video. I haven't watched it. Who is asking for this? Yeah, you again?
I am Larry.
Oops, that's not the right link. My bad. Hold on a second. Delete that. Oh shit, this one's from Chromatica. That's a really good documentary.
F-35 jet crashes in Alaska. Isn't that the second crash?
Yeah, that's happened a few times actually. I heard in the last couple of days.
Someone just said there was a crash with a helicopter and a commercial flight. I think WW Triple is already amongst us. I think it's already happening. I think it's all about the Holy Land.
You sounded familiar just now with that last sentence, and I don't know why it struck a chord.
Some people call me Hank Hill.
No, I wouldn't call you that.
I mean, that's my old avatar name.
Did you ever do podcasts or anything like that, or
a little bit, not much.
Okay,
bit, not much.
Huh. It's cool when you meet low-key famous people on Discord.
Oh, I'm not famous.
No.
Yeah. Hank Hill's famous. That was a great show.
Not my opinion, but
oh man, it was wholesome.
It was very wholesome, and I'll give it that. Yes, and it's very good. I liked his new show better though, the Tales from the Tour Bus.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, you got a new one. So like, it was like illegal to make like reenact scenes of like famous people like James Brown or like musicians' lives, because it would like be like a conflict of interest and a copyright issue. So he got past that by interviewing a bunch of people that went on tour with these bands. Like, it's just his favorite bands that he liked, and he interviewed them all and he animated it. So he sidestepped that whole issue, and it's just like people talking about his like favorite country bands, favorite like, you know, funk singers, favorite like James Brown, and he just like talks about like their shit, like the shit that they got up to on tour and stuff. It's really good.
What, Mike Judge?
Yeah.
Dude.
He narrates the whole thing. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Genius, dude. So yeah, obviously it's a closed system.
I'll take your word for it. I'm just a simple man.
Well, but I mean, Quad, don't you think that if we have a measurement, that measurement would necessitate an explanation as to how the measurement exists?
Yeah, but it's like sometimes like our observations and like the conclusions we come to aren't good, because like it's like the scale of things doesn't allow us to interpret it properly. Like, you know, people like they want to talk about this like, you know, gas pressure container thing, but it's just like, so we can't really understand these things and like put things in a neat little package just yet. It's going to take some time. And unfortunately, we kind of go bananas trying to go like over the details, and we end up talking about it back and forth.
I apologize for Quad, but like the issue here, right, is like if you take a standard passenger car that has between 30 and 40 psi as a pressure rolling in each of those tires, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a substantial pressure. We know it exists. We know that due to the weight of the vehicle, if the weight of the vehicle is upon a tire that has no pressure in it, that pressure will eventually go down to zero, right, within that tire. So from the standpoint of us going to sea level, observing this 14.7 psi, which is basically 40% of the 35, let's say, that we were observing, I would say that that's substantial enough for us to look for a container in order for that 14.7 to exist. So I'm just asking from the standpoint of like, if this exists, then we should be looking for the container itself for an explanation as to how that works.
Yeah, do you not see though that like due to like us being very, very small, in the scale of things, right? Like the atmosphere itself, as like, the atmosphere gets thinner, you're seeing that container, like that container itself, right? I'm not saying one thing or another. I'm just saying that it's there. Like the group, like I don't know whether it's gravity or anything that's like, but like it's like a little bubble. It is itself is the container. Like oxygen or the atmosphere dissipates as you get closer to space. I don't know. I can't fully explain it. I don't really need to. It's just there. See, I think that people are really good at like humans are good at starting from a really good standpoint and wanting to figure stuff out, but we veer off into the ditch like very, very easily. And the conclusions we come to can be, we kind of neurotically kind of like chase something so hard that it kind of like defeats the purpose, and we kind of just go in circles. Sometimes. Dun, dun, dun.
The biggest conspiracy for me was the Titanic and the people.
Yeah, that's a huge one.
Reserve.
They tried multiple times to really get their claws back into like the U.S. Like they even tried it during the Civil War, where like the British monarchy is selling arms and stuff to both sides in the hope to bankrupt like either side or put them in a position where they have to institute like a private banking organization to save everything. They tried to do it, didn't quite work, so they eventually they were going to get it. And like they waited for poor Woodrow Wilson, his deathbed confession on his when he was dying. It was just like, I've sold the entire country back into the clutches of the people that we fought and bled for to get away from in the first place. Like he felt horrible. But he had no choice apparently. That would suck. That'd be a shitty feeling.
The honey trap was old when Babylon was young.
Yep.
You think he got stained, bro? I think he got stained. But yeah, the Titanic in 1912, the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, and then World War I. Like, oh, we have to let the Americans pay for everything. And then now the dollar is devalued by like 97%. Last time I checked. Probably getting closer to like 98. So we've been taxed to install Federal Reserve, IMF, World Banks, and all these other countries. And New World Order could be translated as New World Directive. So before the banking system that we have now, like war was freaking expensive. Like you had to give people gold. And now, like, you give them banknotes, Federal Reserve notes, and they go, like, make the ultimate sacrifice for debt notes.
I've yet to get to the bottom of like who actually committed 9/11. I need some input.
Haven't you heard? Osama bin Laden was tired of interference from the West in his Muslim countries. So what did he do? He metaphorically egged the police station to keep the cops out of his neighborhood.
I'm confused. Because people blame it on the Jews. Did the Jews do 9/11? Is that true?
Bro,
oh my! Hey, you see the title of the room, right? We've gone into the conspiracy hole a little too deep. Let's get back to the Earth, the topic of the room. Thank you all.
Oh no! I'm just talking about 9/11, man.
Yeah, sure.
Anyhow. But
it's a good way to get a sock in your mouth. If you want to survive around here, come back to the Earth. Thank you.
Oh, somebody got him before I did. Yeah, sorry, I figured it was late night. I could just talk about different things. I knew that was going to happen.
I wonder why he was whispering. Yeah, as soon as you dropped the J word, I figured I would jump in and just ask for a little course correction.
Thank you.
We all have mute powers, so we have to use it.
Yeah, somebody beat me to it. I was reaching over.
Got an incredible thunderstorm going on here. It's just coming in, but the lightning and the thunder is incredible.
I like to do the slow motion photography. I love watching that stuff because, like, when you're watching it with an extremely high frame rate, it's like, how did I miss all that? Like, you guys want to see my work?
Share up, Brother Larry.
All right. It's not fantastic or anything, but I did it with my phone. Let me see. I like it.
Mm.
There you go. Nothing fantastic. Just something I kind of put together real fast. But this is, I can't remember the setting on my phone. So each one of these is like one lightning strike. So there's 4 playing simultaneously. Super slow motion. I just pointed my phone at my keyboard and I got one of those gamer keyboards that lights up. And what's showing on my phone is completely different than what my eyes are showing me. That shit's crazy.
Your brother Larry, that link that you shared though, is that to your studio or is it to a video?
Whoops.
I was gonna say, I'm like, something ain't working here.
Did I really just...
Yeah, I almost logged into your account, I think. Not really, but...
Okay, let me try that again. Stupid. I'm so stupid. There you go.
Nice edit. Thanks for sharing that, brother.
Pretty cool, right? Each one of those videos was one lightning strike. So not only can we not see but a tiny spectrum and hear but a tiny spectrum, we can only perceive tiny bits of information per time that they come in. I don't know if I said that right. Might need to work on the wording. So I was timing the strikes and counting and then getting a pattern. And then once I got that pattern, I would press, because, you know, that, however long this, what is this, 17-second videos? It's, in reality, it's like a couple of seconds of recording. So it was kind of hard to get those shots. It took me a while to get as many as I did. Dude, why do my eyes perceive my keyboard different than my phone perceives it?
Better be careful there. You got a proponent in the side chat looking to chat with you.
What now?
Keep the side chat.
We need tools so we can understand things. Duh, like humans use tools. Animals use tools.
I guess I got to discount my experience of my vestibular system.
Yeah, you totally shouldn't count your senses when walking downstairs, you know. Ignore them.
Throw everything out the window and appeal to NASA. Go, Globe, go.
So, wasn't the point of your lightning video that you can't see all the minute details of something unless you use a tool to change what your vision would naturally see?
Yeah.
So, if it's a minute detail, the curvature of the Earth, wouldn't you need a tool to measure the curvature of the Earth and you can't just trust your senses? Wouldn't that logically follow?
No, because you guys said that we knew that the Earth was a globe 2,000 years ago with Eratosthenes and the Pythagoreans. They saw boats go over the horizon and stuff like that, right?
Eratosthenes used tools.
A stick is a tool and a whale.
So you said a second ago, even animals use tools?
Yeah, animals
like
use tools.
Sticks, right?
Yeah, animals use tools.
Like sticks, right?
Like sticks.
And it was more than just a stick. I think he used a well as well. And he also used
and a
a
well.
measuring tool.
So, what about boats going over the horizons? What kind of tools were used to watch boats?
Oh, that one's perfectly done just with your senses, but I'm not the one saying that my
Okay,
senses
so we
can't
don't
tell you
need
the
tools
shape
then,
of the
do
Earth.
we? We don't need tools.
I don't. You guys do, because you have nothing better than it looks flat, therefore it's flat.
Well, I mean, if it looks like a duck.
So, okay, so you're saying that just by looking at it without using a tool, you're happy to say that it's flat, even though you don't trust your senses for lightning and you're looking at a very, very, very minute difference between flat and curved. But we're looking at something that's necessary over at globe Earth. And you think those are equal?
So I'm having trouble coming up with the differences between lightning strikes and beach houses. Can you help me out?
What? Beach houses?
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You don't know the differences between lightning strikes and beach houses?
I do, but I don't know how it pertains to this conversation.
Oh, there's a difference, right? Because lightning strikes happen very quickly, and beach houses just kind of stay there for like 100 years, right?
That's fine. Yes, what do beach houses have to do with this conversation? Is this a red herring?
Well, you said I need tools. But I used my eyes. I didn't even have glasses on. I was in the ocean looking at beach houses 10 miles away.
And?
So, did I need tools?
Yeah, to know 10 miles away, you'd need a tool for that. And you didn't just use your eyes.
What else did I use?
Do you have a picture of this?
No, I just used my eyes.
Oh, well, then I just discount your evidence if it's just your opinion that you saw something 10 miles away.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, you can just discount someone's evidence, but you can't take me to the ISS or to the moon, but you can go to the beach, right?
Yeah, they're completely different things. So I discount your lived experience if you're going to invoke that without actually having evidence that you saw this thing. I'm not using the ISS to prove my case. I actually have like videos and stuff I can show you that prove my case.
Okay, but you did say that I was going to need tools, and I didn't need tools, did I? If I was just a man wearing shorts in the ocean looking at beach houses, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so because you didn't use tools, you can't trust that that observation reflects what the shape of the Earth is.
So when it looks flat, I can't trust it, but when it looks like a globe, I can trust it. Is that cherry picking?
No, that's not what I said. That's interesting that you got that. Do you want me to tell you what I actually said?
What'd you say?
So what I said is that something that has a very minute difference between, say, flat and curved, you'd need a tool to measure that minute difference to find out whether it's flat or curved. But if it's something that's necessary, like boats disappear bottom up or how sunsets work, you don't necessarily need a tool for that because it's a necessary consequence of the shape of the Earth that you can see with your eyes, and there's no nuance. There's no measurement needed to differentiate between one consequence and another.
Is that what you said?
I expanded a tiny bit, but yes, that's what I said a few minutes ago.
Okay, I think you misrepresented what you said.
If that's fine, if you want to just go to that, that's fine. You can walk away from the whole discussion that way if you feel like it.
No, it's an inside joke. You probably wouldn't know much about humor, though, right?
No, not at all. Yep.
You're pretty much.
I mean, if this is where we're going to, where you're just going to call me some names and move on with your life as if there's not video evidence that the Earth is a globe.
I was joking around. So yeah, I shouldn't believe my senses when I saw the beach houses at 10 miles away. Isn't that what you said?
Yes, 100%. Actually, even worse than that. You can believe your senses. That could be a delusion. You can't break out of a delusion. I shouldn't believe your senses in that case. I should only believe evidence that's replicatable.
So me trusting in my senses is delusional, according to you.
It could be delusional if it's just you, but if you can show it to someone else, that can break it from a delusion to actual evidence.
Well,
it's so interesting, Larry. So I say these things, these sentences, and they're fairly simply constructed. But each time I say it, you repeat back to me something I did not say to you.
Anybody can go to North Beach at Corpus Christi, right?
No, not everyone can, but I understand what you mean.
Are some people trespassed from public beach?
No, so some people don't have the physical ability or the monetary ability to go do it. But I understand what you mean, Larry. That's why I said I understand what you mean. I'm being nitpicky.
Okay. Well, none of us can go halfway to the moon and turn around and look back and see the Earth as a globe. And we know that looking at, refracted images compared to the horizon, which moves around, that's not going to prove any kind of globe in any kind of way. In fact, it makes it unfalsifiable. So
that's incorrect, actually. Refraction, because it can be measured, it doesn't make it unfalsifiable. Refraction still makes it falsifiable. You just have to include that variable in your falsifiability criteria.
So when they saw the mountain from 273 miles away, that's what the globe would predict, right?
Well, every single time it's been run through something like an advanced Earth curve calculator with refraction included, yeah, it turns out you should be able to see what you see.
Right. So how far do we need to see if 273 miles isn't enough?
Depends on the refractive index, the height of the observer, and the height of the object.
So that makes it unfalsifiable, because how are we going to see farther than 273 miles?
Refraction can do it, the height of the object can do it, the height of the observer can do it.
So how do I
Are you still confused about this after, 10 years of you looking at
How do I falsify the model?
So to falsify the model, you take something that is necessary, something that cannot be other, and you would check to see if that's true or not. So the 24-hour sun in Antarctica and the North Pole were good examples, or sunsets changing angular size with a solar filter would be a good example, or sunsets disappearing without being obscured bottom up with a solar filter would be another good example, or shadows being cast, being lower than the object that they're being cast from at sunrise and sunset would also be good examples. I mean, I can keep coming up with examples.
Okay, so what exactly is going on with that, mountain view from 273 miles away? Why does it look flat?
It doesn't look flat.
Well, where's the curvature?
What do you mean, Wes? It's not an observation looking at whether something is flat or curved. It's looking at, can you see something over a distance?
So 273 miles away, how much curvature would you expect to see?
To see, it depends on the refractive index.
So not the curve.
And your height of the observer and the curve. All of those things need to be worked out. And the fact that you keep like asking the same question again and again and again, shows that you don't actually have numbers for any of this except for a distance that you've arbitrarily decided does not fit what you feel inside of your heart of hearts.
So what exactly is going on with the light? What allows us to see something that should be obstructed?
Nothing allows us to see something that should be obstructed. When you say should be obstructed, you're talking about visually obstructed. So to see something, you can't have it be both visually obstructed and unobstructed at the same time. That's logically inconsistent. So what happens is we see something at a distance because the angle of the light is changed due to the different temperatures and densities of the atmosphere that it moves through.
Well, I agree. If something should be obstructed, you wouldn't be able to see it. If you can see it, then it's not obstructed. I hope that you.
Yeah. So you worded your question. Sorry.
I hope that you incorporate that, in your verbiage from now on. Like, either it's obstructed or it's not. That's absolutely true. So it's not.
Sorry, Larry. Who do you think used that terminology? Was it you or was it me?
Both of us.
It was you?
Yeah, I was talking about it being obstructed. What's going on?
And did I at any point say that something could be both? Did I at any point say something should be visually obstructed, but is unobstructed?
No, you said if it's obstructed, you can't see it. If you can see it, it's not obstructed. Right, and I agreed with you. So what's the contention?
So my contention is the phrasing of your question has a contradiction within it, which means it cannot be answered. So it's an illogical question to ask.
Well, I said, where's the curvature, right?
Yes, and that was an illogical question as well, because you're not testing the curvature, you're testing seeing something over a distance. If you wanted to test the curvature, you test it like a side-on view, or if you wanted to see the curvature, you might test it with something that curves from a slight angular view, like a bridge over water going off in the distance.
Are you saying that we can't use long-distance observation to test for curvature or flatness?
We can test to see if that theory is correct, yes, but we cannot see the curvature or see the flatness using that. We can only test hypotheses.
Okay, so we can test to see over long
Larry.
distances. Yeah.
Larry, can I direct your attention to the text channel? This is what his logical syllogism looks like. That way you can get a kind of an insight into his mind.
I mean, you've yet to defeat it. All you've done is say, haha, it's funny.
I want to let Larry check it out, then he'll tell you.
Oh, wow. That's your conclusion.
Try.
Logical syllogism by Dogs Are Gods.
Gotcha.
So what's your defeater of my logical syllogism?
I don't see the connection there. You're talking about light.
Whew.
And then your conclusion is because light is doing this thing that we can't verify or falsify, it's just baseless assertion, postulation at best. So the conclusion is the Earth is a sphere.
So which assertion do you feel is baseless?
No, it's not the assertion. It's the conclusion. The Earth is a sphere. I don't know how you went from light is doing this thing, therefore the Earth is a sphere. Because it's supposed to be both.
Yeah, it's called geometry. So
light, the physics of light is called geometry?
No. So it's called geometry that if you have an object that you're viewing and it changes the angle to the person, light moves in straight lines. You do have to include some refraction in that. That's why stellar observations require some addition of refraction into the calculation. But you can calculate your angle to that object because light works in straight lines.
Let me use your words. Geometry of an angle of light to an observer will change without a change in the elevation on a sphere. So let me change that on a sphere, just leave that part out. We have worldwide observations of the sun not changing in elevation. An angle of light changes throughout the day to an observer. Therefore, the Earth, being a sphere, is unfalsifiable.
Nope, it's not unfalsifiable. It means that I have verified it. Now, if you were to take something that's necessary from, or if you were to find something that would be an alternative to the change in the angle to the sun happening without the Earth being a curved surface, like if there was some variable, like the path of light was other than it should be, then yeah, you could falsify this logical argument. But unless you guys provide that, you're basically just saying potentially, logically, it could be potentially different. Therefore, I'm just going to claim it's different, even though we already have like light physics pretty much worked out.
You're claiming that something is happening, that light is bending down around the curve, right? Is that your claim?
No, that's not the claim in this argument. My claim is if you were to get a stick and you were to put the stick on the side of a ball, right? And then you were to change the angle of that stick, you could maintain the same distance around that ball using that stick, changing that angle to a point on the ball. That'd all be fine. It would drop past the eye line of whatever you put on the ball, and it would eventually no longer be seen around the curve of the ball. But it could maintain the exact same elevation while changing the angle to that person. If you attempted it on, say, a flat surface, you would have to make the stick go down. And the stick is just representative of your eye line to the end of the stick. You have to make the stick go down such that it touches that flat surface eventually, which we never see in reality, and we can't see because, unfortunately, the sun's path is around the equator, and people live on the equator, and we never see it touch the ground.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about refraction and the 273-mile-away observation of the mountain.
Are we now? Do you want to go back to that now that you realise that this is actually a decent argument?
No, it's not a decent argument. It's a false equivalency. But what we're talking about is light.
How's it a false equivalency?
Because the Earth is not a ball that you put a stick on or a table that you put a stick on. The Earth is entirely different.
How is it entirely different? It's a geometric shape, isn't it?
Object that you can hold in your hand. Prove it.
The Earth's a geometric shape. Yeah, we can prove that because distances are consistent on the Earth.
So it looks
distances and declination
because of refraction, right?
That's for observation. So distances that you actually travel and declinations true on the Earth.
So is the light bending down around the curve, and that's what allows us to see the mountain?
So you're saying you do want to go back to that?
Yeah, I'm trying to get there. What's happening with the light? Is it bending down around the curve?
So what happens to light is that it changes its angle. Yes.
So it's bending down around the curve of the Earth?
It is bending downwards, yes.
At 273 miles away?
At all times.
Oh, so it's never not refracting.
Oh,
congratulations! After 10 years, you finally understood a bare basic.
I'm gonna tell you how he's wrong, Larry. So dogs are gods. Well, how come that you use that image of that mountain displaying the shadow on the clouds? Wouldn't that be light shining upwards?
Oh, so we're moving to that now.
No, you just said light bends down always. Now, your mountain shadow isn't going to work if it does that, dude.
Yeah, sure. So if I throw a ball, that ball can arc around, say, a curved surface and can land behind something. So if there's a wall in front of me, I can throw a ball over that wall and it'll land behind that wall. It'll be moving upwards and then it'll arc downwards.
I mean, this guy has more mental contortions than the Circus of LA, man. Like, this guy is...
That's just an ad hominem fallacy, and you've just jumped into rescue Larry.
You can fit in one of those tiny boxes, dogs, right now.
Just an ad hom. Just an ad hom AV, because you're secretly...
You said light bends downwards always. You just told him light bends downwards always. That's not true. Not according to the stuff you've been promoting.
Okay, can you show me how it's not true?
Come on, bro. Oh, you just defeated your own,
be true.
You defeat your own arguments. It's like, face to foot style, dude.
Give me one reason why it's not true.
You clobber yourself, man. It's like, I'm just saying, I'm pointing out the contradiction, which you did, that you came in here with the argument with the mountain. Okay, so light would be having to be shining upwards so that the shadow can fall on underneath those clouds. So you were saying that light bends downwards always, but then that doesn't work then with your mountain shadow showing upwards, dude.
That's a burden
Okay, so
reversal
if I'm
That's
throwing
a
a
burden
ball onto
reversal.
the top of a roof, and I throw that ball on top of the roof, and it goes on top of the roof across from me, that's something higher than me, and it's a fairly straight arc, but there is some downward pulling of the ball by gravity. That would be the ball going
What are you
both up
doing?
and also curving slightly downward in its trajectory. Do you understand it now, AV? I've used a very simple analogy.
Nah, man, you got a lot of egg on your face. We could probably make a couple of omelets
I guess
out
we're
of that
done
egg.
here. AV
But dude,
has decided to just call me names because he's got no argument.
the problem is, like, you come in with these
Larry
contradictions.
must be so happy that you came in and saved him, AV. He must be so happy.
Dude, no, I'm just pointing. You came in with the argument with the mountain shining, the shadow actually on the upwards on the clouds, and you were all up in the tizzy about it, like trying to say that that's evidence that the Earth is a globe. Now you just told Larry, with all boldness, that light bends downwards always. That's just a contradiction in your spiels that you come in here and
How is it a contradiction, AV? You don't seem to be able to
because
understand
if
what I'm
light's
saying.
bending downwards, then you can't have the shadow upwards on the clouds.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise,
Okay, if I shoot the bullet of a gun, and that bullet won't just move straight, it'll actually bend a little bit. So there could be something like in the way of the gun that it bends over, it actually arcs over some hill or something to come down at the base of the hill on the other side, right?
Refracted bullets. Okay, bullet refraction.
No, but dude, check it out,
I mean,
man.
if
Like,
you guys can't understand this, why don't you ask clarifying questions, AV, instead of just ad homing?
yeah, because you're saying that light only bends downwards. Now it's bending upwards for the mountain shadow.
No.
And now you're just like trying to figure out how you're gonna, bro. Like you come in here the other day with that argument. What do you mean?
So I'm going to explain it to you for another time.
Earthshine on the Selenelian eclipse, right? It's Earthshine. Earthshine reflecting the sunlight off the surface onto the moon, but you can't have that on the clouds, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to explain this to you in another way, right? You have the path of the light is going from the light source upwards, right? And there's a bend to that path such that over time there's a small angle down. So maybe 1-2 degrees down over the distance of that ray. That ray is still going upwards the entire time. It's just not going to the same point it was going to go to. It's a couple of degrees lower than the point it was going to go to.
Like the stuff that you
Cool
I was trying to finish my sentence ad hominem, guys. I understand that I've just welcomed you to the globe, and you don't like me finishing my sentences.
Yeah, but you're peddling the stuff that like you've contradicted yourself already with. Like
how? What's the contradiction in what I've said, AV?
You use this ad hoc rescue device right now to make your argument sound like it works, dude. It doesn't work, man.
What's the contradiction, AV?
Light bending downwards and light bending upwards. Like which direction
What do I mean by light bending? What do I mean by light bending downwards?
Well, what do you think it means? Everybody gets it like it's bending downwards over the globe.
So what do I think it means? So what I think it means is that there's a slight arc to that path of light, such that it's a couple of degrees off where it would be if there was no refraction, right? You understand this?
I mean,
so what's causing it?
Wait, AV, do you understand what I said? So if something's going to be like hitting a target at the top of the target, and then there's refraction involved, that beam of light from like a laser or something will hit a couple of degrees or a couple of centimeters lower on that target. And if you were to look at it from the side, the light would actually curve. It would be in a slightly curved line.
Story. Now prove it.
Downwards a little bit.
So we got light bending downwards. Yeah, I mean you're making an argument for that case, right?
Well, so I've explained it to you so many times that the only explanation left is that you're a glober and that you're just lying. So congratulations.
You're speaking out you're speaking out two sides of your mouth, man. You don't hear yourself.
Do you want to repeat back to me
on this one?
Do you want to repeat back to me the explanation I just gave you?
You're getting all energized, dude. I'm only saying that.
Can you repeat back to me the explanation I just gave you?
Your explanation lacks evidence, so we can dismiss it out of hand, dogs. You're done.
Listen, bro. Your interaction with Larry was such that you don't remember any other interactions that you've had in here. Dude, I can recall some of the times you come in here saying this nonsense, and that's why I'm pointing it out. I'm like, dude, didn't you say last time light's bending upwards because, like the curve of the Earth? Like the ball, the sun's shining its light upwards. So the light would have to be reflecting on that mountain, so that the shadow can be cast on the clouds behind the mountain. So now you're saying the opposite. Light's bending downwards. So it's like, okay, can you make up your mind, sir, whether it's going to be bending down or up? And then you're like,
the necessity of Earth's surface curving is still in question.
Yeah, but you're saying like it's bending downward in an upwards position. Like you're saying some nonsense, bro. Like how can anybody take what you're saying as in any kind of factual statement, dude? No, it's just that's local, man. You're crazy. Like how are you? You're like one of those guys on the street corners, just like mumbling and saying shit, dude. Like honestly.
He's imagined it so clearly in his mind, he thinks it could be true, so it has to be.
Just like I think he fails to remember the interactions he has in her prior to the one that he's doing now. So
that's for sure.
He doesn't get it, man, and it makes it difficult for us who are listening to prior. They're like, okay, I'm comparing that argument to what you're saying now. It doesn't make any sense, bro. You need to just pick a lane, man. Is it light bending down or up? And then afterwards, fucking hell, man.
Well, he admitted to mental illness, so I mean, we are dealing with that.
Well, he's always saying he could be schizophrenic, and he's like, and you could be too. I'm like, no, the hell I am. So I never said that. You did, bro. You can't. He's like, yeah, everybody. He lumps everybody in there because, like, you know, he's never really been evaluated, but he like thinks he might be schizophrenic. I don't know. He's weird. He says some crazy shit, dude. I'll be honest.
It is crazy, man. I don't know why he still comes back here. Like, why does he come back and do this? It makes no sense.
He finds some kind of joy in, you know, talking himself in circles, I guess. Because, I mean, he's like, nowadays, he's just like, he had so many of these arguments he doesn't remember. So that me and you and everybody else who actually like listens to conversations, if we compare some of the things he said in the past, it's like, dude, there's no way you can get away with saying an argument right now that you said before something, you know, contrary to it. Like this, I don't know. I hear him and it's just like, dude, come on, man. Like, give up the ghost already, man.
He starts telling us stories. All right, here's my explanation. Prove my explanation isn't true, Flurf. That's all he was doing.
Yeah.
You know, explanations without evidence and then putting the burden on us. It's that way again and again. It's insanity.
Yeah, I apologize to Larry because you were carrying a conversation with him, but it's just he was saying some contrary things in the past interactions we had with him. So I just had to point it out, man, because it's like he's saying light's bending upwards when it was shining that shadow on the clouds. Right. You know, some of the clouds are lit underneath. Like, okay, so light's bending up, okay? Now it's bending only downwards, and he told you, no, it's only bending down. So I was like, no, dude, you can't do that. Stop it. You're making a mockery of this channel by you saying, like, dumb shit before, and then now you're changing your story around. You're trying to make whoever's listening to some profound or something. Like, dude, come on, man.
To him, what the profundity of science lies in the most convincing explanation in his mind. So if he can provide the best explanation, then he wins at truth.
Yeah, no need to apologize.
But he's talking himself.
If he was speaking out of his mouth and you had to call him out, yeah, it's always good to call people out for doing that, like, immediately. So I'm not worried about it one bit. When you guys are done, I'm going to finish making my argument, and it's for the audience. He's just a useful tool. A medium to ping off of to get the argument out to the audience. So please continue.
Yeah, no, I guess I was pointing it out, man, because at some level, he's talking himself in circles, but at the same time, you know, with interaction with you, he thinks he's talking about something brand new. Like his argument is immaculate, and it's like, dude, your stuff has so many flaws, and on top of that, like you're contradicting your prior arguments. It's like he's a train wreck, dude. I mean, he's gonna, as soon as we get disputed, he's gonna come back at me and saying, well, what do you mean, AV? How was it proven wrong? Like, dude, come on, man. I don't have to do it. Just listen to the recordings. Anybody listening right now, like, you'll hear him contradict himself. Anyway, I'll take all the airtime away for myself, and I'll get back to you, Larry. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. Since I got him to admit the light is bending down around the curvature of the Earth, you know, that kind of begs the question, well, why is it that no matter what city or two cities that are north and south of each other, why does the sun always set and rise at the exact same time? Because if light is bending down around the curvature of the Earth of stretches of 273 miles, then there would be times when Dallas, the sun is already set, but extreme refraction is happening in Waco, and the sun would still be above. Now, Waco is directly south of Dallas. So how is that possible that we don't see a Terminator zigzag line if this kind of extreme refraction that these guys are talking about that happens over swaths of land of 273 miles? Why is the Terminator line? Why is the Terminator line always straight and not zigzagged? Why do we have predictable, repeatable sunset and sunrise times as if refraction is not affecting light going over the horizon at all?
I think he got tired of being staying on mute and he took off, I think. But I don't know, maybe some other Globers in here. There's a new guy that just joined. His name is Equalizing or something.
No, I've been in here. I've been in here. If you actually Creation Bear.
Oh, you came in with Creation Bear?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Oh, all right. I don't know. You look new to me, so.
From the freshman.
Oh, you're from Fresh and Fit?
I think he said yeah, but I didn't hear him. I could have sworn it was him.
Yeah, I used to be from the Fresh and Fit server.
Cool. And welcome to the room.
Yeah, thanks.
Were you over on our home server? Did you go there first and then find out about us here, or?
Yeah, the 24/7 server.
Yeah. Cool.
There's no substitutions, man. 24/7 rocks your socks. I always like promoting 24/7, dude. It's like, I think all of us in here are the shit. Just saying. Good job with like arguments and such. Because everybody's like, who can you recommend me to go see? I'm like, dude, 24/7. We got a lot of recorded content, man. Go check us out.
No Globers in here want to explain why there's no Terminator zigzag line?
Oh, I see Larry's fishing. See if we got you a whopper, man.
I wouldn't want to defend that one either.
You got oh, what's his face last night? Kind of worked up. No, was it Pickle or something?
I don't remember.
He was worked up. I'm always listening, man. Pickle. Anybody else listening to Larry and Pickle? Pickle, he goes by Newt. He's simply saying, you're playing games, man. You're playing games.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking, man, if this was a drinking game, man, we'd all be punch drunk, man.
Yeah, that dude doesn't believe in the inverse square law. He thinks that lasers are immune to it.
Apocryphon shellacked him. I heard that. Hey, Pac, where you at, man? Sleep? That fool sleep. Yeah, he's like, what if it was something in between you and the moon? Like, you're getting a bounce back from. How do you know it's not something, you didn't have percentage was in there? He gave him kudos.
What if it's something behind the moon?
Yeah, man. I mean, shit.
Because, I mean, let's be honest. You ever looked what was past the moon? Like, do you know everything that's back there? Like, nobody knows.
Nope.
But yeah, his whole argument was basically we don't need the retroreflectors, so we did it without the retroreflectors. And then he doesn't believe.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he said they bounce the laser off the moon without the retroreflectors.
I didn't catch that part, man. I was kind of busy, but I heard him saying that they use lasers, to get some photons coming back, a couple of photons. And I'm like, dude, and the distinction between what type of light, laser light, and just regular natural light, that they could make the distinction between. There's a lot of stuff that he's just saying. One thing I've noticed about him is that he doesn't bring any citations, man. Like, you got to bring receipts, man. If you think that you know something, bring the receipts. How do you know something's true? Don't just say words, man. Like, you got to prove that shit.
He reminds me of a confidence man. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, he was speaking with assurance. It's like, dude, you can't be sure of what you're saying. There's no way.
You know what a confidence man is, right?
Man with confidence? No, I don't know.
Some people call him
What is it, Larry?
con man. He reminds me of a con man. Yeah, because they got the confidence to get you to take the bait.
Well, he's also speaking like he took a couple of hits of heroin, dude. Like, the guy's, I don't know, he's like slow when he speaks. Something wrong with it. And then he's lording his credentials over you like something to brag about.
He was peacocking at the 50-yard line.
I'm telling you, man, he had all his feathers out showing. Like, come on, man. You gotta be telling us over and over again that you're the of all the universe, like, just so you can tell us that you, and you speaking kind of ambiguously too, so it wasn't like he was saying profound things. Oh, we did that in high school. We did that in high school.
Do you deny the calculus? Quit playing games.
Yeah, that was okay. So if we could have one of those little dolls with the pull string on it. That's like the words they'd be saying it. We learned. Come on, man, quit playing games. We learned that back in high school. Like, oh, it's always about high school too, man. It's like they had some beef with high school or something. I don't know.
What's up, Crit? You got something to say? Thought I heard you chime in.
Crit's morning yappuccino. Dude, Clay under Seal got so bent out of shape when you said that. It was so funny, dude. I was really laughing behind the mic. Clay under Seal, man, because he's German and whatnot. I guess our culture is a little bit, what do you call it? Literal. Like when you say something, it's real literal with him. And he's like, Crit said something about, yeah, man, stop giving us a yappuccino. Dude, he got so upset. What do you mean, yappuccino? What? How am I giving you a yappuccino? Like, he was all triggered, dude. It's funny as hell.
Every time someone gets triggered, I just think about that Kill Bill scene. You know, the one that Indio has on his avatar. How does it go?
Oh, Pame?
Your anger amuses me.
Oh, Pame, yeah. Pame's a legend, dude. It ruined me, dude, if I ever see Indio in real life and he doesn't look like that character.
I'm betting he looks nothing
Because I
like
think
that character.
No, dude, because he's like, he once said that he's whiter than the whitest person. I think he said that one time. But then imagine a Bostonian, so whatever they resemble. New Yorkers and Bostonians. He's from New York.
And why doesn't he sound like this and complain about airline food?
Dude, they fucking kicked Castle King out this room, man. I think Heretic had enough of him yesterday.
He's the nuh-uh guy.
What do you mean? I'm from Samoa. Yeah.
I don't get how, like, I guess I do get it, okay? Like, attention whore. He was on a stage event where people just mocked him and ridiculed him and just made fun of how, basically, he's a doofus. And he thought it was like some event where, people were propping him up as some kind of great oracle, member of the server who everyone just is just, like people go, hey, politics, that's where Castle King is at,
Yeah, he liked. I said it to him before, he's extremely superficial. He only wants to talk about just shit that's super mundane, has nothing to do with anything. It's like, shit. Just name one thing. What movie's showing at the theater? Like, whatever. Just bullshit, dude. Like,
what's the new Blizzard
to that guy? Exactly. Just dumb shit, dude. It's like, hey, why don't we just talk about stuff like, dude, take a big glass of fuck off, dude, and once you gulp that down, have another one.
What time's the Kardashians on?
I'm telling you, dude, he really he wanted to take the conversation to where it was just dumb shit. Like, dude, take your fucking whatever it is, dude, that you want to do. Because they always got, these guys have gimmicks, dude. They have gimmicks from here to fucking Christmas. And it's like gimmicks this and gimmicks that, and let's just divert and say, well, let's talk about this. No, fuck that, dude. We're gonna talk about what the room's about.
Well, the number one
talk about it.
People I've noticed that they like to smuggle in things, right? Like Dog smuggled in, oh, Miggy, you come in to save Larry. I was asking a question, so how would I need to be saved if I'm asking a question? Like, I was about to reveal my punchline, which was, how come the Terminator line is a straight line? Like, that's where I was almost there. So, like, I definitely didn't need saving, but he worded that in there, knowing that I'm not going to talk over you and let you finish. Because you had him, right? If he said the other day that light bends up and now it only bends down, that's not how refraction works. If we're talking about, how the atmosphere actually does with the light goes in all directions. Light just.
Was anybody here when he made that argument of the mountain, the image of the mountain with the shadow on the clouds? Was anybody here for that? When Dogs brought that argument?
Yeah, I mean, I was listening to Larry talk about it. You're talking about today or earlier?
No,
like it was a previous interaction, like when he was in here before.
I don't recall
He's brought that argument.
Bringing that up, but I'm sure he has. Yeah, that's something a lot of the globalists go to.
Because when I told him, I was like, dude, you said this argument, and in that case, light is bending upwards. Because I mean, you can't get the shadow up on the clouds unless the light's bending upwards underneath the clouds. So how's that possible? He's like, well, and he went into this this ad hoc fucking explanation that has nothing to do with light bending downwards, bro. And it's like, huh? He's like, yeah, because light bends downwards, it shines upwards on the cloud. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, who you selling this shit to, dude? Like, it's me you're talking to. You can't peddle this bullshit, dude. Like,
if I think the photo I'm thinking of, it's at like Mount Rainier, and it has it where the shadow of the mountain is being projected up on the clouds, and the photographer is in the shadow of the mountain. So you're like, well, which shadow are you talking about? Both. None. 1. 0. Like, it's like they try to say this photo doesn't work on the flat Earth. Okay, what? So how does it work on the globe? Oh well, you see, what happened was, and so forth, and
Yeah, see, they say that light's bending downward in an upward kind of way. It's like, because he's stupid, dude. It's like, why are you gonna tell me that light's shining up on these fucking clouds if in the next breath you're telling Larry, no, sorry, but light is only bending downwards? I'm like, bro, how the fuck are you doing this, man? What is this magic you're making?
Dude, it's like airplanes must keep their nose pitched upward so they can go downward around a curve.
Yeah, it's that type of shit, you know? And then when it's like he forgets that he's ever said that. And I'm like, dude, you've said that before, man. I'm like, caught your hand in the cookie jar, basically. And he's like, well, let me explain. Like, and I was just listening to him. I'm like, this is so fucking cringe, dude. Like, how are you going to get out, like, bending down and then up? Like, bending down in an upwards kind of way? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, how do you square the circle? Like,
right. So he contradicts himself, and then he demands that you provide an explanation as to why it's not true.
Exactly. And it's like, it's self-defeating. Isn't it self-defeating? It's like, you can't make this whole fucking argument and then tell Larry, like, straight to him, like, no, light is only bending downward. Duh. And it's like, no, that wasn't the shit you were saying prior to this interaction, man. Like, what the fuck? Come on, man.
He reversed the burden in order to make it seem like you're the one with the contradiction.
Exactly. I think what's worse is that when he's explaining himself, dude, I just can't stand. I can't stand that, man. He's like, you're not letting me tell you. I'm like, why, man? What the fuck? How are you gonna do this? What are you gonna say? Like, what is it that possibly is gonna make me say, dude, that's fucking profound? You just finished saying that light bends downward only, but somehow you made it bend up to the clouds. Like, dude, there's no fucking way. There is no way light can be showing up on those clouds if it's only bending down. No fucking way.
Well, yeah. Also, is that the actual sun or the refracted sun? Is that parallel light from the refracted sun? What the
fucking T-Dub, don't feed the trolls, dude. We'll never get rid of him. He'll be staying here giving us fucking this spiel of spiels, dude. Fucking telling us all kinds of, I don't know. He'll just fucking do, like, himself up in knots and shit.
Yeah, which of the three horizons is it refracting around? Is it refracting around the horizon we don't see, or the one we do see, or the one that we think we see but is refracted itself?
Fucking hell, dude. You're gonna see him, like,
sunlight refracting around a refracted horizon.
Right. Yeah. Where does your like what he describes as being your he doesn't say eye level. What does he say? How does he describe it? Eye line, I think he calls it.
Eye line.
Where does your eye line intersect with the ray that's hitting the underneath the cloud? Oh wait, it doesn't, does it? Because it's curving around and into your eye, like Alpha's pointing out.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't know. Because I remember him, and he's like, he says it with his chest, dude. He's one that will stand on all 10 of his toes and be like saying it proudly. Yeah, light's bending downwards. It's definitely, that's the only thing it does. It doesn't do anything more. That's what it's doing. Final answer. And it's like, dude, you just fucked up, man. Like, how? Like, fuck, dude. I don't know. I find it very curious, man, that they have this, like, ability to say things and then just convince themselves of it. Like, during the argument, just straight telling Larry, yeah, of course. I know. It's
The ends justify the means. I mean, the ends here is to defend the globe, so by any means justified. They think they know they're right, so they can say whatever they want to defend the status quo, and they're justified in their mind.
They always presume the authority role. Like, they're right, you're wrong. And it's like, you don't even have to rebut that presumption, right? You just let them speak, and they'll demonstrate to everyone who's paying attention that actually it's just a confidence game.
Yeah, like Machiavelli.
His logical syllogism is a huge train wreck. I mean, you can pick that apart all day long.
The thing has, the premise loaded into it, right? And then it's like, well, the reason it looks flat is because of the refraction. That's how we know it's a globe.
Exactly.
So he starts with
Well
globe,
said.
ends with a globe. It's weird.
He's one of the ones that comes in here, man. I wonder about it
He's
sometimes.
been around for a long time. I think he's the guy that used to call himself Monsanto and say that Monsanto was like a good product, and he said that like I think that's the same guy. I can't be for sure, because the internet, and we're talking like 8 years ago, but I think that's the same guy.
Oh,
But you know what? If that's true, that would explain a lot. That would explain a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, he's drizzling Monsanto in his mouth all night long. He's just getting that.
Yep. I mean,
it's a glyphosate toxicity.
Yeah. He's the product of Monsanto himself. Fucking hell.
I think that's the same guy. I can't be 100% sure.
He's been around for a couple years. I know that. That much I do know. Because I remember I was in my previous job when I used to go on break and like argue with him, and we would have debates with him.
I think he went by MMA artist. He had like Monsanto shirt on or something like that.
The hell?
I know.
What the hell? Why would you why would just a normal person chill for Monsanto? That's such a weird thing to do.
Oh, he's not a normal person. His dream was to come to America and work in a think tank. Like that's his dream. That's what he told me. He wanted to do.
Dude, this is wild, man. Like, there's this whole other side that, Larry, you probably know. Like, I didn't know he had that much interactions with the group.
Like,
his thoughts are so valuable. He wants to be paid for his ideas.
Golly,
Like,
a think tank.
What kind of douche knuckle, absent a lawyer, would like shill for Monsanto?
Yep.
I guess we found the guy. We found him. He's yeah. Dogs and cats.
I think that's him. I'm not sure. I think that's him.
Even if it's not, it's funny.
He's the one that said my wife was fat. My wife weighs like 100 pounds, 110 pounds at the most.
His wife is fat?
No, he said my wife is fat.
Really?
Yeah, my wife weighs like 100, 110.
That's another
It kind of fluctuates between those weights.
Well, why does he even care about that?
What?
Well, that's how you know you're winning a debate, right? When you talk about someone's wife that you never saw or met. Pretty sure it's the same.
That's
guy.
weird. No, you're I think you're roboting there, Amish.
Don't take the blue pill.
They got him. Are you working night shifts these days, or what, Larry? Or you just up?
I'm stupidly staying up too late.
I was saying, man, you're thirsty for some of these Glober arguments, man. See what you can. You got a couple of good hits in tonight for sure.
Yeah, I kind of got more of a subtle debate style. I like to wait and see what they're going to say.
Yeah, they think that you're going to react like other flat earth opponents, dude, and you have like a different way of doing it. So
Plus, you know, they always like to come in here and talk about their model, like they got one model. And I just love showing them that they don't. They don't have a model. And they've got the bravado
that's true.
from the 24-hour sun thing that they saw on TV. And, you know, might as well pick up the slack around here. The slack that you guys didn't pick up. So, yeah. I'm here for the Glober tears.
We gotta get as much content as we can out of that because I mean, I think it's got an expiration date. There's only so long they're gonna actually be saying that with the 24-hour sun, and then it'll be just like another one of their arguments that just gets tossed in the back burner where they don't even bring it up anymore. So I think you know, get it while it's hot and all that good stuff.
It has been used in the biggest
At some point, the movie's coming out.
So the news is the most famous flat earther, one of the most famous flat earthers, have converted to globe Earth because he saw the 24-hour sun in the North Pole. Yep. This has been everywhere.
Really?
South Pole.
I've never. Has anybody seen the news article that or the what?
Literally everywhere. I can Google it,
bro. Like I'll be
all over social media.
I'll fetch it.
It's been all over social media. It's getting into the mainstream too. Yeah. Yeah, and then they'll release the movie, right?
Some flat earther, or excuse me, flat earther turns globe earther, or something like that. Is how the title and the clickbait and all that stuff's going to be?
That's what my brother said. He's not into the flat Earth stuff, and I talked to him, and he was like, "Oh, so that 24-hour sun in Antarctica, heard it flipped one of those guys," and I was like, "No, I didn't hear that." And sure enough, yeah, Jaron is saying he doesn't want anything to do with flat Earthers anymore, and a bunch of weird shit. But I never liked Jaron.
Well, Larry, isn't he considered a true Earther?
I don't know. I don't listen to him. I haven't listened to him in years. I only liked Bob. After Jaron had that interview with the white nationalist, he pretty much said that he doesn't care if genocide happens. He's not white. And I don't agree with everything the white nationalists say, obviously.
Wow.
When the white nationalists explained to Jaron the Geneva Convention genocide definition, and he explained his theory that, you know, the Great Replacement theory, that all of the West is being invaded by people who are not from the West. And he explained genocide doesn't necessarily mean that there's bodies in the streets. It could be no bodies in the streets, but they just get replaced and outbred. Jaron said, "Why do I care? I'm not white." I was like, "Oh, this guy's pro-genocide." And after that, I was like, never listen to Jaron again. This was like 2016. I don't know why he had.
Well, he's been saying he's been yapping against the idea that, well, he says flat Earther only in name, but I mean, it's the dog and pony show, man. If you ask me, what he's been doing, because I guess him and Whitsitt were saying something about being a true Earther, and so it had nothing to do with flat Earth. It was a true Earth. I think him and David Weiss and all them guys, they're true Earthers.
I don't even think we should accept that. I don't think we should accept true Earth because they are sticking to, well, Jaron particularly has made his decisions based on what fits models better. So can't we just call him a model Earther?
Well, I mean, he really wants to be the true Earther that he's. What, the model Earther or true Earther?
No, the sun never setting in the South Pole or the North Pole for like 6 months.
What's the explanation for that? What do you mean? Like, what are we saying about it? Like, what are flat Earthers saying about it?
Yes.
The sun is cyclical in nature, and in certain geographic locations, you can witness the sun for 24 hours. The solar analemma has always given us. Well, the sun's above the flat Earth.
Yes,
and it's not for. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say whatever the sun's doing, that's exactly what we report back. Like, so people are seeing the sun do things in the sky on standing on top of a flat Earth. So what's wrong with that? I mean, I'm asking you because you think that it's not possible, but I'm just saying.
Okay, from a layman perspective, I can easily imagine a globe Earth, and the globe is like tilting, but on the North Pole or the South Pole, it will be always exposed or not exposed for 6 months to the sun. But from a flat Earth perspective, how on one place it is exposed to it 24/7?
Well, how do you imagine the Earth being flat underneath the sun? Because we can measure it flat in reality under the sun.
I don't know how to imagine it from a
The answer is you don't imagine. You can know that it's flat under the sun. It is absolutely flat all the way under the sun.
Okay, but why 900 kilometers from me, it will the sun will go down?
Except when it doesn't?
What do you mean go down?
Except when it doesn't go down and it circles over your head like in Antarctica or something? Like, what's your argument?
How can I imagine it? How can I imagine this?
That's what I think you do.
The answer is you don't imagine. You can know. You
how
go
you
measure and know that it's flat. You don't have to imagine anymore. Isn't that great? You don't have to imagine.
Can you give me a diagram?
No, go in reality. No. Free you, unburden your mind from what has been.
Sure, so replace the diagrams.
I know what you're asking, dude. I know what you're asking for. What you're asking for is a conceptual model, yeah?
Yes, a basic drawing for me, because I cannot debate like the latitude or stuff like that. I cannot debate the laser. I cannot debate all of this.
It's not a drawing. What it is, it's been known ever since the 6th century BC. It's called the celestial sphere. Right? It's a hemispheric dome that people see. There's no light pollution, right? You go out to I'll use the ocean because there's no land topography. So if you were to go out to the ocean, you would see like a dome of stars all about you. So all about you, there's a dome of stars, right? So you see that. That's the perspective that you see. You do agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the celestial sphere is the conceptual model that you can think of when you look at the sky. And people use it for astronomy and celestial navigation. So in both cases, it's how we visualize the sky. So that is how it works with everything, with the 24-hour sun. So on the flat Earth, we can use the celestial sphere because we only see the hemispheric part of it. So just let's say that the dome of perspective, that's all we see. But actually, right, it could be thought of like a giant sphere of stars all around. But you can't go any much further than an observation. And you can only tell that, like just the dome, the hemisphere.
If you need to imagine something, imagine that. Imagine you inside a giant hamster ball.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's never going to be the case. That's never going to turn the ground curved. It's never going to make the ground curved. What it's doing is, effectively, you're going to see everything radially from your location, from your eyes, look like you're the center of the universe, right? Like you're everything, all the light.
The question
going to be stars, the angles to the moon.
Where the sun goes for countries on the equator, where it's almost 12 hours night and day. But for the North Pole, it doesn't go away. I cannot imagine that on a surface hemisphere. I know the hemisphere. I cannot imagine that.
Yeah.
Try the hamster ball method, like what Alpha was telling you.
Let's move away from balls, okay?
No. Perspective. You got to think. Dude, you got to think about it like this. Everybody has their own perspective, right? So when you think about something with light, okay? So when you are standing on the beach, I'll give you an example. You stand on the beach and you see the sun setting, right? The sun setting over the water. You can see like a streak of light on the water, right? Looks like a little
crimson,
like a crimson beam that's headed toward. Yeah, and it's on the water and it goes to. So you can see it all the way to where the setting sun is. But so if you take a guy, like put him, 50 miles away from you, and they see the setting sun, beam of light streaking across the water to their feet, just like you do. You see the same thing. Perspectively, that beam of light looks like it's going to your feet. And if you were to call that person, how does the sun's beam of light look like to you? Does it look like it's like not going to your feet? Because I see it going to my feet. And he's like, no, I see it going to my feet. So you both have a perspective designed as what you would see visually to you, how the world looks like to your vantage point. So everything to you looks like you're the center. So when I see the angle, like if I see the moon in the sky and I call you and you're in another geographic location, I can tell you that the moon is at a specific degree of angle in the sky. And you're going to tell me a very specific different degree of angle that the moon's going to be at.
True.
But you and I will never see the perspectively the things in the sky the same way. So that means that whatever the guy on the equator is seeing, and another guy in another part of the earth on the equator is going to see something very different. And of course, then again, somebody in one of the poles is going to see something very different too. So it doesn't matter. Perspectively, what they see is kind of like their own thing. Like you can only describe what you see and the angles to things in the sky based on your observations. That's all you're doing. You're telling somebody what something looks like to you in the sky based on your observation, and you live on the earth that's like horizontal, no curvature. So there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, unless you say that, explain to me more like I'm telling you everything like like a dome of perspective from where you are. And of course, some other guy somewhere else will see the very same thing like the way he sees it. He'll have his own dome of perspective.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I'll think about it more.
We're all each individually. Yeah, for sure. Each individual.
Think about the consequences of a flat measurement of Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if that's.
Anyways, I gotta get going.
All right, peace.
No.
I just want to say that this whole thing about the sun and what it's doing has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. No one looks at the ceiling fan to see if their shoes are tied. If you want to know something about something, you observe it directly. Correct? Does anybody disagree?
I was wondering whether that
I think
reflection
this
of
is
the
correct.
sun that Mickey was talking about. You know, the reflection of the sun on the water that Mickey was talking. I wonder if that's 3 miles long.
I posted something, optics on a flat Earth. I hope that helps. I also have some other things that I could share, but that's a pretty good video. Also reposted someone else's picture at 5 minutes after the hour, like how our field of view works. This is some of the more complicated stuff, but I think it's easy to understand if you just like take your time and observe what's going on. But the whole sun thing, like, it has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. So if there is a 24-hour sun, like you see on TV, then what does that have to do with the surface of the Earth? It's an inference that the sun has anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, nobody can tell us how it necessitates the surface of the Earth have a specific geometry. I'm waiting still for that.
And we don't have to explain how things work if it's not our claim. Like, if I didn't bring it up, and you're like, hey, how do tampons work? Like, bro, I'm not talking about that. What are you talking about?
think that's fair. However, I think what's also fair to bring up is that I know there's many flat earthers, Nathan Oakley included, who did think that the 24-hour sun was false, and then I think he was arguing with that one flat earther who saw it for himself in that final experiment thing. So it's kind of just shifting the goalpost and also showing that there's some.
Yeah, you took that out of context clip and you bought it, huh?
The
goalpost shift, out of context clip from 10 years ago.
Well,
the goalpost shift was the globe side.
I spoke to Nathan about this, and he did believe in the 24-hour sun months
No,
ago.
he did not. You took that clip out of context, and it's like 10 years old. He was interviewing a guy.
I've spoken to Nathan in here, though, too. That's the thing.
He long abandoned any appeal. He had long abandoned any appeal to any kind of globe Earth projection map of flat Earth. Long.
See, that's the trick. The trick is to get you to think the globe projection is the flat Earth, because they know they can debunk the globe. So if they can put a placeholder in there that demonstrates, hey, this isn't actually a globe projection, it's the flat Earth, then they can use something like the observation of the sun, debunk it, and then say what they actually did was debunk the flat Earth. That's the magic trick.
That's a magic trick?
Yeah.
Is that understood by our friend, though? Like what you just said? Because that was brilliant what you just said.
I'm not saying this to debunk flat Earth. Like, obviously, I know the Earth is
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Did you understand what Crit said? I feel like that you can't miss what he just said. Crit, can you say that again, please? That was really important.
Yeah, so what they did here, they say, hey, the final experiment will debunk the flat Earth. It had nothing to do with flat Earth.
Right, I'm not saying it debunks flat Earth. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that
what are you trying to say?
I've spoken to Nathan Oakley months ago about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and I remember he believed that was fake. So the point I'm making is that the goalpost is kind of being shifted now because I don't know what he accepts now, right? That clip could have been taken out of context, but what I am saying
it was taken out of context. Nathan even said it was taken out of context. You said you spoke to him.
He was wrong months ago then. I don't know. Maybe he changed his opinion.
Wait a minute.
But
wait a minute. What's wrong about 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
You saw what he expected when McDuffie called him and started asking him where the gun's at. Nathan said, "Where are the measurements?" They shifted the goalpost. What they do is they say, "Hey, you said this one thing. You said Antarctica's controlled. It is. We had to spend thousands of dollars, almost collectively $250,000 to get here. He didn't see any guns. Where are the measurements, McDuffie? Oh, you're deflecting the measurements. It's always been about so you're listening to what you want to listen to rather than what was actually said.
Yeah.
Where are the measurements? Don't deflect. Don't goal shift post to Sky Magic in Antarctica, shifting the goalpost all the way from like water locally flat, shifted all the way to Antarctica, all the way up to the sky. This is the most epic goalpost shift ever. So take the goalpost.
There's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica in our winter. That doesn't happen.
You just take the goalpost and shift it. Just keep shifting that goalpost all the way so final isn't even final.
The point I'm making is that
you've shifted the goalpost. How is this an experiment? How about that?
Someone who's supposed to be the arbiter of truth among flat earthers in this Discord.
Who is that?
Oh gosh, it has nothing to do with your.
Hold on. This guy was stating it as a fact that this was a 24. There was no 24-hour.
No, he was not. You keep bringing this up. Your point's dead.
To me, several months ago, he absolutely did. Absolutely, he did several months ago.
He did not.
I've been in this chat. I've spoken.
Post the evidence. Post the evidence, or you're booted.
No, this is bullshit because I was there. I moderated one of the calls that Nathan Oakley was on. And I said, hey, why don't you give Nathan Oakley your interpretation of the final experiment? And I remember this because I got in trouble for it. And you said, no, I'm just here to listen. I'm like, what the fuck? I can't remember. I swore. And you're not supposed to swear in the show. So I remember specifically you individually running from this topic. And now you want to come in here and straw man something Nathan said? Dude, this is the most, this is disingenuous. Like, what is wrong with you? You had a chance to talk to him one-on-one. There was dead air. And
what I
you
want to point
didn't
out
want to. And
is
now
that
you
we're
want
talking
to
about.
come. Now you
Sorry.
want to come back in and be like, oh, what he actually said. How about what you actually said, which is nothing?
So
yeah, you
we're
got
talking
about 2 minutes to bring up the proof, or I'm booting you. How about that?
We're talking about two different conversations here. I hope you understand. Yes,
Yeah, it was like
credit is correct. I'm not going to say you're wrong. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah,
I
like
wasn't
1 minute,
45
45
I got dinged. I got because I
Do you want me to get my word out? I'm talking about a conversation I had with Nathan Oakley.
No, you're not. Bye.
Oh shit. I mean, did Nathan ever say specifically there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica because Earth is flat? No, I don't care if he said there's no end. Look, what's wrong with being wrong? What is so bad about being mistaken? What is so bad about having been misinformed or misunderstanding what somebody said? What is wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with that. And also, he never said what this man's claiming him to have said.
The problem is that before this whole thing where they went down to Antarctica and allegedly showed us a 24-hour sun, because I'm not convinced either way, I'm indifferent. Before this, the evidence for a 24-hour sun in Antarctica was pretty much non-existent. Like, I wasn't convinced. Anytime someone said 24-hour sun, here's the video, I'll watch it, and it's like, what is this? This isn't like the 24-hour suns in the Arctic Circle. Like, often post that GIF where it's like the sun going up and down but never setting, going in like a 360 degrees or 720 for like 3 days in a row, and it's like Mario running and the sun's chasing him like in Mario 2, or Mario 3, excuse me. But, like, there's nothing like that for Antarctica. Up until recently, where allegedly some guys went down there and captured it. Now, I haven't looked at all the evidence yet, so I do not have an informed decision to make. And you guys know I'm a fence sitter.
Yeah, look, I don't mind if there is. I always wondered why is there fake? Why are they faking it? Why are they editing these videos? So obviously, I mean, like apparently it's been explained by some of the authors of these clips of the 24 hours sun in Antarctica prior to TFE, right? But obviously, I think I saw one that was claimed to be unedited, a 24-hour time lapse or a lengthy time lapse, right? But I wondered why. And that led me to doubt that there is one. And not that it was relative to the AE map, just for the simple fact that people were obviously faking these videos. Why would you need to? Like, I don't understand that. Like, now you can just put it down to people wanting to edit their video a certain way. It's just a choice of production. But either way, it doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what Nathan Oakley believed or didn't believe. At the end of the day, we still have no evidence of curvature, no evidence of motion, and a sky observation of a sun that people don't even understand how perspective works when they make their assumptions that they're on a ball. So this is crazy. Like, you know, Globers who are coming in here asking about the final experiment, what are you actually asking for? Because you don't have any evidence of a ball to then correlate this observation to. It's ridiculous. Any Glober who thinks that a flat earther should explain what the sun is, what the sky is, what the stars are, is delusional. And if they think that they can explain it, well, they believe a story that they can't prove. So we're not here to replace your story with another belief. But you don't have any evidence for your globe. Sky observations being that of a misinterpretation of perspective. Prove me wrong, you can't, Globers. So you have nothing. You know, if you're godless and you don't believe there's a creator, then you know that's different. You believe in space and the cosmology, then whatever else, that's fine. But if you know there's a creator, then you can't say you know what the stars are. You can't say you know what the sky is.
Big Bang, spontaneous generation.
Relativity. It's all belief, right? If anything, we're reaching a new era of flat Earth where we might be able to understand or start to look at God's handiwork. But it's going to take philosophy, guys. So when we're in an empirical debate, the Globers can't bring up TFE because it's philosophy. The ground isn't curving or rotating. That's where we are. That's where we live.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. The Earth. We've established the Earth isn't getting in the way of your view of the sun. Right. So going to Antarctica and it not being obstructed from view by the ground, it doesn't matter. We know that it's not. That's not the reason. Right. They're saying that, well, in that part of the world, the ground isn't obstructing your view. But you go to this other place, and it is obstructing your view of the sun, right? That's going to require a geometric horizon, fellas.
Exactly. I was literally going to say that. They don't have a geometric horizon. We don't decide the floor is a ball by looking at the sky. You measure the ground, you observe as much as you can and test as much as you can on the ground. Then you start to look at the sky and make some philosophical conclusions. You don't go straight to philosophy based on pre-assumption. Or I guess you do if you're a Glober.
Right. Let's hear it. Let's hear some evidence for the fucking globe.
So, guys, how does magnetism and gravity work if we're on a flat plane? How do we get gravity? How do we stand here? How do we get pulled down to the ground if we're sitting on a slender flat plane?
You guys mind if I take this one?
What do you think gravity is?
Fairy's got this, Roots.
We have a massive ball of material we're standing on, and when you accumulate a significant amount of mass in one place, it creates gravity, and this has been proven a gazillion times.
Okay,
in fact, we're incredibly fortunate. We're incredibly fortunate because we actually sit between a massive sun, which is like millions of times bigger than us, and a massive Jupiter, which is hundreds of times bigger than us. And they act like vacuum cleaners protecting us from space debris. If we didn't have
Cool
that
story,
opportunity of those guys shielding us, we would have never been here. We would have never made it.
Stop you. I've got to stop you.
I watched Carl Sagan too.
You don't have any way to prove any of that. Yeah, that's just a belief that you have. When you're talking about gravity, literally the only thing you know to be true as knowledge is that gravitas is related to weight. And weight is related to the density of an object compared to the surrounding medium. That's what you can prove about gravity. All of that stuff you just said, fairy tales.
So how much does the apple weigh when it falls off the tree? Let's say like half a pound, right? Oh, he's muted. Half a pound, right, Mage?
Oh, I'm unmuted. What is weight if there's no gravity?
Okay.
Well, you guys aren't you guys aren't separating gravity from mass, and it's fine if you guys want to just have fun and just jumble around a whole bunch of terms and make them up in terms of what you want them to be. You're allowed.
You think gravity attracts light, which is massless. Go figure that one.
I'm trying to ask
we can figure that. It doesn't attract the light. It curves the space that the light travels in.
Guys,
that was Einstein's whole theory.
Look, Hank was halfway through a sentence, and then the other guy, let's ask the shrub, right? He interrupted, right? So he got muted, right? So Hank's now going to reply to the first guy that asked the question, and no one else can interrupt.
Okay, yeah, I think I was talking to the wrong guy. So let's ask a shrub. I think I was talking to you. Okay, so the apple weighs, let's say, half a pound, right? I don't think he's listening. Yeah, he's not listening.
Well, screw the mage guy. Let's just start with the shrub guy. I thought that's who Larry was trying to talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. If I muted the wrong person, apologies.
Well, there's so many other people jumping in, it's hard to keep track.
If you're a flat earther, like, how does gravity work for you?
Okay, I'm going to get into that. It's going to be really easy. How much does the apple weigh?
I don't know the answer to that question because weight depends on the force. And if you don't believe in a force of attraction between masses, then you have to redefine weight. So I don't know.
Right, it's real easy. So, mass divided by volume?
Mass divided by volume?
Right, because you
then there's no pounds.
Mass.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You said only mass, right? But how much does the apple weigh in a pail of water if the scale's on the bottom of the pail?
Yeah, so, well, then you just do like a free body diagram of the forces being acted on it, and you just calculate the net force times the mass.
So it has nothing to do with the buoyancy?
Buoyancy is a force, so you'd add the buoyant force.
Right, so you're claiming that things go down because of gravity, right?
Things go in the direction of the net force, period. On Earth, it just so happens that down is the direction of the net force, yeah.
Okay, so if I drop my cell phone, it goes down because of
the net force acting on it, which is gravity.
Right, and that's mass attracting mass, according to you? Okay.
According to everyone, yeah.
Right, okay, so I can show you, I can put an object in a medium, and I can manipulate the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in and make it go up and down. Right? Like
that's expected. Now the center, now the net force is no longer down; it's up.
Right. So I can make things go up and down by manipulating my presumed cause of my hypothesis. So my presumed cause is the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in. I want you to use your hypothesis and your independent variable, which is your presumed cause, while using my presumed cause as control variables. So show me something going up and down without manipulating buoyancy or density.
You don't have a cause yet because you don't have an explanation for why there's a particular direction favored, right? So what you're saying right now is that if I change the relative density, then the direction will also change. And you can verify that with an experiment. But what your model doesn't predict is why. Like, why does it favor this direction versus this one? That's what you lack.
Okay, so I can demonstrate objects going up or down through cause and effect relationship by manipulating the relative density. Can you make objects go up and down?
Yeah. Any physicist can.
How?
What do you mean? Yeah, just by manipulating the net force acting on it.
Like how?
Like with a balloon, right? If you fill a balloon with helium, the net force is no longer down, it's up.
Okay, that's proving my cause, which is the relative density. Can you use that as your control variable, and you only manipulate mass, or mass attracting mass, or whatever your presumed cause is, and make things go up and down?
Once again, your supposed cause doesn't... Why does it favor a certain direction?
That doesn't matter. I can make it go up and down, can you?
Again, I can make it go up and down as well.
Okay, show me.
Yeah, I can put it in a balloon and it goes up.
Okay, that's proving my cause.
Again, no.
So you're in agreement. The reason things go up and down is because of relative density. So it's specific gravity, not Newtonian gravity.
Like helium is less massive, so it goes up. I mean,
exactly. It's mass over volume, not mass attracts mass.
Helium is mass, though. Like, we're talking about a mass.
Yeah, but helium has the least amount of volume of all the other elements. That's why you chose it, to demonstrate my cause.
Arguably, no.
We're in agreement.
Arguably, it has the same volume as like just straight air.
What? You think helium has the same volume as air?
Arguably, yes.
Same density?
It just has way less mass.
So
like we know
because it has the less mass.
Like
so
it has less mass. Whether or not it has less volume, like you're talking about I guess the average space that's filled by a gas, which should be the same for any gas. Like there's less. So like air is heavier, right? It's oxygen, but helium will fill more space with more helium.
Volume.
Okay, so you do understand that you're making my argument and pretending to disagree with me, right?
Again, your argument doesn't favor a direction. Like, why? Okay, let me ask you something. Why does less? Wait. Just let me ask a question. Why does less dense stuff go up rather than sideways?
The buoyant force pushes it up.
Okay, but why up rather than sideways?
You're not spinning it. That's why.
No. You're not answering my question. Why is it that direction rather than another direction?
And rise sideways? Because you're not spinning it in a centrifuge. If you spun it in a centrifuge, you would see that the density tower would separate itself sideways. That's why.
Okay, so you're saying things go in the direction of like the density gradient?
Yeah.
Why?
Because specific gravity is real and demonstrable, scientifically falsifiable.
Specific gravity? What?
Specific gravity. I know they didn't teach you that in school, but it's the real cause of things going up or down, because there is no such thing as a vacuum, right? No perfect vacuum. Agreed?
You're going in circles. Like you're saying that the reason why things go up in a gradient is because they go up in a gradient. Like I'm asking why.
It's just what we observe.
It's just what we observe. Okay.
Yeah, do you observe anything different?
As a physicist, I can just actually give you the, mechanistic causal relationship.
Okay.
It's because of gravity.
Okay, so you understand cause and effect. You manipulate your cause, right? Don't manipulate buoyancy and density because that's my cause.
Yeah, density doesn't change. The density between like a balloon with air and between a balloon with helium is roughly the same.
Really? Why does the helium balloon go up?
Because it's less massive. I've already said this.
Right, so it's the buoyant force.
No, it's the gravitational force.
Okay, manipulate gravity and show me.
I did. You wait. Mass attracts mass, right? So you make one thing less massive, right? You're manipulating the force.
That's you're manipulating mass divided by volume. That's what you're manipulating when you put helium in a balloon.
Like you were the one that made up mass over volume. Pounds, all the units of force. Weight. All of those units are mass. So mass attracts mass.
Amount of substance per volume.
Amount of substance per volume is not your force.
It's not mass. It's not mass.
Amount of substance per volume is not mass, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, so
that would be like mass density.
Nothing to do with amount of substance.
No, actually, no. Sorry, that's density. What you're saying is density.
Right, relative density between the object and the medium. So when you freeze water, what does the ice do? The water expands, becomes more buoyant, less dense, and it rises to the surface so it doesn't kill all the fish, right?
Actually, no. I think water is less dense as ice than it's in its liquid state.
Water in its liquid state is more dense. That's why the ice is on.
No. Ice and water is unique. It's different from other most substances, yeah, but ice is less dense, and that's because of the covalent. That's because of the partial polarity at the between oxygen and hydrogen.
Isn't that what I just said?
No, what you said is it's more dense when it freezes. It's less dense when it's frozen for ice.
It's like 7 o'clock in the morning almost. So ice is less dense. That's why it's on top of the water.
That's why.
But what if I change the relative density between the ice and the medium that it's in, and I drink the glass of tea? What happens to the ice? It goes to the bottom of the cup.
It might rise. I'm not sure, but like again, you're introducing a buoyant force though. Like I don't know.
Yeah,
my model would still predict that it would go. Sorry, hold on. Just let me finish. My model would still predict that it would travel or accelerate in the direction of its net force, which is what we observe.
Okay, you keep talking about net force, and you can describe things mathematically all you want to, but I'm manipulating a cause and demonstrating an effect. You claim gravity is what holds down the oceans, right? What happens if you boil water?
It rises.
Right. So what was holding it down? The high pressure and the low temperature. If you manipulate
it was the gravity.
One of those, okay, you manipulate the gravity and make the water go off the surface of the Earth.
Good luck with that. That's a project
that's your claim.
That any government would be able to fund.
Right. That's your claim. You can't do it.
Yeah, that gravity attracts water. I mean, like, we just observed this, period.
Well, you're making a baseless assertion right now, whereas I have a demonstration that's falsifiable, because if you take water, you put it in a chamber, and you take out all the gas pressure, it's going to boil at low temperature. And gravity has no control over it anymore because it's going to boil off. Or if you put it in a tea kettle.
No, it does. It's just that it's so small that
demonstrate it.
Pressure. Like, I mean, like, you're just asking me to demonstrate what's in a physics textbook. I mean, I can, but is that going to convince you?
Claim.
Like, I've already done that. Like, for example, I did that with helium, and then you dodged and moved topics when you realized you were wrong.
You backed up my claim. I don't know why you.
Like, for example, I demonstrated gravity. When you manipulate the mass, right? You change the cause. It induces an effect, a different force, and then you ignored it, and then started talking about oceans. Like, I don't think anything's going to convince you, dude.
I didn't ignore anything.
Wait, then engage with it. Like, how is this? Okay. How is when I put helium in a balloon and I manipulate the mass, which causes an effect on the force because it rises? How is that not demonstrating gravity?
You manipulated the mass and the volume, not just the mass.
No, the volume's the same. The density is all the same. You just changed the mass.
The density is the same in a helium balloon as compared to a balloon filled with oxygen and nitrogen and trace gases?
Yes.
No, otherwise a fucking balloon of would also go up.
Wait, let me think.
I think everybody knows.
No,
hydrogen is more buoyant than all the other elements.
If mass over volume, and you reduce the mass, then the volume stays the same. Density goes down. Okay. Yeah, but that's just a function of mass then. So
it's mass and volume.
Yeah, but what's the? Okay, let me think.
Let's make it real simple. Cause and effect, right? The apple falls down. It falls into a pail of water.
Mm-hmm.
It floats because of buoyancy. Somebody shoots a hole in the bucket. The water drains out. The water goes down. Somebody plugs the hole, fills it back up with water. It goes up. What did that have to do with mass alone, or did it only have to do with the relative density between the apple and the medium that it was in?
Yeah, all of the density, like all of the buoyancy equations, they're all counteracting the gravitational force that's pulling it down.
You can describe it mathematically however you like, but I'm using science to demonstrate a cause and effect relationship. Can you do the same?
Yeah.
Okay, what is your independent variable?
Mass.
Okay, can you manipulate mass alone and make the apple go up or down? Without manipulating buoyancy.
Oh, well, so you're saying keep the fluid the same and just affect the mass?
No, I'm saying you only manipulate mass because that's your cause.
That's literally what I just said. That's what I just said. So you keep the fluid the same and affect the mass?
Yeah.
Then yeah, you would just pick different objects, like you could pick honey, you could pick
now you're
ice.
changing the relative density by changing the object. You got to keep the relative
different mass, same relative density.
Yeah, don't manipulate the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in and make the object go up and down like I did with my presumed cause.
Yeah, so then let me think. I could pick something. I could pick something like a gold sphere, like a small gold sphere versus a large gold sphere, right? Like both have the same density because gold is what, like 19,320 kilograms per meter cubed. But like the mass will be different, and you'll observe that one will sink. You could find a very non-viscous fluid that could make this work because it's going to sink in water. But if you had like honey or something with that still applies a buoyant force, you could drop gold, and then that gold might stay fixed in the fluid. Versus like a larger, more massive piece of gold, and then that'll sink, and then that would verify what I just said. People
really sorry to interrupt. Just one sec. T-Dub and Plagueman, can you pop yourselves on mute? Plagueman, go ahead.
Sorry, you said you're going to drop a gold ball in honey?
Well, just gold or any substance where it's the same thing. It's going to have the same density. So you just pick the more massive object, and you'll observe that if it's massive enough, it will overcome the buoyant force and sink. If it's less massive, it'll float, and if it's really not massive, it'll.
So what's your independent variable?
Mass.
So you manipulated mass by dropping gold in a pot.
Yeah, take one really like small gold ball versus one really big one. Like the only difference is in mass.
So surface tension, friction has nothing to do with it?
I mean, but we're keeping that fixed, right? Because we're keeping it in the same fluid.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. So in my experiment,
that's a really good.
In my experiment, I'm manipulating my presumed cause and making objects go up and down, and you're talking about dropping gold in a jar of honey.
So your question was like, can you introduce an experiment where we manipulate an independent variable to make things go up and down? And to do that, because you're assuming that it's because of the relative density. So what I've done is I've just kept the density fixed, right? Because something like gold, density is mass per unit volume, and if you have two things of the same substance, two gold balls, you increase the mass, but you also increase the volume, right? So the density is the same, but we know that the mass is different.
All right. So what I'm doing, sinks, how do you get it back up again?
By making it less massive.
Not gravity, then.
No, that's literally gravity.
So
less massive objects are attracted to the Earth, like with less force. Like, assume that the force on an object is 1 Newton. If you double the mass, you will double the force. So it'll be 2 Newtons now. And that's how you do that. But the buoyant force remains constant. And you observe that at different masses, you like it'll either float, it'll sink. Actually, every physicist has observed this, or it'll rise.
So both gold balls are going to sink, right?
Not necessarily. If they're heavy enough, yeah. If they are the same as the buoyant force, you'll drop it and it'll float. If it's less,
once again,
then you'll see it rise to the top.
You're invoking relative density, not mass alone.
No. Again, the density is the same, right? If you take a small gold ball versus a big gold ball, the densities are the same.
Well, I don't have any gold balls to test this out with, so this is a thought experiment. Whereas I mean,
every physicist. This is what I mean. Like, this is in an intro physics textbook. Like, we do this in our labs. Like when I took physics, we did a lab.
Can you go to your lab and show me with the camera on?
Okay.
Make a video?
I mean, like,
show me a video.
You know what? Sure.
I've never
one of
seen
these days, I'll repeat. One of these days, I will repeat that buoyancy experiments that we did in lab, and I'll do it for you. Does that sound good? Yeah, I mean, this is literally just what's derived in every physics textbook, so you can ask any physicist to do it for you.
So you physicists just got some big gold balls laying around.
You can do it with any substance. All you have to do is just take two substances which are the same, because they'll have the same density regardless of if one is
how
bigger.
massive would a piece of iron have to be for it not to float in a pool of mercury?
A bowl of mercury?
A pool of mercury.
Yeah,
how massive would iron have to be?
I don't know. I'd have to do some math.
Like, it's always going to float.
I don't know if that's true. I'd have to do some math. Like, what you're saying is a thought experiment. Like, I'd have to, if I saw that, or some physicist derived it, maybe, but I don't know. I'd have to do some math. Maybe you're right. I don't know. Like,
right,
here,
guys.
let me...
Please continue. I think I demonstrated what I wanted to demonstrate.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, that things go up and down because of relative density.
Wait, so they won't go up or down if you keep the density fixed?
Oh, is that Hank?
Yep.
That just contradicts what we observed. So, I mean, you're proving that flat earthers contradict observation.
Bro, you contradicted observation when you said your gold stuff right now. I don't know, like, how long have you been going? I just started listening, but you're wrong. Straight up, you're wrong.
Where he steals the victory away from you, Hank. Kudos. Very well played.
Woohoo!
What's going on? I'll just try that again. Well done, Hank. Okay, I am Larry. Burb job. Just a couple of corrections.
Go ahead.
The idea that the guy suggested that gravity is a force of mass attracting mass hasn't been the case for 110 years. Yes, but physicists...
yeah, that's true.
I'm still talking.
It was recast
Still
in a
talking.
different model.
Still talking.
Okay.
He suggested
I'm
that we
agreeing.
would appeal to physicists. He suggested that we'd appeal to physicists. Here's a quote from astrophysicist, what's his name? Brian Cox. There isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote. Or George Musa, editor of Scientific American. Gravity is not a force, end quote. You appeal to being a physicist, you not knowing that gravity hasn't been a force for 110 years gives you away as a liar. You're not a physicist.
No, most physicists...
Talking.
So,
I'm still talking. I'm still talking. Still talking. Still talking, yeah. Yeah, I'm still talking. It gives you away that you haven't got anything beyond a high school education in science. That's what it tells me when you do that. If you did, you'd know that gravity isn't a force and hasn't been for 110 years. You're just a bullshitter. To make that clear.
Can I respond now? Are you done talking?
I don't care.
Yeah. So most physicists still use Newtonian mechanics for most calculations close to Earth. You're right. Under Einstein's theory, it's not a force. It's actually just the curvature of space-time. But it's about the model that you're looking at. And most of the time, for most things on Earth, when you're not in space, it's safe to use the model that Newton provides, where gravity is a force. It's a semantic dispute, really. But you get the same result in the math.
That's incorrect. I'll just quote Cox again, shall I? You're not listening to Cox? Maybe George Musa was... Maybe I'm still talking while you're getting triggered through the top of me just correcting you, because you're wrong. Oh.
Yeah.
Gravity...
You can quote whoever you want. I don't care.
You can chant through me. You can just talk through me because the embarrassing truth that you're wrong is painful, and me being interrupted is a way of overcoming that, I see. You can talk through me. I see that, yes. Well done. You can talk through me. No, you're just wrong. Gravity is not a force, end quote, George Musa, the editor of Scientific American. When you've spent, 25 minutes arguing about how it's a force, you're just wrong. Okay? So, Hank, otherwise known as I Am Larry, ripped you a new one, made you look very silly. That's what he did. You babbling on about 110 year out of date non-force that you've just spent 20 minutes arguing for. It isn't. You just conceded that. Oh, what, warping space-time? Not a force, then, which is what you've just spent 20 minutes arguing for. I'm still talking. You can see you coming off mute because it's painful listening to me correcting you and telling you how wrong you are. An affirmation from your own lips. That's right, you were wrong, Mage. That's right, bending and warping space-time. That's called pseudo. Let's put a bit of emphasis on that. Pseudo-Riemannian geometry. It's a mathematics. It's not a force in nature. It's not observable with a phenomena. And the idea that it was outdated 110 years ago. Just so we're absolutely clear.
Yeah, I can't help it if the guy's out of date. I mean, I can't make him make his claim how I want him to make it. So he made his claim, and I went with it. And that's just how I roll. I think he can't demonstrate what he was claiming. However, I could demonstrate that you can make things go up and down by manipulating the relative density. So I don't know how you saw it, but that's how I saw it.
My favourite part was when you forced him into ascribing a cause of mass. Really? So not the cause of gravity then? The density, like relative to the medium, like Hank was talking about. Yeah, that was embarrassing.
Sorry, hold on. Yeah, so let me correct myself earlier. I think I said I was mistaken. I said that like if you dropped a small thing of gold in versus a big one, I checked the math. That's wrong. So let me correct myself. The buoyant force is the hold on. Actually, so let me just write out the math. Okay, the buoyant force is equal to
me consistently a few times.
the density of the fluid
wrong. We don't need to hear you anymore. You don't need to correct yourself. You need to correct yourself. I'm going to talk through you like you did to me several times. Yeah? You don't need to hear from me. You don't need to correct yourself. You've babbled on through Hank for an incessant amount of time. Wrong. Now you want to go back and double track back and correct yourself. Just shut up. Wrong. You don't need to hear from you anymore. You're wrong.
I
corrected him.
So I put the buoyant force in.
I corrected him. Had I have not corrected him, he'd still be babbling nonsense about it being a force.
I'm not totally wrong about the gold thing.
Don't need him yammering through me, and I don't need an appeal that he can be correcting himself. I corrected him. Why am I getting chanted through? What's going on? He doesn't need to correct himself. I corrected him, but for the fact that I did, he'd still be yammering about it being a force.
This.
Why am I getting chanted through? I corrected him. This is the fourth attempt to say this sentence. But for the fact that I corrected him on his incorrect assertions that are 110 years out of date, he'd still be bullshitting about it being a force. I'm not going to let him correct himself. I corrected him. He could just say thank you. What, he wants to waffle on about a correction? No, I've done that for him. If I hadn't, he'd still be talking about it being a force, wouldn't he? Say thank you. Thank you.
You didn't correct me about anything, dude.
You got all that wrong. Yeah, you're right. You got all that wrong.
Yeah, gravity is still a force in Newtonian mechanics.
It isn't.
And it's still not a force in Einsteinian mechanics.
You appealed to these people. You said, physicists, I'll give you Brian Cox. There isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote. You're going to chant through Cox now. That's a quote.
Yeah, he's a popular science guy.
Why are you chanting
people
through
say
me?
whatever they want.
Why are you chanting through me?
Physicists in the
I'm
research.
giving you back what you asked for, and you're just chanting through
listen,
me.
Dude, I'm going to say this once.
Through me?
And only once. I don't care what physicists say in news articles.
Why are you chanting through me? We heard you. I've listened to you for 20 minutes. Why are you just chanting through me? What is going on, moderators? Yeah, you've been muted by the server operators, Mags, because I'm showing you up. Don't just chant through me because you've lost. I told you I don't need you to correct yourself. Now you've had to be shut up by the server mods, because I'm talking now. A flat earther who knows better and corrected you. Now, you didn't thank me. You were disrespectful. And now you've decided to put your fingers in your ear and go on server deafen, because you don't want to hear it. I know, everybody's the same on the globe side. They don't want to hear it when they're wrong. I'd just go back and correct myself. No, you'd still be babbling about forces, and we'd still be listening to you bullshitting everybody here, wouldn't we? No, when I come to correct him and chastise him for his incorrect assertions and bullshitters about being a physicist, which he bloody isn't, he's got nothing more than a high school level education, that's obvious. He goes on server def and he doesn't want to listen to it. I've sat here and listened to him for 20 straight minutes being wrong. When it comes to that fact being pointed out, he goes on server deaf and doesn't want to listen to how bleeding wrong he is. Only wants to waffle with his incorrect assertions non-stop. Without any corrections coming his way, and when they do, he'll put his fingers in his ears or talk through me? Outrageous. Earth scum. You're just wrong. Good job you went on server deafen. Good. Exclude yourself from this conversation. You're not worthy of talking to anybody here. You're just wrong.
Wanted to go back to the gold balls.
Absolutely pathetic. The minute they have to be corrected, they'd rather stick their fingers in their ears. Sad twat. Howard. And if they can't use their bleeding mute button on me while I'm correcting them, they'll stick their fingers in their ears. Once the server moderator steps in. No, it's either I will talk through every last word of your corrections. Oh, well, it is still a force. Well, I was quoting Cox when he decided to server deafen himself. All right, Cox not good enough. He appealed to these bloody people. If you ask any physicist... Bullshitter. That's what these people are. Bullshitters. Age was a bullshitter. That's why I stopped him when he said he was going to correct himself. No, I don't want to hear it. Sick of it. Bullshitters. That's what I'm sick of. He's one of them. Hank, on the other hand, a lot more tolerant of bullshit, as it would seem. Etius, you're a fault.
Yeah, that was well done. A little painful, but I don't know how he so patient.
Yeah, he's got a lot more patience than I. I'm trying to tell these people when they spew garbage that's wrong. And as Hank correctly identified, he was like, if he gives me a force of gravity, I'll go with the force of gravity. I can only go on what he says. Absolutely correct. That's fun. There was nobody in the... I visited 2 other servers. I'm normally here tomorrow, but I visited 2 other servers and there was no one in them. So I thought I'd toddle along here and say hello.
Yeah, long time no see, bro. Hope you're doing well.
A long time no see. I've known Larry, actually Hank to me. I don't know what his real name is. It's not relevant. But as long as I've been here. You've been here 10 years, right?
Yeah. Pretty close to it.
That's bonkers.
Yeah, man. I remember when you started out in the debates. I apologize. When you started out in the debates, you were more like me. You were very chill and calm and kind of a objective observer in a little bit in the beginning. And you've definitely you've been in the trenches. I think you've been debating quite a bit. I can tell.
Although not by name.
Harden, that's right.
I know who you are, right? You get a mention in the book that I'm writing. So
thank you.
There's a reason, a story behind an event that happened with you specifically. You were getting rumpus to all hell. You eventually left the server, and then 45 minutes after the discussion you were having about, I even remember the subject if I rack my brains, inverse square law. You got rumpus to all hell. You'd won. That win was taken away from you by rumpusing. You got sick of it and left. And then 45 minutes later, the person that you'd beaten conceded that fact when it didn't matter anymore because there was a big enough gap. And Anthony Riley, Sleeping Warrior, came to me and went, come and listen to this. And he grabbed my ear, metaphorically, sat me down in front of that show with you in it, and went, watch what happens here to Hank Hill. Like, okay. I watch you win. Watch the victory get taken away, which is where I stepped in today, by the way, because that's where the victory that Hank justifiably took was about to be stolen away from him. Whoa, blah, 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 rumpus. So he doesn't get his victory dance. Well, I was going to commend him there and then because of exactly this. Anthony Riley shows me where 45 minutes later your opponent concedes after you're long gone. It's not connected to the point anymore. He was like, you need to keep each of these points that get overcome in line so they don't get forgotten and they don't just keep rinsing and repeating. That conversation basically birthed the housekeeping. The reason we do housekeeping is strongly attributable to 2 people, you and Sleeping Warrior. Just so you know, that story that made it into the book because it was quite a pivotal moment in terms of keeping the fundies from rinsing and repeating garbage like gravity is a force.
So have you seen the video, the inverse square law, and how it actually does destroy the heliocentric model?
Yeah, 10 years ago.
No, there's a recent video that was put out. I think it was Taboo Conspiracy mirrored it from somebody else. Would you like to see it?
Sure. I'll have a look. I'm subscribed to Taboo Conspiracy. I'm going to toddle along shortly because we're going to start our live stream. As I say, I only toddled along before my live show started because there was nobody in the hangout I normally go in, or whatever you call it, Discord. The 24/7 Flat Earth one that I go in normally had nobody in, and then I went to Earth Awakenings. That had nobody in. So then I toddled along to here. But I'll check out the inverse square law video by Taboo Conspiracy. But for now, I'm going to bid you all farewell. So thank you for having me in the meantime. It's wicked listening to you take that guy to pieces calmly and collectedly.
Yep, that's my thing. All right, peace, bro.
Tomorrow, everyone else here, I'll be at same time in 24 hours time-ish.
Just later, Nathan. It's funny because you remember that guy you destroyed earlier about the inverse square law.
Right.
So, and then he brings up the story.
Yeah.
It's like that dude didn't know that you've been destroying people about that very same topic for 10 years. And he thought he was correct. He thought he was going to school you and teach you. These guys are goons, bro.
How the inverse square law of light makes the heliocentric model impossible by kryptonite physics. So he was the original creator of this video that I'm about to post. So all credit due to him. I guess I was correct. I just didn't know why I was correct. But yeah, Nathan was right to recognize the rumpusing that goes along. And, some people with a disposition like myself, I'll just let people make a fool of themselves and rumpus and, verbal diarrhea, mental constipation all over the place because I really don't care how other people act. And if we're going to have these, conversations, we can't have unbridled free speech. There's no such thing as unbridled free speech. It doesn't exist. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. You can't threaten to do harm. So just like in the real world, on these, debates, there has to be what Nathan called housekeeping. And we can't just allow people to do victory dances on the 50-yard line, peacocking and beating their chest the whole time while the ball's still sitting there for everyone to see on the 50-yard line.
Right, and a lot of them do that, dude. And like the way that guy got wrecked, and then the audacity of him in his arrogance to be like, let me correct myself. Like, no, dude, like you got corrected, and doesn't and doesn't have the decency to be like, oh yeah, okay, my bad, like just total douchebag, dude. Like just a complete douchebag.
And the fact that he's talking about gold and honey, like who can repeat the test that these alleged physicists are doing with tens of thousands of dollars worth of gold allegedly?
Yeah.
Like who does that? Nobody. Except for, I guess, people that have government funding or something.
Yeah, it's just when they make that argument that, oh, while it works, it's a force. When you're using Newtonian, like I don't think they realize what they're saying. Like it's a force, but not a force. Only when we're doing it mathematically. So now you live like in a math world. Like no, there's reality. Like and if you're trying to claim something in reality that isn't, but only in math, like that I don't get it. Like how do they stand there confidently and feel like they're right? I don't get that. Like where does that confidence come from of being wrong? And then being okay with being wrong, and then then they plant their 2 feet as if it's totally fine.
Well, you know that every scam has to have a confidence man, right?
Yeah, true.
That's where we get the word con man.
Right. Because he sells it. In his confidence, he's selling it.
Yeah. So these people come in here and they're like, I'm a physicist. It's like, okay, so let's talk about particles in motion. It's like, you think you got it all figured out, right? You could just say the word gravity and describe it mathematically, but I'm over here showing cause and effect relationship. And cause and effect, I mean, that's like one of the most basic natural laws. Everybody understands cause and effect.
Right.
So, kind of hard to pull the wool over the audience with that one, because you could demonstrate it by drinking a glass of tea, iced tea, and watching the ice go up and down. Or a ping pong ball, or whatever. And they can, talk about mass and say all these great words, but, I try to avoid I'm going to try in the future to avoid the word specific gravity and just say relative density. Because they stopped saying that we made it up. They used to say that we made up relative density. That's what they used to say. It's something that flat earthers made up.
Is what's the word? Is it Dunning-Kruger? Is that the
Dunning-Kruger effect?
Dunning-Kruger, yeah. I said it opposite, but that's what comes to mind when like hearing that guy speak, thinking that he was correct, like the whole time.
Do you know how Dunning and Kruger came up with that?
Mm-mm.
Guy robbed a bank. And when he got caught, he was like, "How did you see me?" They were like, "What?" It's like, "How did you see my face on the video? I was wearing invisible ink." The ink was invisible, not his face.
It's hilarious. Bro, that's that man's psycho.
When someone says Dunning-Kruger effect, they're talking about those type of people. Extremely confident. How did you see me?
Right. Like how? Yeah. So okay. So yeah. So this guy was so confident in his in being wrong, he doesn't believe it.
Right. So the higher the confidence, and the less you realize your own cognitive limitation, you're on that end of the spectrum. The more you realize your own cognitive limitation because you're smarter than others, the less confident you're going to be in a matter that you're probably more educated on than others.
Yeah.
So there's also sorry, just real fast. There's also a bend to this rule, right? If a UFC fighter trains every day for 6 weeks and eats clean for 6 weeks, he has earned confidence.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the exception to the rule.
Yeah. Yo, can Ahmad unmute him so he can finish correcting himself? After I told him he was wrong about the gold thing, not Nathan Oakley. I told him he was wrong about. Nathan Oakley told me he was wrong about the gravity not being a force thing. He's trying to steal my.
Stealing your thunder percentage. Well, I can't stand Mage's confidence in being so wrong, but yet he was like claiming to be so right, and he'll probably still continue in his confidence. It's fucking comical at this point.
Well, to be fair, with the gold thing, he wasn't so wrong. But he was wrong to say that like the surface tension, the drag, would be the same because it's the same medium. That's not the case.
Sorry, I think the surface tension would be the same. What changes is that the buoyant force is only a function of the density. So you were right there. Differently dense objects fall due to their densities. But what I'm going to say in response is that any experiment which you could construct and I can also construct, they're going to give the same results precisely because the force only depends on density in this case, but only in this case.
That's a baseless assertion.
Only in buoyant systems. Here, and I sent it in the side chat.
No, it's not just that. Like for instance, if we have two vehicles of different masses, and different densities, going through the same medium, and let's say you had them going, with the momentum that they had through air, and they were just like both in neutral or something like that. One of them is going to go farther than the other due to the drag to force coefficient, the drag to force ratio. I mean, sorry, they're
so if you're talking about drag, that's going to be orthogonal to the gravity vector, so that's not going to interfere at all, right? The component vectors of the gravity and drag, they're like at right angles, so they're not going to interfere at all. If you talk about going up or down, like with a balloon, what will be different is the buoyant force on the balloons, but if you're talking about an object massive enough, like a human, or like literally anything that's not air, the buoyant force is negligible, and what dominates is the gravitational force, and that still corresponds to what we observe.
Yeah, I mean, in air, of course, but I misspoke. I said drag to force. I meant drag to mass ratio. Drag to mass ratio. Well, but that would still the more massive the thing is, the less drag it's gonna feel over time, and so it will like fall more or faster, or it'll move more, or whatever.
So that
you're wrong about with regards to
the
different densities, or sorry, the different size balls of gold.
Okay.
Yes, they'd have the same density, but because the different masses.
Yeah, I was wrong. What's the equation that you're talking about for air with this drag to? Because is it something that just universally applies
F
to
equals
air?
mg minus F equals mg minus the force of
drag. F equals mg.
And they have different drags at different mass, like different masses, even with the same.
Sorry, I'm sorry. What's the specific equation you're using? I'm confused. Is it just drag? Period. F equals
well, I
mg.
mean, there's the
okay.
drag equation, but once you have the drag coefficient, once you know how
F
much
equals
the force
mg.
drag is, minus the
So
force
are
drag.
you doing F equals mg minus drag, or okay, and just the drag? So okay. Density of the fluid. Yeah, drag only depends on speed of the object relative to the fluid. That's dimensionless. So are you saying that well, it doesn't look like it depends on the density of the object, which is interesting.
No, the density could be the same. That's what I'm saying. You were saying that like when the density is the same, it's not a matter of drag, and I'm saying no, it is. That's the separation.
So for water,
if a really big ball of gold versus a really small ball of gold with the same densities,
for
the big
water
ball will still fall faster because of the drag to.
That's wrong. That's wrong. At least for water, I haven't done the math for air, but when I did the math just now for water, it would fall the same because the volumes cancel out in either, or not the volumes cancel out. Basically, the force when you set them equal to each other is only a function of the densities of the objects. Everything else is constant, I think. But I have to see if that's
gold fall.
Yeah, the gold ball they'll fall at the same. Yeah, the tiny one will fall with the same.
If it's not neutrally buoyant, then it will apply, regardless of the speed that they fall. The one that's bigger will fall faster because it has less drag. Always.
That's not neutral. Neutral buoyancy is just when the densities are the same, and so it stays
I'm saying
fixed.
if they're not both floating, one of the and they're both falling, the bigger one is going to fall faster because of the drag to mass coefficient. Like you can't say that it's canceling out when they're both still falling.
So like I said, for air, maybe you're saying that the drag to air is I don't know. I have to run the math, but I ran the math for water. I'm saying only for water right now. That's false. They would fall at the same speed, same acceleration.
If it happens for air, it happens for water. It'll
doesn't happen for water.
Regardless of the medium. So long as they're both falling, the bigger one will fall fast.
No, that's not true. Only the density is. Yeah, you can check my math if you want, but everything that
I'm saying you check your math again. It doesn't make sense that you would separate water and air when they're both falling.
Yeah, they're different mediums. So, I mean, like, for example, in water, the math might be different because of, like, pressure increases downward in water linearly. Near Earth, it doesn't really...
Okay, so that's the issue. You're like, assuming that's a non-common...
I'm not saying that's why the math is different. I don't know why the math is different yet. I'm just saying the math is different right now. For water, what you're saying would happen doesn't happen.
No, that's wrong. The thing that you just said right now is wrong. You're assuming incompressibility of water, which is not the case.
Do you have like an observation where more massive objects fall faster in water?
Water is compressible. That's why we feel different pressures as we go down.
Water is mostly it's compressible at very high pressures, but most of you can for the math you can assume it's.
If water was truly incompressible, then we would not feel more pressure as we would go down. It would just any force would be automatically transferred to the bottom. Listen, any force would be automatically transferred to the bottom of the pressure well, just like you wouldn't have the forces being exerted in the contents, because that wouldn't happen if it was truly incompressible. It would just go from the top to the bottom like a.
Well, so, okay, gravity causes liquid to fill the container, right? So if you just imagine a cylinder, I'm just trying to derive like why pressure goes down without it being why an incompressible fluid can still have pressure at depth. Imagine a shaded cylinder in this liquid, and it extends from the surface, okay, at depth 0, to surface just say -5 meters downward, okay? And this water is in static equilibrium, right? For not literally, because at the atomic level it's still moving, but at the macro level, right, it's not moving. You see it stationary. We can agree on all of this so far? my mic still
Sure.
coming through?
I don't know if you caught me.
No, I didn't.
Continue.
Yeah. Okay. So if we imagine like a cylinder of water, like not an actual cylinder of like just imagine like a mathematical cylinder that you place in this water. Like we're making imaginary boundaries in this water, and we want to determine the forces on this cylinder. There are three forces. There's the force. This is going to be the one that you don't think exists. The gravitational force on the liquid, which is mg. Okay, so the mass of the cylinder in the liquid, the mass of the liquid in the cylinder times g. Then you have the downward force due to the pressure P0 at the surface of the liquid, and then you have an upward pressure right at the bottom of the cylinder due to the pressure of the water. Do you minus the gravity, which I already know you don't agree with? Do you agree that these are the three forces acting on this cylinder?
I don't know why you assume on like my thing or not. If this water's in air, it would be falling, and that's why you have it collected in cylinder or what have you. So gravity, which is the downward, the things falling, that downward acceleration would be a factor. I would agree with that one. But if it was truly incompressible, let's say you had a piston at the top of this well of water, the cylinder of water, right? If it was incompressible, truly, then as this piston pushed down, there'd be no compressibility of the water. The water molecules, would be the distance between them would not change.
Yeah.
There would be so what would happen would be these like elastic collisions would be truly elastic, and any pressure introduced from the piston at the top would automatically transfer to the bottom.
Correct. Yeah.
It would not. It would not be felt by the molecules in between.
Yeah,
and that's why you wouldn't have any difference. There would be no pressure gradient. That's the.
No, that's not true. So what is true is that you would have pressure at the bottom. The reason why it would increase is because as you go down, the force of gravity would also increase.
I understand that, but if it's truly incompressible,
no, that's a lie.
Then the water molecules at the bottom would not feel it. There would be no weight of the column of water above because it's truly incompressible. It would the weight wouldn't affect it. It would just automatically go to the bottom, which doesn't happen. There's nothing that's truly incompressible.
If it was so
it's kind of a mind like a.
Okay, so let me think about it because I want to give an answer that's correct. So let me give some thought, and then I'll get back to you. You're saying that the reason why you believe, supposing water is incompressible, because any pressure that's felt at the surface would like elastically propagate to the bottom, such that it's the same. That's what you're saying.
Instantaneously.
Yeah. Which intuitively makes sense, but let me think about it.
It's the proof that there's nothing incompressible because we have pressure gradients. If there's a pressure gradient, then it's not incompressible by default. It's incompressible. In another word, it could be put another way. The incompressibility, whether it's incompressible or not, is that is the necessary antecedent as to whether or not it can have a pressure. Manufactorum, the weight of the water above would not be recognized. It would not register if it was truly incompressible. The weight of the water would just be constant. It would be isotropic.
I mean, it would be isotropic at every sort of level demarcation, right? Like the deeper you go, the more water you have above you, but as you go down, there's more water above you.
I hear you. Yeah, there is more water above you, and the reason why there is, a pressure gradient is for that reason. But that's the proof that water is compressible. Because if it was truly incompressible, any weight of water would instantly, transfer, go through. The elastics wouldn't suddenly be, the collisions wouldn't suddenly become inelastic. If it's incompressible, there'd be completely elastic.
I don't see how that follows. Like if instead of water, right, we had those ball pits like for kids. Did I dip out? Yeah. So if we take a situation like that, right? We have, let's say it's a ball pit made of, you know what bocce are? They're like little heavy balls. It's a European game, kind of like bowling. Doesn't matter. They're filled with something. They're heavy. They're cue balls. Let's say you have a ball pit full of cue balls, pool balls, right? If you go, say, a meter into this pool pit, you're going to have X amount of weight above you, right? But if you go, let's say, 10 meters, you're going to have a lot more pool balls above you, and they're going to weigh more. They're going to feel more pressure, though we know the pool balls aren't compressible.
Well, what's feeling the weight,
I think it
though?
would still work.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. Hold on. Let me break down. What's feeling the weight? Are you inside this ball?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're compressible, right?
Don't have to be. Like, the pressure is going to be the same. You either compress because of the weight or you resist it, but the weight that you feel should be the same.
The reason why these balls are feeling the weight, like is wherever you register it, is because that thing that's registering it is not compressible. Like I agree with you. As you increase the amount of balls or what have you, at the bottom, like whatever's at the bottom, let's say there's a scale at the bottom, that's going to register more and more pressure. That's going to register more weight, right? But if let's say these balls, like they're completely incompressible, then they're not in between. They're not going to register that because there's nothing to register it, right? You're assuming that they're throughout that corridor or throughout that thing is an incompressible, medium.
So here's what I think is so every column of water needs to support the column of water below it with its weight, and so when you assume, well, what we observe is that water is incompressible. That and what that just means is that the volume doesn't change very much when you move it through a medium. Like you observe that when you try to compress water, it's really, really hard. Like you almost can't do it. And when you push water, like with a piston, if there's space that it can take up, it'll take up that space. It just won't compress for most cases.
Yeah.
But the reason why this is all a model. This is the fluid dynamics model within Newtonian mechanics. So we make simplifying assumptions. We assume that water is in static equilibrium. We assume that water is incompressible. We assume that water... Actually, no, those are the two big assumptions. I don't think those are necessarily true in the real world. I think water is slightly compressible, and I do think that water is in motion because the molecules are moving. But these assumptions are safe enough to make because the volume
for all intents and purposes, it's relatively safe assumption.
Yeah, and so the reason why pressure exists... Really quick, before I'm almost done, and then you can respond. The reason why pressure exists at depth is because if you imagine a column of water, and then you imagine a column of water underneath it, that column of water has to support the column above it with its weight. And then the one below it has to support it because it's all frozen. It's all still. It's not moving. So that's how that math is. That's how that's derived.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're maintaining incompressibility, then you have to realize that the column of water will ultimately be supported by whatever's at the bottom, by the ocean floor or whatever it is.
Which would be really, really high pressure. I think is it more massive? I mean, yeah, I think so. The weight has to be the same. Can I have no access images removed?
Well, now I'm curious of that last thing Percentage said. Like, are you suggesting that the pressure doesn't vary as you go deeper?
Well, of course not. No, everyone knows that.
It'll only vary when you introduce something that's compressible to register it. But if we're saying that water is incompressible,
no, it does. It does. Like, it obviously varies. Like, we know that water is at high pressure when you go lower because submarines break. I mean, the whole reason those guys died was because the pressure broke the hull.
Yeah, but I'm saying the only reason that happens is because water is compressible. if water was truly incompressible, which no medium is, then that wouldn't happen.
Well, I think what you said is because those elastic collisions would be maintained, but I don't think that necessarily holds. First of all, those would be thermal interactions, and those would be calculated separately from the macro level, like I guess energy or motion. But like in any case, the derivation I gave is why you have pressure at depth, assuming that it's incompressible. It still works. It still works. Right? You assume it's incompressible. You assume it's
water. They can't be moved, right? If it's incompressible, they can't be moved, regardless of how much pressure you put onto it.
No, right? that's not what incompressible means. Like you can still move it. It's just that the density remains relatively fixed. So like water will still have the same density.
Hold up. How are you moving? How are you moving the molecules? Basically, like compaction.
Just with like you could do it with a piston. You could do it with like your hand in a glass of water.
But you're saying that you're moving the molecules, you're compacting the water, thereby decreasing the volume, but you're saying the density is the same, which doesn't make sense.
Wait. Sorry, say that again?
You're saying that you're moving the water molecules, like the distance between the molecules, you're compressing it, meaning you're decreasing the volume, but you're maintaining also the density is the same, which doesn't make sense.
No, the volume is fixed. Like if you have a volume of water, like in a cup, it doesn't decrease volume because it takes up a differently shaped cup. It's the same volume of water, and the distance between that water. Yeah.
If something was compressing, like trying to squeeze it, right? If it was truly incompressible, it would not be able to reduce the volume. That's what an incompressible medium is. The volume can't be decreased.
Yeah, that's for the most part true. Like if you put water in an anvil, I think pressure, whatever they call it, it would take, like you couldn't do it with a piston basically. Like if you tried it with a piston, it'd break the piston. You would need to have something really high pressure. I mean, like dude, believe me, I've tried it. I've looked everywhere for a video of someone trying to compress water. I think let me actually do some math. How much pressure to compress water? Okay.
It's going to be a non-zero value.
It's bulk modulus, which is 2.2 times 10 to the 9 Pascal. Jesus. So 2.2 gigapascals for its bulk modulus. Delta V over V equals P over K. So just doing some algebra. So for a 10% compression, that you would need 220 megapascals of pressure.
How many zeros is that?
A lot.
Well, mega is like 10 to the 6, right?
Because if it was truly incompressible, that value would be 0. Like it would be.
Yeah, no. No, as you said, it's none of them are truly incompressible. It's a simplifying assumption because the amount of pressure that you'd have to apply is just so massive.
But even if it
like
were
those pistons that you see, let me look it up. Those pistons that you see are, I'm looking it up right now. 1 megapascal, and for a 10% compression, you'd need 220 megapascals. So, what is that? 10 over 100. I can actually figure out what that would be.
Let's not get lost in the sauce. My point is that, for like the weight of the water above, if it was truly incompressible, it would not cause like the volume reduction of the water below. You understand? No amount of pressure could cause it to reduce in volume if it was truly incompressible, and that's why.
No, we agree. But it's not. No one is saying that it's truly incompressible. It's a simplifying assumption that's made because the amount of compression that you get from 1 Pascal of pressure.
I hear, but manufacturer was pushing back on that, saying like even if it was truly incompressible, you would still have the pressure gradient, and I'm speaking about that.
No, okay. Let me correct myself. If you take it being incompressible as a simplifying assumption, you can still get pressure at depth.
Yeah,
but
what I was
let's say, not taking it as a simplified, I'm saying if we know for certain that it's truly incompressible, then you would not have pressure at depth.
Okay, yeah. If physics, like if reality was such that it was truly incompressible, you'd be right. But it's not. It's a simplifying assumption that's made.
No, that's still wouldn't
That's
be
how
right.
physics works. Like I'm not sure if you know this, but like there's no physicist who is saying like there is actually curved space-time. It's a model that we create.
Yeah, but regardless, even if it were perfectly incompressible, you would still get pressure at depth.
Would you? I mean, I don't know if that would work.
The mass of the air above, of the water above, like the weight of the water above, could not reduce the volume of the water below. If it's truly incompressible, the volume cannot be reduced, so that it can't be more.
Yeah, it's a point.
Yeah, it would just like the weight that you have above you would be the same. It would just be collected in a smaller volume.
No. The weight that you have above you would be less because the weight below it has to support all of the weight above it. So the weight below it would be the same as all of the weight above it minus.
The water wouldn't be supporting anything. The only thing that would be supporting it is at the very bottom, like the end of the like cylinder or whatever you have at the bottom, whether it's the ocean floor, or like the bottom of the piston or whatever it is. But the water in between wouldn't be supporting anything. And as soon as you like put in something to like register pressure or something like that, that thing would be compressible, and that's why it would register reading. But the water in of itself would not have pressure.
Well, I think you're talking about two different things. I think so. There would be a pressure there, but if something isn't compressible, assuming you're right on that, you just wouldn't be able to read what it is, right? Like the water maybe doesn't notice it's the pressure being exerted on itself, but doesn't mean that there isn't a pressure being exerted if you put anything else in there, right?
The pressure would be whatever's introduced at the top of this piston or what have you. Whatever pressure that is would register at the bottom, and it would be proportional in between based off of the weight of the water. But there's not going to be any pressure.
No, it would be the pressure. So the way that pressure is derived classically is what you said. Like the piston at the top. In the case of water, it's the pressure at the surface. You add that to whatever pressure that you calculate, and I don't know if that's how the actual device works, but that's how you calculate the pressure. It's like the pressure at the depth plus whatever the pressure is at the top.
Yeah, but it sounds like we're talking about how to measure the pressure. Like to measure that, you would need some.
I mean, like it's weird because like if you're talking about reality, in reality, water is compressible. So like your thought experiment doesn't hold. What we're talking about is a model. Like
sure, but even if it is, like the amount of compressibility would still account for something, right? Like how compressible it is. So, for example, if there were some sort of fluid that were perfectly compressible, like 100% compressible, whatever that means, like I guess it would just be superimposed on its own. Yeah, but that would be sort of all on the bottom, because I guess in theory there would be like no volume above it.
Well, so if you take water to be like so here's what it is, right? The pressure. If you take a column of water, just anywhere in the fluid, the pressure that's being exerted at the bottom must balance the mass and the pressure that's being exerted at the top. If you take a column of water where it's like right at the top, okay, as such that the pressure that's being exerted on it is from the air or the piston or whatever, then eventually the math that you get works out such that the pressure at any point in this body is just the pressure at the top plus plus the density of the fluid times G times D, where G is the gravitational constant. And by the way, I don't know how you guys resolve the fact that we have the gravitational constant in water pressure and it still works.
Well, before we get onto that, if we can do this instead of water, like we have weights, right?
Okay.
Like the circular ones. I don't know what they're called.
Okay, what's your question?
Dumbbell?
Yeah.
Double dumbbells?
No. The ones you stack onto a bar, right?
The
big round ones.
Yeah, the plates.
Yeah,
those things.
So you stack, let's say, 20 of those, right?
All 20?
Make a big cylinder. Yeah.
What about the other people in the gym?
You stack them on the floor, right? So
yeah, but what about all the other people? Would the other people want to use the weights too? If you take all 20, there won't be any left over for other people.
Well, fuck them. We're doing science. So you put them
Could it be after hours? Could you do it
in
like
a stack on top of themselves?
Yeah, but
right? If you put your hand...
What about after hours? Could you do it after hours, you think?
Whenever you want. So you put your hand under, let's say, 3 of them, right? That's going to create some amount of pressure.
Just 3?
If you put your hand...
Why 20 then?
If you put your hand 3 from the bottom, right, that's going to create another amount of pressure. And the compressibility of the iron, I would say, doesn't really matter to that, right? I don't understand how that's different from water.
No, it's not different. Not different, but you're introducing something that is compressible to show that there's you're basically just measuring the weight of the water above, or weight of the
measure.
I mean, that kind of is what pressure is. Pressure is a measurement, which is the force, basically the force due to pressure at the bottom of a cylinder of water, counteracting the force at the top, which would be the pressure from the top plus the weight of the column. So I mean, you're essentially right.
Yes, I mean, there doesn't seem to need to be compressibility for there to be pressure so much as to measure it. Like if one of those weights were brittle, for example, and it couldn't withstand the pressure, it would just, still might not be compressible, but it would just like crack.
And we're launching, and we're maging. Yeah, I agree with him. I don't know why. I mean, if let's say water were to be super compressible, there would still be water pressure, right, at depth?
There would be water pressure at depth, but only because of the weight of the water above. As soon as you introduce something else, if we're saying that it's everything is compressible, so that's why there's the weight. But if you were to introduce this person's hand, like you did with the weights or something like that, that's going to feel the weight of the water above. But that wouldn't make it an incompressible medium at this point because you've introduced something. It's basically as if you just had the floor below or whatever. All you're doing is reducing the amount of water that you're measuring from. But still, if you're having water only, then you're not going to have a pressure gradient. The pressure gradient is instituted once you introduce something that's compressible to be able to register it, like you did with his. It's like
hold on.
Intuitive kind of thing.
Okay, so you would still have. I got it.
For feeling the pressure is like a body that is compressible.
You would still have pressure at depth. It would just be like air. You just wouldn't have the equation be linear. It just wouldn't be because the density would increase or decrease as you go up or down depending on the medium, and so the pressure equation wouldn't be linear. It'd be exponential. So the pressure might increase or decrease with depth exponentially based on if the pressure increases. Not pressure, density.
Yeah, think about it this way. You're at depth, and all of a sudden it becomes high tide. Did pressure increase or decrease?
High tide? The water?
Yeah, now you've got high tide, and the moon is pulling the water away from you.
Well, now we don't have hydrostatic pressure.
Did you get higher pressure or lower pressure? Which one came first, the high pressure or the low pressure?
I don't know how to answer that question.
So you're right here, you're sitting there in volume. You've got the water pushing down on you.
So the water pushes me deeper.
Yeah, but you're already at the bottom.
But I'm already at the bottom?
Yeah, you've got stable pressure. You look at your gauge. You're like, yep, I'm 30 feet below sea level. My gauge tells me this. And then, magically, a cold lava rock floats over your head and causes a high tide. Did the pressure go up or down?
There's a high tide. I don't know.
You got a cold lava rock pulling water away from you. So now there's less pressing down and more pressing away. Did your gauge go higher or lower than 30 feet below sea level?
Higher?
And so you got more water is pushing down on you as you got less water pulling away.
But away is not down, so I'm going to say more.
So it's more now.
Okay.
Not less.
Think? Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why you're asking this question.
Well, yeah, because you're talking about that you've got directionality here. So where is the directionality of the water? Up or down?
Directionality of what?
Of the pressure.
Down.
Okay, so now you've got a cold lava rock above your head that's pulling up as down. What happens to your pressure?
Say that again?
You change directions with the water. What happens?
Okay. Well, depends on the direction. If it's lateral, then no change.
Up.
If it's
you
down,
change it up.
Then you lose pressure.
Do you lose pressure or you don't lose pressure?
You lose pressure.
Then how come you gain pressure?
Don't.
You do.
Pressure increases with depth.
Yeah, and high tide would increase your depth.
Wait, okay, so we're still in the high tide scenario. So high tide increases your depth?
Yeah.
You'd gain a pressure that's proportional to your depth. You might lose a pressure that's... didn't we say that your pressure would increase more? I'm confused. Are we going... I thought you said you're going up. Now I'm lost.
You go up or down?
No. If the tide pushes you down, you'll go down, I guess?
If the tide pushes you up, which way do you go?
Up.
So now you've got high tide. Are you pushed down or up?
Down.
Does your pressure go up or down?
Down.
Which way is the water moving? Up or down?
Down.
It's not going up towards the moon?
Oh, maybe for a little bit, and then it goes back down?
So it goes up and down?
Yeah.
Both. You got both ways.
Aren't waves at the surface anyway? I don't know how this is relevant.
Both waves, not waves.
Yeah, but they're at the surface anyway. So this isn't gonna apply to a submarine 10,000 feet in the water.
Well, 30 feet.
Yeah, 30 feet. Maybe sure. I'm willing to concede, but hydrostatic pressure is a model that's not even. It's used
you
for.
You know why 30 feet is important? Because that's 1 atmosphere.
No, 1 atmosphere is just at the surface.
Yeah, and you go 30 feet down.
Oh.
How many atmospheres is that?
1 atmosphere plus the pressure at 30 feet.
Which would be 2 atmospheres.
So the pressure there would be 2. Unless
that's why I picked 30 feet. It wasn't by chance. I just didn't randomly pull 30 feet out of the ether.
Okay, well, let's calculate it. The density of water, okay, is 1 gram per cubic centimeter. And times the depth, which is 30 feet, times g. Let me do some math. Let's see if your math is right.
Do it in your in your head or off camera. You don't need to use burning mic time.
Yeah.
I'm sure a percentage gets this. Or did he log out? You gone there, percentage, or you still around?
I don't know. I feel like doing the math. Maybe you're probably right. It doesn't matter though. I don't know why this is relevant. The point was
it's
that
relevant
originally
about the tides. One of the globalist talking points is that flat earthers can't explain tides. And you're like, well, if that's your definition of a flat earther, then you defined yourself as a flat earther. Because now you've got a bulge of water on top of you and not on top of you at exactly the same time. There should be some line there that separates which water is moving towards you, pressing on you, and which water is pressing away from you towards the moon. But there isn't. As soon as you get a high tide, your atmosphere will increase at 30 feet to 1+. In low tide, it will decrease to 1-.
Okay.
That correlates directly with sea level, nothing to do with the moon now. So a cold a floating sky lava rock that's cold isn't pulling water away from you. You've got more water over your head, increasing the pressure.
If you say so. That's an interesting
or
theory.
Gauge. Like if you have a 15-foot high tide, your gauge will go to 45 feet. It won't say, oh, you're still at 30 feet. You've just got 15 extra feet of water that's moving towards the moon.
Okay.
That's still 45 feet of water.
So the buoyant force on a balloon is dependent on pressure. That's the, I mean, density. That's the point.
How about this? Are you a buoyant balloon? Your body?
No.
Is your human body a buoyant balloon? Are you filled with gas and liquids?
No.
And
you have some people. Oh, well, I mean, kind of sure, but you have people here.
So let's say you rip out a big fart. Do you go up or down? Do you add weight or decrease weight?
You decrease weight by like a very tiny amount.
So would your weight go up or down?
Like by some, in a way that you can measure, no change.
There'd be a change.
There's a change. We know you can't measure it. It's so small.
See, you want to look this up because this is a big flat smack.
Yeah.
Your weight goes up if you rip out a big one. Because now you've removed the buoyancy inside your digestive system.
Weight is not a function of buoyancy.
Because that tells you that gas was zero gravity. It was lifting you up.
Do you think that weight is
Yeah, here's a video from Mark Robber. So he should get you somewhere back in terms of science.
I doubt it, but do you think, what is weight? Let me ask you. Are you going to answer?
This is a guy here who is one of your science whisperers.
Yeah. Great. What is weight?
So right here, this is what you can do.
Okay.
Video, and come back when you're smarter.
Make you weigh less.
Yeah, this is one of your guys. This guy is perfectly superpositioned to at least cause make some thoughts bounce around for a little bit. Figure some shit out.
Yeah. Well,
right there. So you can find out what his definition of weight is.
Okay.
It's a short video, so I mean it should keep your attention span. about as long as like your Sunday morning cartoon, so you should be okay. Double check that to make sure. Yep, 30 minutes. 30 minutes long. So if you could just go get your cup of Cheerios or Frosted Flakes or whatever, sit down and watch Mark Robert make a fool of himself. And then when you come back, you'd be like, he said something completely opposite of what you think. Then you can reach out to him and tell him, hey, Mark Robert, what do you mean by wait? And you can argue about it until he blocks you.
I would never argue with Mark Robert.
You could ask him. I've been wondering, hey, Mark Robert, why did you quit your dream job at NASA to make YouTube videos? Like, who the fuck does that? Did you really work at NASA, or were you like some sort of intern and your internship expired and then you just called that a job? Because the picture you showed was like some sort of display thing, and you're dressed up in some kind of weird, janitorial outfit, and there's a rope blocking you off from the object that you said you helped design and engineer. How are you going to engineer something if there's a red rope keeping you from it?
That was a joke, right?
What joke? Here, I'll show you right here. This is on his social media. This is him supposedly working at NASA.
Huh. Yeah, that's interesting, Crit. So he's right. You would weigh more.
Holy crap, dude. You just argued against that point like 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, I was wrong. That's what my intuition told me, because you have more mass, but actually I was wrong. The Boyden force that is applied to you far outweighs the extra gravitational force that is added by the tiny little mass.
Okay, watch the rest of the video now. Like, learn.
No, I did. I can already do most of the math in the video. I just skimmed through it. But yeah, he's right.
You would weigh less if you were like on a planet with no atmosphere, though.
Well, see, I would say yes, but as I've just been shown before, that could be wrong. I don't know.
No, on a planet with no atmosphere, there would be no buoyant force, so your farts will like weigh you down pretty much.
Oh, well, wouldn't there still? Yeah, because there's no medium to. Yeah, you're right. There would be no buoyant force. Yeah, you're right. Your farts would just weigh you down on a planet with no atmosphere, but by a very negligible amount.
Yes.
Oh, you're all in fantasy world. I get it. Sorry. Planets and gravity and farting not going away. I gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know how you resolve the gravity one. Like, everyone knows that there's a downward force that's pulling you. Like, something's doing it.
He said that this is a place with no medium.
No, he was saying like go to a planet with no medium. Your farts would weigh you down instead of make you.
No medium. Is this a fantasy place? Go ahead.
Imagine. You're right. Imagine you're in a spacesuit standing on a planet with no atmosphere and you farted within your spacesuit. It's probably going to come up to your nose. If you wanted to get it out, maybe you would open the hatch. Are you telling me that when you open the hatch of your spacesuit to let your fart out, it's going to fly towards the floor? Or is it going to do what gas does universally and disperse into the available space? What's it going to do?
Probably dispersed into available space.
Awesome. Even with that great big moon below your fucking fleet, this gas is still going to fuck off. Yeah, welcome to Flat
Earth. No, because it's balanced by the gravitational force.
Sorry, I gave you gravity. You was on a fucking moon when you were standing there farting in your fucking astronaut suit. It went up to your nose from your bum. You opened the hatch door to let it out, and it dispersed into the available space. You now want to say that the moon below it with all the gravity is going to pull that gas down towards it? Is that what you're going to say?
Well, if the moon is strong enough, yeah. I don't know. Okay, it doesn't have much of an atmosphere.
Okay, cool. So this is the effect that we would expect when we've got a vacuum chamber and then we start putting gas back in because you've got the entire gravitational force of the Earth. Unfortunately, the gas disperses, filling the limitation of volume.
Actually, this will happen in such a violent way that it will pull him with the gases as well, and he's gonna be turned into the medium.
You will be inside out.
Yeah, that would happen in the absence of like gravity, but because the Earth is massive enough to support an atmosphere, we have an atmosphere.
Oh, didn't understand. I gave you gravity here on the Earth. You have a vacuum chamber. You then put the gas back into the vacuum chamber. You're saying the gravity of the Earth is going to pull all of the gas and accelerate it at 9.8 meters per second. It doesn't do that though.
Your vacuum chamber does form a gradient. It's just a very imperceptible one. So
so the gas isn't being pulled down to the Earth.
No, it is. It's just because your volume is so tiny, it's imperceptible.
Sorry, maybe again you don't understand what I'm saying.
Thermal interactions
I'll ask
dominate
you again.
at that scale.
I'll ask you
you're missing
again.
the point.
I'll ask you again. Which direction's gravity?
It's the direction that's toward the center of Earth.
Okay, so down relative to you. In which directions does gas go?
Yeah, it just goes everywhere in a fixed space.
Thank you. So no bias of a direction then. Awesome.
Again, you're just repeating what I said. There's no bias over direction. There's still a gravitational force. It's just imperceptible.
So imperceptible, we don't observe it.
No, that's not what imperceptible means. Like we can observe it. It's just so tiny that it doesn't. So in other words, given a volume of gas, the the force of gravity, and therefore the pressure due to gravity. Why are you interrupting? Why aren't you letting me finish?
Because
at the bottom of your
gravity.
Why aren't you letting me finish? Why are you interrupting?
Because there's no force of gravity.
No. There's no because. This isn't how a conversation works. Just let me finish. Let me get my point out, and then you can respond.
No problem. I'll tell you off in a minute.
Okay, thank you. So the pressure at the bottom due to gravity is going to be virtually the same as the pressure at the top, even though they're slightly different.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yes.
What's pressure?
Pressure is force per unit of area.
Okay, so force per unit of area. Area given in feet or meters of physical boundary to press against. You keep saying that gravity...
You don't need a physical boundary.
Yeah, yes, you do. You keep saying that gravity is a force, but yes, you do. You keep saying that gravity is a force, but it hasn't been a force for over 110 years, right?
So we're not even going to move on until you provide a source or like no physicist has defined gravity as requiring a physical surface.
Sorry, gas pressure requires a physical boundary to press against.
Gas pressure in a container requires a physical.
If you remove the container, there's an available volume outside. What happens to the gas?
It disperses in all directions.
Awesome stuff. So this is what happens always, isn't it?
No.
No, you're going to throw gravity back in there, but we observe this
again. Yeah,
always.
If there's a gravitational force that's pulling it down, it forms a gradient.
This is the thing that you're missing. It happens always, doesn't it? Gas dispersion happens always.
No,
it's a law of nature, dude. High pressure goes to low. Come on.
It's a law of nature. High versus low pressure in the absence of any sort of centrally tending force. So thermal interactions. Thermal interactions dominate at those scales that you're talking about.
In the absence of. I'm giving you all of the gravity because it's a natural law that happens on the Earth, but the gas disperses in all directions. You're saying it doesn't. It's not observed.
That's true, but it But like we observe on Earth, it forms a gradient in all directions around the Earth at layers.
Okay,
So yes, it disperses in all directions to form a gradient. So what's your point?
You're going to need a container for a gradient, dude. Fixed volume.
Okay, I don't even know if we can have this conversation if you fundamentally believe that pressure requires a container. Like that's just not
true.
Would
you like citations for this? Because we're going to do this. I'm going to give you experiments, Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, for example, experiments. I'm going to ask you for an experiment that shows me that you don't need a container to achieve gas pressure, and you're going to vary and manipulate gravity towards. Hold on,
dude. This isn't even something that you.
Excuse me, dude. Scared. Then shut up.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I'm going to
can I respond?
Scientific. Want to talk?
Don't interrupt.
Okay. I'm going to be able to give you scientific experimentation for the claims that I'm making. I.e., I'm going to be able to cause gas pressure when I put it in a container. You're claiming that you don't need a container to cause gas pressure, so you're going to have to show an experiment where you vary and manipulate gravity to cause pressure. Can you do so?
Okay. You're making a category error here. You're assuming. Cause and effect. Are you going to let me respond, or are you going to interrupt?
Cause and effect.
No, because I let you finish. So are you going to let me finish?
Cause and effect.
You are supposing, for whatever reason, that pressure requires a container is a synthetic proposition when it's not. It's an analytical one. Gas pressure is defined as force per unit of area. There's no containment defined in pressure.
Skip.
Like this is how it's defined.
Sorry, excuse me. Are you aware of the ideal gas formula PV equals nRT?
Yes.
Okay, what's the V stand for?
The V is for volume.
Awesome. And the P is force over area. The area is given in feet or meters and described as a physical boundary to press against. That's why pressure is called pressure. It's got press in the word and needs to press against stuff. Within PV equals nRT, you've got a container. Increase the size of the container, gas pressure goes down. Increase the amount of gas inside the fixed volume, gas pressure goes up. Play around with the temperature, see what fucking happens. Now, you're going to need a container because if you don't have a container, the gas will fuck off. If you don't have a container, you will not achieve pressure. So I'm asking you, because you're making the claim that you can cause gas pressure another way, you're going to have to concede that you can cause it by putting it in a container, PV equals nRT. I'm going to ask you to cite and demonstrate that you don't need a container with experimentation where you vary and manipulate gravity, whatever the fuck that is. Can you do so, please?
So I'm going to respond. The ideal gas law is derived in a container precisely because it's in a container. That doesn't mean that you need a container.
Show me it not in a container then.
No, it's derived for a gas in a container.
Show me it not in a container. Your claim gravity does it. Show me that then.
Do you want me to show you the ideal gas law being true in a place that's not a container? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you for this. A demonstration of gas pressure without a container where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause of the gas pressure, which apparently is gravity, whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah, so like, I can just say the atmosphere.
Why are you talking?
Like just look at fine. The atmosphere.
Haven't finished. No, you don't know what a scientific experiment is. Don't just point at gas. Oxymoronically say that it's formed a shape, being as gases have no inherent shapes and only form the shape of their container. I'm asking you for a hypothesis and experiment, not you just pointed at the atmosphere making declarations.
The Earth doesn't have a container, so that's going to be your example.
Excuse me, dickhead.
The Earth isn't containing anything, genius.
Excuse me, why are you
vacuum next to it?
Excuse me, why are you interrupting? I'm asking you to demonstrate scientifically that you can validate your claim. Can you do that?
Well, any sort of atmospheric experiments I give you are just going to be met with, well, the Earth is containing it, obviously.
Sorry, are you going to be able to vary manipulate your presumed cause to cause pressure? Yes or no?
Are you going to accept experiments which observe the atmosphere as evidence?
Observe? No, I want the hypothesis, your prediction of cause. You say gravity. I want you to vary that to cause pressure. How many times have I got to tell you? I can cause pressure with a container. You're saying that you don't need a container. Well, show me that then in an experiment where you vary manipulate gravity to cause pressure. It's quite simple.
You manipulate gravity towards pressure. I mean, like, that's not the only way you can verify a hypothesis. I don't know.
Excuse me.
You can just observe the pressure at different.
What's the hypothesis?
Like, I'm answering your question, Jedi. The problem is you have some weird, rigid view of science. Are you gonna let me respond? You have this weird, rigid view of science where it's only science when you're manipulating a variable. I mean, like, if you want to believe that's science, that's fine. Like, we can use nature and just look at different points in the fluid, and that we can manipulate the variable that way. We don't have to physically be interacting or like altering the Earth in any way.
Do you know what an experiment is?
Experiment is where you manipulate some variable to cause a change in another one.
Awesome stuff. And you know a hypothesis is a prediction, right?
Yeah.
Good. So you've got the phenomena of gas pressure. Your cause for gas pressure is gravity. Can you vary and manipulate?
Well, no, okay, no, that's why. Yes, it is. No, it is. Yeah.
Good. Thank you. So, being as that's your hypothesis that gravity causes pressure, and being as you understand that in an experiment you're going to have to vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it causes a phenomena, can you do that, please?
So when you say manipulate the cause, you're fine with just manipulating the pressure, right? The pressure is different.
Dude, the phenomena is pressure, right?
Or sorry, the gravitational force?
It's like I've got to go through this again. Everybody else, can demonstrate that when you put gas into a volume, by consequence of this, it's under pressure. You're saying that you don't need a fixed volume, you don't need a container, that gravity, a bias, causes pressure even though it's not physical to press against. So I want you to very manipulate what you think is causing pressure, even though it's not a solid surface, and it's called gravity. I want you to show scientific experimentation, please, like I have. Put gas in the container.
I think I can do that. I don't know if you're going to accept this. Do you accept the following hypothesis? The force of gravity causes a pressure gradient. That's a hypothesis to you? That's a well-formed hypothesis?
Can you actualize
just yes or no? Just yes or no? Just yes or no? Just yes or no? Yes or no?
Can you actualize the hypothesis, dumb fuck?
Is that a hypothesis or yes or no?
Can you actualize the hypothesis, and what the fuck is gravity?
Yeah, okay, now we're asking a different question, but is that a hypothesis to you, yes or no?
Say it again.
The force of gravity causes a pressure gradient in the atmosphere. No. That's my hypothesis.
The force of gravity causes a pressure gradient. Pressure gradient. Yes, I've been trying to give you this for 10 minutes. Observe phenomena. Pressure gradient. Your cause, gravitational force, even though it's been superseded and out of date by 110 years.
Again, like that, it just depends on the model you use. All the models we're going to use are going to be Newtonian. So we say the force of gravity.
Right, models. So none of this is
physical. All of physics is just models. I don't know if you know this.
So none of this is physical then?
It's modeling physics. That's what a model is.
No, I want an experiment where you very manipulate gravity to cause pressure. Can you do that? Yeah.
Experiments work within a model. All experiments work within a model.
All experiments work within a model. If they're scientific, if they're scientific models, they will be accompanied by scientific hypotheses that can be tested through rigorous experimentation, which is what I'm fucking asking for.
Yeah, but your tests are going to make simplifying assumptions always. So, like, you can't construct it's literally impossible. You can't construct an experiment where you don't make simplifying assumptions.
Just say no. Just say no. You can't. And when you say
okay,
no,
then just no. I'm doing it right now, but it seems like you have some
manipulating anything. You fool. You're telling me you can't.
You have no. I can't. What? What did I say? What did I say I can't do?
Are you going to be able to very manipulate gravity? Because everything you said,
I asked. So you're being a liar and you're strawmanning what I said. Can you repeat what I said?
Excuse me. I asked you a question. You didn't answer it. You bloviated. Do I need to ask it again? Can you very manipulate gravity to cause pressure in an experiment? Yes or no?
Yeah, I'm trying to answer that, and you have some misconceptions about science that I'm trying to resolve for you.
No, we've gone through them.
No, we haven't.
With me.
No, we haven't, because you still believe that you can.
Shut up.
Listen, let me ask you a counter question. Can you do science without models? Yes or no?
Science without models? Ace, I've just told you what a scientific model is.
No, you didn't.
A scientific model is a group of hypotheses that can be tested for experimentation, which is the thing I'm fucking asking for.
That's not what a model is. So again, if you have these misconceptions about science, your question is not well formed. I can't answer your question because you don't know what science is.
What a scientific model is. It's not a problem. Give me a moment. I'll cite it for you.
Okay. See, whenever flat earthers say they're going to cite something, it's always like it's always just like they're appealing to some authority. It's just like, oh well, this is right because like this guy has this degree. Like no, it's it's how we use it in the field. That's what makes something right.
God, you're boring me.
But go ahead. Find whatever citation you're going to find.
Excuse me, mate. Can you vary and manipulate gravity to cause pressure? Yes or no?
Again, I can't answer this question until you even know what that sentence means. Like we're not even there yet.
I'm going to tell you.
You don't even know what that sentence means yet because you don't know what science is yet.
Excuse me, dickhead.
I'm trying to teach you. Trying to help you learn.
All right, you're not doing that, dude. I'm educating you.
You don't know what science is yet. I can't answer that.
Okay. So, natural science, the observation of natural phenomena, the formulation of hypotheses where you predict what causes the phenomena, and then you're going to verify your hypothesis. Do an experiment where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it causes a phenomena or not. You agreed to this 10 minutes ago. I'm just asking you to repeat that process when you claim that gravity is causing pressure. Just bloviate.
I don't know if there's any. I don't know if there's anywhere else I can go with this. I'm going to say it one last time. Any example I'm going to give is going to be an experiment on the atmosphere, and you're not going to accept that because you don't know what manipulating a variable to produce another variable effect means. Like you don't know what that means.
Mate, he's just holding that your independent variable is gravity. Now he wants you to vary and manipulate that. What you have said is the independent variable.
Yeah, you can just do that at depth. Like you go to higher depth, right?
That's what he's waiting for.
Wait, so then, then I already said it. Like it's just any experiment on the atmosphere, and you rejected that.
No, that's a gas pressure gradient, isn't it?
Dumbass! What does a gradient mean?
Gradient, so higher pressure in a location compared to a low.
Yes, dummy. So at the high pressure, is it going to have a stronger or a weaker gravitational force than at the lower pressure?
Excuse me. So I've gave you this phenomena. It's called gas pressure. Whether it's higher or lower in a location.
Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure.
Dumb fuck. Bye. It's called gas pressure, whether it's a gas pressure gradient or not. And I know he's left, but it's gas pressure. I'm just asking him to cause gas pressure with gravity. We can talk about.
Wow, this is crazy.
Excuse me, dickhead.
Genius. We already.
Just fuck off. You deafened yourself. You're not taking part in this conversation anymore. You decided to start calling me names when I'm educating your fucking ass. I've given you your phenomena, gas pressure. Graduated or not, it's still fucking pressure. I just want you to cause it with gravity. I know that you can only cause gas pressure when you've got a container. You're claiming that you don't need a container to stop the entropy increase and cause pressure, which is force over area, gravity not being an area to press against. I mean, dude, are you stupid? Last chance. If you're not going to engage in the conversation, I'll kick you out myself.
Let me ask you something. Why does the walls of the container exert pressure?
You don't get to ask me questions. I've asked you just one. To verify,
and I answered it, and you didn't accept it.
Excuse me. I asked you to verify your claim scientifically. I gave you your phenomena and your presumed cause, and yet we're still here half an hour later. Why haven't you done so?
Jedi, if we manipulate the gravitational force and observe a gradient, that's literally doing what you asked. So there's nothing more I can do, dude.
No. What's your phenomena? We'll go through this again. What's your phenomena?
Yeah, so we observe pressure in nature. Okay.
Cool. What's the cause of pressure?
The cause of, by definition, the force. Any force that's applied anywhere.
Yours. Again, trying to go through this hypothesis with you. I've given you your dependent variable, gas pressure. What's the cause of gas pressure?
The force of gravity.
Awesome stuff. You understand that gravity is the thing that you are going to need to vary and manipulate. Quick clue.
We can vary and manipulate gravity.
Quick clue. Height isn't a cause.
That's not what I said.
Okay, what else?
So when you mute people and you don't let them finish, this is what happens, right? You don't understand what they're saying. At different heights. Just listen. Just let me finish. Because now, are you scared? You're scared. You're scared because you're at different heights. You have different masses for the gases at those heights, which means that the gravitational force is different based on height.
Right, we're going to have to go through this again. Why?
Here we go again, Mage.
Why do you keep calling gravity a force? Are you saying that mass...
I love how you're dodging now.
Excuse me.
Don't talk through him, mate. That's rude. He's having to go through it again because you're going around in circles. So wait and let Jedi finish his point. Sorry, Jedi. Carry on, please.
You're right. It's no problem. I'm not avoiding it. I'm ripping your shit apart. So why do you keep calling gravity a force? It hasn't been a force since 1915.
Because all of the models that we're using for any of our experiments are Newtonian, and in Newtonian mechanics, it's a force.
But you don't have an experiment. I keep asking you for it.
Again, if I send you this experiment, which is going to be on the atmosphere, are you going to accept it as evidence? This is my whole contention at the start.
All you're going to do is point out, look, there's a gas pressure gradient.
No. Not just that there's a gas pressure. That's what we observe, okay? That's the effect. Okay, we want to know what's causing it. The experiments that scientists did, like fucking 70 years ago, was measuring at each point what is the gravitational force that would be exerted on this fluid at these points. And what we find is that when we take that antecedent of our hypothesis, the consequent follows. We observe a gas pressure gradient. So this is evidence through scientific experimentation. If you can't accept this, then there's nothing more I can do for you, Jedi.
What did you vary and manipulate?
The force of gravity. How many times do I have to say this?
What you just...
Okay, I'm going to say it one more time, and I want you to listen very carefully.
You don't need to talk through me. I'm asking you questions, dickhead. Don't need to patronise me. The conversation won't last long for you. So again,
I've already said it, and then you're asking again. Okay.
Fuck off, man. Mate, I'm asking you a question. Are you just pointing to different gas pressure differentials?
That is what you point to after. At the start, At the start, you're just looking at different heights in
different
air.
Altitudes, different pressures. Yep, awesome.
Different pressures, but different masses of gas. No, hold on. What's not important is the pressure.
Fuck me, child.
You're not even gonna let me finish. What's important is the masses of the gas. That's what you're looking at.
The mass of gas. What? It's atomic mass.
Yes.
Okay, but that's the amount of substance in the space. Like how many protons?
You take the atomic mass of a substance, and then you just scale that to. Are you going to let me respond, or I didn't know?
I haven't fucking finished.
Okay, all right.
No, I'm not going to let you respond because I haven't finished. I'm trying to find common ground with you. Are you stupid? Because we're talking about atomic mass, aren't we? The amount of structure, helium being the less amount of structure. Carbon being quite up there with the amount of structure. So we're talking about...
I don't know about... Sorry. No, I mean interrupt.
That's all right. You don't know that we're talking about structure?
It's not... I mean, like, different atoms have different structures, but it's not... Like, the mass is not a function of structure. The function
of it's atomic mass.
Atomic mass is not a function of structure.
The atomic mass, the amount of atoms.
Yeah, that's not a function of. I mean, that forms a structure. I'm just. It's not really relevant. I'm just saying it. If you want to call it structure, mass. That's fine.
I'll tell you what. You said mass.
Mass is an excitation of the Higgs field.
Define it. What is it? What are you telling me
mass
about
is this depends on the model, but the most accurate model is that mass is an excitation of the Higgs field.
Okay, so God's sake, dude.
Now, classically, like Einstein, Newton, mass is the resistance to accelerate to motion. It's like inertia.
Is gas resistant to acceleration?
Everything is resistant to acceleration.
Yeah. So it's not incredibly hard to move, though, is it?
Correct. So it has a low mass.
It's already moving, isn't it?
Yeah. So it has a
cool.
Has a momentum.
So just walk with me, sunshine. Right? So you're telling me that this stuff, gas, which is hard to move, though not really, that has probably got a lot amount of substance in the space, even though there's very few, is causing an acceleration of another gas molecule that's hard to move already, though that it's moving, and it's got an amount of substance in the space, even though it's not a lot, instantaneously over space and time. How?
So maybe I don't. Let me repeat your question. Is your question how does this how does mass attract mass?
Yeah, how?
Yeah, so very interesting question. Einstein believed that it was because of the curvature of space-time.
No shit. So not mass attracting mass, then we're going to drop Newton like everybody else did 110 years ago because it offered no mechanism and go for this mathematical concept that gives us a mechanism. Dropping your first fucking claim of a force.
Yeah, both cases would be mass attract mass.
No, not talking to you anymore. Both. Fuck off. Okay. Both. Dude.
Yeah, trying to find common ground now. You're telling me to fuck off like a brick.
Excuse me. I asked you one simple question. How? You dropped Newton, mass attracting mass, and picked up Einstein. Well done.
Einstein would still say that mass is attracting mass. It's just not like in a force that Newton said.
No, incorrect. Einstein doesn't say that mass attracts mass. Einstein tells us that mass distorts space-time. Curving straight lines.
Which leads to what? Mass attracting mass. Like, again, it's real genius here.
Question, dummy. That's why I asked you the question. How?
Newton? It leaves an imprint on the Higgs field. It's not even space-time. It's only the Higgs field, dude. Like, Jesus
No, that's
Christ.
What I said. That's no way to know. The Higgs. Well, okay, so there's no resolution for this yet, but mass is an excitation of the Higgs field. Einstein believes that, or modeled that the universe curves space with enough mass.
Doesn't do that. That's a stupid idea.
Objects just travel in that curved space.
Yeah, that's a dumb idea. It basically introduces causal curvature. The causality has a curvature in it, a component of curvature. This is why you see. Can I please speak?
Yeah,
this is why you see things follow a curved path, because the causal path is curved. It has a curved component. This has nothing to do with actual space-time, something that doesn't exist. It's a concept getting warped, dude. Do you get that now? The language, the nuance.
So, can I respond?
I hope you integrate what I just said, because if you say something dumb, yeah.
Yeah, so when we say cause, right, there's different ways that philosophers have defined cause. I'm taking our kind of intuitive notion of like something that leads to something else, right? If on that notion, matter doesn't
leads to something else.
Matter doesn't lead to space-time warping. They're what's the word I'm looking for?
I like causal sets. They're used in philosophy. I don't like these immature, goofy definitions so you can do playful outs on Discord.
Yeah, because well, just let me finish, right? In this,
do you know what a causal set is?
Is it just a pair of objects where one causes the other?
It's a set, like in mathematics, that contains all factors that contribute to the causal outcome. So that philosophy definition, throw that in the trash and use this, because the academics have already moved on from that horrible definition
you just referenced. Point, right? If you just let me respond.
Your point is you're not up to date on the definition academics use?
You're interrupting me.
No, you go ahead. You're just out of date. Go ahead, dude.
Yeah, no physicists are using your intuitive philosophy. Why are you interrupting?
Sounds like
It's called causal sets. I'm not going to let you lie, coward.
Yeah, no physicists are using cause in the way that you're using it.
No, causal sets. Say it with me. It's a term in academia.
I know what a causal set is.
Then stop playing games and add that on there. Yeah, don't play games with me, bro.
Wait,
I said causal sets. You want me to show you physicists using it? You want me to show you physicists using it since you want to lie?
Please.
Yeah, I got you, bro. You know Faye Docker at Oxford? You know Leonard Susskind at Stanford?
I don't care. Just send the paper.
Yeah, I'll send a paper.
I'm still waiting to see space-time get warped or bent. Bend space or warp time.
It's a concept.
So it's not real.
Yeah, you really messed up. The paper's in SciChat. Faye Docker, like I told you. Now, don't you ever sit here and deny academic standing again, bro. You just don't know the term.
Did you send it in the
SciChat? It says causal set right there in the summary. Smart ass. Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just take a look at the paper.
You better not be dumb enough to question Faye Docker given her credentials. I want to see you do this.
Dude, chill. I'm just okay. I gotta go on mute because you get a lot of energy.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna look
the word is right there in the introduction, dumbass. So like,
yeah,
I've proven my point. Fucking idiot. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Sure.
Mage, get to reading, mate.
Yeah, it's right there in the it's in the preview. So you acting like the term doesn't exist is fucking rich. You're not going to disprove causal sets, idiot. So you don't need to read.
What's your name, brother? Who just spoke then?
That's new. That's Pickle Rick.
Yeah, I don't like people lying and BS.
Oh, that's Pickle Rick.
Yeah.
Nice. Jedi and Pickle Rick, nice. I've really enjoyed the last 20 minutes.
Actually, like, I'm not saying this is like a true framework. I'm just saying, yeah, people use it. This is a long dated framework, man. This guy's reading a definition from like 20 years ago for high schoolers. The thing that causes something else to change. Like, what kind of definition is that?
Oh, I'm aware, and I'm loving listening to you and Jedi hold him to the fire because he's trying to skate past it and he's trying to move on, and you guys are keeping him right where he needs to be.
Oh, don't worry. I gave him a paper that includes Einstein's general and special relativity as it relates to integration and causal sets, just so he can't get out of that too. Yeah. The paper title is everything: causal set and the deep structure of spacetime. What she's indicating is space-time is a concept. The structure of it relates to causality, right? And here's how you do some calculus concerning it. That's it. This is what scientists claim, and then bozos take this and start. What is this guy doing? Plagueman, are you alright?
He's shredding that paper you just gave him.
and then outsiders outside the academic institution take this and think they can run around it and say space-time is curved or bent. Like, come on, bro. This is high schoolers are slapped with a ruler and told not to think that.
Yeah, but what is come on, bro? I mean, that's not really an argument or something valid. What is that?
I mean, it's the paper, and the argument is that causal sets is a term.
You just said time doesn't bend. I mean, come on, bro. I mean, that's not really a valid.
You can't bend the concept, dude. Like that's the irony.
You? Says who?
Oh, do it. Yeah, you're gonna bend the concept in your brain. You like in the Matrix. You're gonna bend the spoon.
It's just Rob.
Sorry, concept. Bend love for me. You know what concept?
You can bend love.
Yes, the concept can have a curvature in its mathematics, but you can't curve a concept. That's not how a concept works, bro.
Hold on, I want to go with Jedi's crazy idea. You want to be good bend love? You ever get head from some lady who wasn't your wife?
Sorry,
love right there.
Oh,
love physical.
Rob, you're so dumb.
Give.
I'm dumb. This guy's used as
give me 20 grams of love.
Yeah, see, here comes some more dumb shit. See what I'm saying? Like, you gotta say I'm dumb.
Is it physical?
You want 20 grams of love.
What is this guy doing?
That's what I'm saying, dude. I love it. That's all they have, his beliefs.
Rob, just because you don't know the consequences of your own statements doesn't mean you can sit there and call other people dumb. Oh. That's just really ignorant, mate.
Okay. They ain't call nobody dumb.
You make a statement and you don't even know what that leads to. Anyway, yeah, let's not get distracted by Rob.
But you guys do, right? But you guys do.
I know what I am. But the fucking five.
So just
how did you acquire this information that you have?
Bro, can you give it a rest? You sound schizo, no offense. Like, what are you doing?
That's Rob.
Oh. Okay. The guy, I gave you the paper. He's quiet for a reason, because it does what I said it does, and he's done. Yeah, right. And also this paper is just a concept. Causal sets is a concept. It's a calculus concept that tends to work. That's it. It's not a theory. It's not a scientific fact. It's not a law. It's just some calculus, bro. I just wanted to highlight the calculus definition is updated. He's just out of date.
Sorry, before he muted himself, he did weakly say in the background, yeah, no, it's a concept.
This is why I love Faye Docker, the causal set approach. Very subtle language. It's just an approach. That's it. And it embodies some of the concepts of causality. That's it.
So, Pickle, have you managed to rectify horizontal yet?
We're attacking that today proper. I stopped at 89%. I even posted a screenshot. It generated a paper for me, LaTeX format. It's legit. I'm just gonna push it past 89% today. In terms of the causal capability, I know how to do it. I just avoided it. This isn't complicated, by the way. I'm peeling back causality, right? I'm giving you a paper on how I'm doing it in side chat. I'm peeling back causality. I'm getting down to the thermo component, right? Where quantum information encodes the thermal details. And I'm rearranging the topology of that information, right? For about a millisecond, right? Putting my name in it. And the way I put my name in there, as time goes on, it unravels, and I don't end up introducing a change all that much. And I even use the quantum Zeno effect to do the little subtle dot 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 and do the stitching. Yeah, I got it to confirm. If I use a certain approach, it won't leave any footprint causally. So I never was there. So I did violate the second law of thermodynamics. It's doing it inside a wormhole.
That was interesting.
Yeah.
Sorry, I do apologise. It was interesting that you went on to talk about thermodynamics. I'm just asking you about horizontal.
I'm drilling through your horizontal with that, because then with that I have a knife that can cut through causality, so I can cut through your horizon and see what's on it.
You can cut through our horizon and see what's on it. This is going to be interesting.
Since you're acting like it's so intimate, this is the secret place, it seems, between the sphere world and the flat world, is the horizon. So I'm going to drill into it and see what's up.
It's horizontal. That's what's up.
Go sideways.
It goes sideways.
No, if it's horizontal, I'm going to drill into it, right? If it's out there, I'm here. I'm going to go straight into it, bro. Not perpendicular, up and down. I'm going to go straight into it.
All right, well, I look forward to your results.
Like the way that sounds, don't you?
No.
No?
I'm just,
okay.
Really. Just sounds like a lot of word salad, but I'm sure you understand what you're saying, so that's fine.
An AI needs a concept to munch on, so you give it. You get really creative, really hacker-like, and you try to hack things, yeah. And the AI is really good at that. So, there you go.
Hey, I'm back. This is a really interesting paper.
Here's the thing. I'm not trying to sound smarter than anybody. I am not the point man. These people are. So, yeah, you asked me for a paper. There it is.
It's really interesting.
You're welcome.
I'm really enjoying reading it. What I'll say in response is that, so this paper uses the notion of causal sets you gave, where given a set of partially ordered elements, they're ordered such that like some precedes the other. There's some notion of time, like a causal past.
Via the Lorentzian, the light cone, Lorentzian light.
Right. Yeah. And a lot of this, I'm guessing that this has some basis in set theory.
It does.
But this paper, that's interesting. Is it like Zermelo-Fraenkel's set theory or a different set theory?
A bunch of academics all over the world took set theory, felt that Einstein, to be honest with you, that's why it's referenced. Faye Docker has eviscerated him in every paper. Basically, general and special relativity aren't enough, right, to talk about causality at large, at all scales of the universe, right? Because physics wasn't as refined back then, right, it was enough. That was the best tool, right? But now we know about the quantum realm world. There is this idea of dark matter, dark energy. There is this idea of reciprocal feedback loops, So if you integrate that all in, what it looks like is a bunch of trees intersecting, right, at the same time, causing causal outcomes. And the tree limbs are like components. So off the academics go with causal set theory, right? to try to explain everything in the universe, right? Because then I can put everything in a causal set. That's the beauty of it, right? It's always going to be incomplete because of Gödel's incompleteness theorem. So, right, so don't get any wild ideas. You're not going to prove God or black holes or any of this stuff with it, right? Because you're going to be missing information. But it's the best way to like attack causality throughout space-time. So this is used to, in quantum computers, this framework idea. This is why like quantum logic looks the way it does. You're just tying causal knots, causal sets, and you're interweaving them and linking them and building on top of building lattices. So this is the frontier. This is the language they're going to be speaking in. It's just what's causing this. Here's the set. See how simple it is? Yeah.
I don't think that's what the paper is describing. I think the paper takes
man. It takes days to read these papers and understand them. If you're new to this, this is like there's papers that lead to this that just talk about causal sets, dude.
Yeah, but the causal sets in this paper in particular are discretizing the continuum of space-time.
You can do that now. You can. Yeah.
I think the elements in the set are.
You can you can make ether theory discrete. This is due to how much computers have advanced. Like, welcome to the frontier. Yeah, they use discrete.
You guys are basically discussing comic books,
not continuous, because you don't need to play the game of continuity anymore. Because you don't have it. The causal set, you'll never complete all the different branches, so why would you pretend like you have a continuous set of information? You don't. It's disjoint, you're missing stuff. So the perfect way to represent this is with the tree, with eigenvalues like the weighted, this is the weighted effect, you see? This is honest.
Okay.
Faye Docker and these people are not popular because they're destroying Einstein, so like don't get it twisted. This is not a popular idea.
Did he deny? He denied the.
Oh well, I assume that this is a physicist that made this.
Yeah, she's at Oxford. She's world renowned. Oxford, right? She does work with all the top professors, theoretical physicists like Leonard Susskind at Stanford.
I don't think this is a destruction of. I mean, like even Einstein knew that.
You couldn't knock her off her chair if you wanted to, bro. You're a rando on Discord. Like,
no.
With all due respect,
I'm saying
bro.
That even Einstein knew that his theory needed to be resolved with quantum mechanics. He even wrote on it.
I think you're missing something, right? That's included in the paper. It's literally
exactly
the first sentence. Like,
so you're saying that? So you're saying that he said big stuff, big stuff.
The old crusty gray hair about to kick the bucket. Oxford papers published, peers, all the top people. The people who are going to get Nobel prizes in our day and age are her co-workers. So I'm not trying to do credentialism or anything.
See.
But the idea. So
if this works, that'd be pretty cool.
The idea is the work they're doing is very.
They have to test it. So, I mean, maybe this could work.
Do you know what this is? It's just an approach. It works. They don't have to test it. It works. People use it. It's the language of quantum computers. So
yeah. So he said all mass and big stuff. So Einstein said big stuff.
I feel like outsiders to academia now think you're going to be getting Nobel Prize winners like Einstein proving things, right, all over the place. That isn't going to happen because a lot of the big stuff has been proven, really, right? Everybody's trying to zero in on like this crazy precision that literally almost mirrors the same causality you have here. So if I can go to a computer and its physics engine is 99.9% as accurate as the external world, bro, every physicist they would call that the grand unified everything. Like, oh yeah, what is that? Give me that. They don't, yeah, so you're missing the point. They're just trying to get more accurate and precise, man. They're not trying to explain wild things that, like space-time. They don't have an issue with space-time. You missed it, man. It's just a causal lattice you don't see. That's it. There's no mystery anymore.
That's not. I mean, so this is one theory of quantum gravity. Other people have other theories. This is the most
prominent in the world that is leading the top computational systems of the future, like reservoir computing, quantum field computers, quantum computers, Rydberg atom computers. All of them run based on this, dude. So this is like almost hundreds of billions of dollars of moving parts that work to compute things, like for Shell, mechanical engineers. They already use this. Where are you at? I'm trying to inform you, and you just keep saying no.
Quantum computers don't use gravity.
What?
None of them. Yeah,
they do calculus and they use a language, an ontological framework that is causal sets, bro.
But that's not gravity. That's not. This paper is something different.
Okay,
than
you
what
don't
you're
understand
saying.
the paper. I tried.
I think I understand the paper better than you. I'm really trying to be nice about this.
Can I ask you a serious question? Because I really feel like you're kind of like deluded. Like, do you have a degree that's related to this paper?
Yeah, I'm a computer scientist, but we take physics classes.
Wait, bachelor's?
Yeah.
God. Yeah. Bro, I have a bachelor's in electrical engineering and computer engineering. I have a master's in electrical engineering and computer engineering. So not
so then you should be able to read this paper. I don't know why you're saying nonsense like, oh,
dumbass,
it's just
I'm 40 years old, fucker. I'm the researcher using this in his research. What the fuck do you mean I should know how to read the paper? You're the dumbass acting like you know it.
When that's not what the paper is saying. Like,
you're delusional.
I was trying to be nice, man.
Thank you.
I think. Did you get your degree from Western Governors University or something?
By the way, it's fitting you have a CS degree, a bachelor's, right? Not a graduate degree, and are all uppity because you took some physics courses. You fucking idiot! This is
not
literally
uppity.
Like the
it's
hardest
just like
physics in the world, done by the oldest theoretical
You're talking like some. You're talking like you smoke
your silly ass is on Discord saying
you're having a conversation with your buddies.
So the fucking lie in this paper is useless, bro. You're delusional. Your ego is fucking bigger than the moon.
I'm not delusional. You were the one that was saying, so it's all just like causal sets, man. Like, if you have a degree in electrical engineering, you should know how to form your words. Come on.
Buddy, they're not my words.
That's not what this paper says, buddy.
You fucking numbskull. I can get ChatGPT to summarize the fucking paper. Since you're so dense,
elements of space-time,
and it's going to agree with everything I said.
Into a causal set.
You need me to post a screenshot, motherfucker. Like, how slow are you? You're not an authority. Like, you admitted all you have is a bachelor's, so like you're out of your depth. Right. Literally,
I'm just a measly bachelor's degree. You know.
Yeah, who doesn't even know what fucking causal sets are?
You guys hate authority.
How the fuck do you have a CS degree and not know what causal sets are? You're full of
you hate authority, but you always appeal to it. It's the craziest thing.
Excuse me. All right, both of you. Thank you. So it's interesting. You guys, it's fun watching Globers argue amongst themselves, to be honest with you. Maybe didn't really
get a PhD in physics, you filthy casual. That's right. Oh, I'm only gonna be right if I have a master's degree.
No, I'm glad you guys got to witness how arrogant, delusional, silly a person just is because they got a degree and thus are privy to spherical Earth. I disagree because I got the degree and people do too, and I'm an arrogant asshole. So of course they're right. I'm not gonna question it. That's
dude. You were the one that asked me what a degree was. I didn't ask about anyone's formal education.
I just told you I have 4 of them.
I take people's ideas.
Hey, stupid fuck.
Merit.
Can you hear? Let me tap on my mic. Hey, stupid fuck. I have 4 of them.
People's ideas on merit and not just on the slip of paper.
It's getting boring. Nobody cares about
shut up, dude.
Nobody cares about. There, you either making a correct argument.
If you're gonna say that I'm wrong because I don't have a slip of paper that you like, I don't give a shit.
Are you still talking?
It's not a dick swinging competition, boys. Calm down.
No, I'm just highlighting.
Why does Mage sound like Mage the Great? Maybe because Mage is Nage. Whoa. No, I'm just kidding. There's different people like Mage.
The maturity of this guy.
N. Mage is an M.
Is he okay?
No, he isn't.
I don't think so.
Notice, I just want to highlight again, all she is saying is this is an approach to do calculus. So if it works, man, it works. She's not claiming anything else. So yeah. That's the issue with emotion in the human mind.
space if any of the Globers wants to ask any questions, or
yeah, why don't you guys believe in gravity?
Oh, which one are you talking about?
Either one, they give the same results.
Yeah, we understand the same phenomena, right? Things fall. Yeah. So we're asking which one. Okay, so we're asking which one of these two is the real gravity.
Neither. All models are wrong.
Okay, cool. So why don't we believe in gravity? You're starting to understand.
Because it's a model that is extremely accurate and precise in making predictions. That's why.
What, the thing goes down?
No, well, yeah, I mean that's how it started, right? You had Newton, and then he was like, the apple goes down, and then he just did some math. You had Einstein, who theorized that there's this thing called space. Well, everyone theorizes that there's a thing called space. He theorized that there's a thing called space-time, and that it bends under the influence of mass, and that experimentally is verified. Whether or not there is actual, like, a physical structure called space-time, which is bending and warping, that's nobody knows.
Sorry, it's been experimentally verified.
Yes.
Awesome.
That's right.
Awesome stuff. So what was the phenomena and causal influence relationship? What's the hypothesis?
So there's a bunch. The most common one is going to be with, like, the motion of planetary bodies.
Okay. Are we doing lots of observations here?
Observations can verify hypotheses.
No. Observations are the first step of formulating your hypothesis. The hypothesis is a prediction.
Okay.
Hold on. Hypothesis is a prediction, isn't it? What you think causes that to happen, right?
Right.
Good. So observing stuff and thinking about what caused it to happen. Good.
Yes.
When we're going to actualize, I haven't finished. When we're going to actualize the hypothesis, we're going to vary and manipulate the causal influence to see if it causes it or not, aren't we?
No. Because you can't always. Are you gonna wait? Hold on. You said no. You're asking me a question. I'm answering a question.
Please, for fuck's sake. So, in conclusion, not going to be empirical then if you haven't got an experiment.
No. It could still be empirical.
No, you haven't got an experiment.
No. The problem is that you think you must act. Are you gonna let me respond?
You're not listening. Okay.
No. Just holy shit! You're not letting me respond. That's why you think I'm not listening.
The calculus at the horizon.
So like if your observation is the
dude, you're not paying attention here. You clearly deny the calculus at the horizon because you have a Sader superpositioned, extra exponential framework that forks out like a tree. So then Pickle said, "Hey, if you give you a spoon, then you can dish that up." But you're not dishing it up, dude. Come on, let's go. Let's dish it up.
Like, are you going to let me respond to that?
Yeah, I'm looking for you to dish it up, just like Pickle would say.
Yeah, if your observation is just the same as your effect, then they're the same. So, if your observation
that's not a dish. I'm looking for dish it up with a forked, superpositioned calculus at the horizon.
Okay, I don't know what you're asking for. I'm responding to Jedi. You're saying that observation precedes the hypothesis. I mean, if you want to work within that really restrictive framework, fine. I'm telling you that if your observation is your effect of your hypothesis, then you wouldn't verify it by actualizing it in any way. You would just you would verify it by making the prediction and that observation being in line with what you predict.
Okay, so where's the horizon then?
I'm not. This is a stupid question. I'm not. It's not even relevant to what we're talking about.
Okay, hold on.
Jedi.
Are you there, Pickle?
If a body is moving in space and you predict where it's going to be based on your theory, that's evidence for your theory.
That's lovely, but it's not empirical.
It's not even. Yeah, it's not even the prediction. You have to. It's a post-diction.
You can call it a post-diction or inference. That's the word for post-diction. Yeah, it's an inference. Inferences are evidence for theories.
Okay, we're doing deductive reasoning.
No, inference is not deductive reasoning.
Well, it should be. We should be. Again, this is going to get frustrating. I'm just asking you for empirical information and demonstration where you vary what your presumed cause is to make it fucking happen. You just want to tell me that you can't and give me excuses.
Jedi, you're just wrong. That's not what science is.
Is it top down or bottom? Are you going top down or bottom up?
Science is. Am I ever going to get a word in?
Well, I think you're done talking for the day because you haven't been able to answer any questions, and Pickle exposed you as denying the calculus at the horizon.
Well, if you fundamentally misunderstand what science is, then any answer I give, you're not going to take it as an answer. I agree.
Yeah, this is why we got Pickle in here now. Because when you get these pretender
in case you weren't aware, science is just any process where you test a hypothesis. It doesn't say how you have to test it.
That's pseudoscience.
There's no like a law of science that says you have to test a hypothesis with an experiment.
Hey, Fry, my professor was a Nobel Prize winner and an astronaut. Something you don't believe in? Like, give me a break, bro. Yeah, when that authority says something, it means something. Stop chatting me up in side chat.
Damn.
Yeah.
That was roasted.
Paper for you.
Roasted.
Damn.
Wait, you're talking to me?
Fry. No, he's talking to Fry.
Oh my god. At least I'm a flat earther now. Let's go.
Once a hypothesis has been established, it's time to test it. The process of experimentation is what sets science apart from other disciplines. Okay, yeah, science performs experiments. It doesn't only require experiments, though. You can test it through observation.
That's not science.
So to produce knowledge about the natural world, scientists currently use a particular method, the scientific method. This method is based on observation and hypothesis, which is tested through experimentation. Scientists may formulate a law and or a theory, both from which explain things about the natural world. I'm going to start dropping these. I've got about 15, 16 of them. I'm just going to show that you're incorrect. If you want to have empirical knowledge about your hypothesis, you better start doing experiments where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it does it or not.
I mean, I'll take a look at this.
You've invented a new type of science that doesn't even have experiment.
Wait, hold on. Let me respond to him. An experiment.
You've denied all of experimental setups and modeling.
Dude.
This is like you denied. What you did was you took the horizon, the calculus at the horizon, and denied it.
Please don't mute him.
Please don't whine.
Dude, you got wrecked in your own link. This is sad. This is actually sad. Like, it literally says in your own link that you're wrong, dude. Holy shit. I'm literally about to send it to you right now.
What was that professor's name?
Oh, don't worry about that. And there's tons of them, so you're not going to find
missed a word.
No, there's only one.
Oh, really?
It says right there, and observation and hypothesis, which is tested through experiment. What you've done is
look at his look at his experiment section. It says right here.
There's only one. Do the credentials check out, homie?
Einstein relied on mathematics to predict his hypothesis.
No, there's only one. He didn't go to space.
His hypotheses had specific predictions, which is what I fucking said, you idiot. So your own link proved you wrong. How fucking sad, dude.
No, you denied the experiment.
How pathetic that your own link meant to destroy me proved you wrong.
It did. You denied all experiment at the horizons.
You're not even, dude, we're not even talking about whatever the fuck you're saying, Crit.
Yeah, it's at the horizon. You got calculus, just like Pickle said. And you denied all that calculus at the horizon.
This is perfect. This is amazing. Who was the guy that was just here who sent that link?
You can't. You just clicked on it. You don't know.
By the way, a horizon is a gauge duality in physics. All of the physics of causality compressed there, so it is the hardest thing to decipher.
Jedi left.
That's why it's so important. It's so important to really get a good view of where the horizon is, because you know where you're going, but also where you've been. When you do a 360 and you get a full view of the world around you, you have your reciprocal end-for-end test that demonstrates that these mathematical models prove without a doubt that you are 90% sure that there's a 10% variance in the equilateral of both directions, resulting in Mage here completely denying all experimental models at the horizon. It's like Mage took this article that says, hey, it's important to get your experiments right because you can't repeat it for indefinitely. There is a finite amount of resources in the world. And Mage is like, you know what? Hold my beer. Fuck the experiment completely. No need to do it at all. Just completely throw out the experiment and just do one single observation and then call it settled science.
How about I let you
debate.
on a fucking secret, okay? How about I let you in on a secret? Are you ready?
No, thank you. I don't. Your secret king knowledge is not welcome here.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up while I'm talking.
No, you can shut the fuck up. I just told you. Your feedback was given to you. Your secret king knowledge is not welcome here, is not welcome there, is not welcome anywhere.
Well, I would like to hear it.
It doesn't matter what secret king knowledge you think you have.
Come on, let
no one
him speak.
is listening.
Yes, I am. I want to hear it.
Let's test it. We got a perfect experimental model right here. You want to hear him. He can't talk in this channel. Go to a channel where you both can talk. Then we'll know for sure if you're a liar or if you're telling the truth. If you don't immediately disconnect from this call, you have proven yourself a 100% liar. You are full of shit. It was that easy to shit test you. Because Mage left. He joined another channel. How come you didn't follow him? All right, so Pickle and Fry.
Yeah, Fry's really losing it because he doesn't know what a quantum computer is, a Rydberg atom computer, or a quantum reservoir. Like I said earlier, just Google it, dude. They exist.
Yeah, I think let's get it into chat, the voice chat, because sometimes things fall flat in text. And also, Fry is not a native English speaker, so if you give him a little charity, if you would. I know
it's simple, dude. Jesus Christ. If I just made tea in a coffee mug and threw some milk in it, right? The dynamics of the temperature gradient, the movement of the particles, the milk I introduced, everything, right? You can model this in a computer, right? That has the floor of physics that the coffee mug and everything that is going on in it. It would basically be able to assemble atoms, right? Just like the mug, and do it. This is a hypothetical machine. Until you get to something like that can replicate it to that degree, like literally just grabs atoms out of a container and just like puts them together temporarily to simulate it. Bro, you can do this with like scaled down physics, right? So what they do is they literally create reservoirs, like a well, anything. Like you can just take ice, right? Put it in the bottom of a cup. You create a reservoir computer. Why? Because at the very bottom it's super cold, right near the ice cube, and at the top it's warmer. So there's a temperature gradient. I've just produced something that's like the inside of a coffee mug. Then if I shoot lasers inside and do all sorts of other stupid crap, I've created some of the dynamics. Now I can calculate some of the coffee mug. So, in side chat, Fry, I'm just letting you on to the idea that there's these computers, and you could even entangle them with classical computers. Yeah, there's papers on how to entangle quantum systems with classical, so you can do really cool stuff, like quasi stuff, the in-between. Yeah, all that stuff exists, bro. Been like this for a decade or two. Take any of the terms I give you, Google it, you'll get YouTube videos, lab setups, experiments, results, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I have no idea what you guys were talking about. The only reason I tuned in is because you were flexing your electrical degree.
I wasn't. I do that. You know what? Yeah.
Absolutely nothing to do with it.
Let me describe what I've always been doing, because I hate when people slander me. I went to number one school in America and got 4 of those bad boys in 4 years, by the way, just to prove I can do it, right? I could have done it in 5 or 6. I compressed it into 4 just because I wanted to prove a point. Like, any bozo really can, like, run through top university, like speed runner, and get through with 4 degrees in 4 years, no sweat. So I don't flex with it because it's on the ground, kicked around. I don't give a shit. Yeah.
Well, you're the one who brought it up.
Yeah, because when somebody tries to bring up any credential, it would seem, right, that isn't on par with that, I can pull that out and beat you over the head, right, and then kick my degree in the dirt. You see what I'm saying? So do you understand how I still don't care? Yeah, I'm going to take my degree that I actually have and beat you over the head with it and then kick my degree in the dirt. Yeah. Because I don't care about it, but you're definitely not going to use your credentials against me, bozo, when you don't have something like me.
You got nothing, bro. All
yeah, all right, that's it. And that's actually how the logic works. When you don't have an actual credential above a person, you can't use it.
I'm gonna just shut you off because it's just annoying and boring. You have
I explained something to somebody.
You have nothing to bring to the conversation.
Your lad ass don't either. So get the fuck out of my ear.
All right, there you go. Good night.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, so it looks like the ballot report is Fry knocked out Pickle right after Pickle knocked out Mage. So the undisputed champion right now is Fry.
Oh my god.
So who's going to step up? Who's ready to take on Fry?
Me. Give me Fry.
Isn't this the Glober Royal Rumble? It's all Globers.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Glober von Glober violence going on here.
I actually made something. I wanted you guys to comment on it. Wait, I'll post it again. What do you guys think of this this diagram I have here?
You're so fired. You're so fired.
What? What do you think? You guys fuck with this map?
It's like, where's that meme with the retard crusher? There you go. That's a retard crusher. Like,
hey, Jedi, you already dismantled Mage. Are you still hungry for more? Well, you might have got your fill.
He came back. Mage came back. I thought the whole shtick was he's going to reveal his secret king knowledge. There it is. They're Fry. That's what you got right there. This is what you get for that drawing.
No, wait. No. Hang on. You can't say that.
No, you can use the word retard now. It's been like presidential decreed that retard.
No. I mean, you can use whatever word you want, but
well, at least in America, maybe not in India. In America, the word retard's fine.
No way.
They took it back. They reliberated. Kennedy set up the National Association of Retarded Children. So it wasn't that long ago where the word retard wasn't considered any kind of slur or vulgar speech.
No, I wasn't talking about the word. I was like this is just a general layout of the map of the continents. I was wondering if you guys fuck with it.
Yeah, that's what's gonna. Again, if you post that again, you definitely go back into the retard crusher.
Wait, okay, so which layer do you disagree with? I don't get it.
I didn't. I accepted it, and then you get a bonus time in the retard crusher.
What?
Yeah, it's like that's like a reward.
I don't understand why. What's wrong with accepting this map?
It was fully accepted, and you got your prize.
Yeah.
Dude, look how fun that kid is having in the retard crusher. You're trying to say you don't want to do that?
I don't know. I might want to do that. That does look fun, but
yeah, this isn't like some sort of punishment. That's like, look at he's giggling.
Come on, Craig, engage with me here. What's the problem? I put so much effort into this.
I think he's earned the retard crusher.
A bonus. Yeah, bonus time.
I call this channel the retard crusher.
Oh my God.
That's right.
So no one can answer what's wrong with the diagram or the layout at the very least. Looks fine to me. The South America, North America, Africa, Europe, Asia, Australia.
The funny thing is, it looks like the bottom of your globe Earth model. So you're making fun of yourself.
It's a coaster. You made a coaster.
Yeah, but that's how the continents are laid out. They're like, laid out around the North Pole.
You validated this?
In a circular fashion.
Have you checked that out yourself?
Which continent do you disagree with?
I'm asking, you're the one making the claim. You're saying that they're all laid out that way. Have you seen this for yourself?
I mean, what do you mean by seen? I mean, I've flown to places before, I know.
What do you mean by seen is crazy?
You look at the spot where you've got Turkey, right there where Europe and Africa meet. Or kind of Europe and the Middle East and Africa. That is to the west. What do they call that if you go towards Turkey from Europe? Is that west or east?
I might have to look it up, but I think Europe is a bit higher. I think it's...
So when you go to the Middle East, you think that's the mid-old west between America and Europe?
Between America and Europe.
That's North America, right? You got North America, and you got some water there.
Yes.
And then you got Africa. Then you travel across the desert, the Sahara Desert, and you end up in Turkey.
I think Europe is a bit higher and Africa is a bit lower. I mean, that's... Hang on, I can fix that. See, that's helpful. So we fixed that.
Yeah, back in the retard crusher.
I can fix it. Hang on, give me a minute. Oh my God. Just make Europe a bit higher. There you go. And I'll credit you in the credits.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you got extra credits in the retard crusher.
You get a mention because you helped me with them now. There you go.
Yeah, I gave you extra credits in the retard crusher.
There you go. Boom. There's Europe, there's Africa, there's Asia. I mean, I don't think it makes sense for you guys to say this isn't how they're relatively positioned. Because it's pretty evident that's how the continents are laid out. No?
This is the most ineffective troll of all time.
How is this a troll? I'm not trolling.
Have you even looked into the flat Earth model or anything about it?
There's a bunch of camps, but like here, I mean, I know you guys don't adhere to the AE map or any sort of map.
That's a globe.
Yes.
Is it wrong?
That is accurate. Yeah, that's a globe, right? So
yeah, is it wrong? Sense. Is that map wrong?
I would say that map is wrong. I mean, it is inaccurate. If you place it on
what's wrong with it? The math or the globe?
I mean, the continents are laid out correctly. They're just not the right size.
It's okay then? The map is a good map?
To demonstrate how the continents are laid out, I would say that's a decent map, yeah. No, you don't think?
No, this is for you. This is your epistemology, not mine. I know all maps are wrong. Every map. You cannot make a map that's correct.
Wait, how though? Like, if the Earth is flat, you should be able to make a map. I mean, it might be hard.
Yeah, you could make a map, but it's not going to be, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's fine. That's a fine position to have. But Crit is saying that it is impossible, which, I mean, I don't think that's true.
Yeah, it's actually fallacious thinking. You walk yourself into a contradiction when you say the Earth can be mapped to the point where you could not tell the difference. That this map and this Earth are indistinguishable between the two. There's always going to be compounding errors the larger you make the map. The best map, the smallest map you could make would be like something that you could just like be like, oh, hey, take one step forward, one step back, and you got a map that perfectly matches. Like you basically would have like an obstacle course that you would map out, and this is your practice course, and this is the real one. And then you got it mapped out. You could use muscle memory, and someone could be so good at a small version that they could basically run it blindfold. And then if you get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, at some point it would be you wouldn't know what you're looking at anymore. The errors would compound exponentially.
No, but you can still zoom out, you know. If it's an accurate map, if you just zoom out, you should be able to. I don't know what you mean, like.
Well, how about this? Try it. Just try mapping, like get a baseline map. Like something simple, like say from here to the front door of your house.
I mean, and maybe map
it out.
Area.
Yeah, map it out. And then see how far you can keep going after that. And as soon as you get any compounding error, notice how quickly it compounds exponentially.
Okay, so this is the map of the place where I live. Like, would you say this is inaccurate?
Yeah, that's definitely inaccurate.
How?
Yeah,
how is this inaccurate?
Yeah, so you're saying I could go to this spot right here, like let me just pick some random one. These words are hard to pronounce.
Yeah, like any 2 points.
And there'll be like those words right there, City Pride. I can go there and there'll be City Pride just written across the ground.
I mean, no, that's just a marker on the map.
Yeah, or look at the water line there for the river.
I mean,
that's accurately presented.
I mean, as best as it can be, I suppose. I don't know.
So I can take
nowhere close to scale.
Yeah, that's I know you guys got me. You jumped the gun there. I was gonna say, what thing here would I take and start scaling it?
No, this is scalable. Are you saying this is not scalable?
Yeah, 100%. It's not scalable.
Why do you say that?
None of those maps you see are scalable. Go look at something that's a map that's actually been scaled to size, and you'll answer your own question. It's just not what it will ever look like. Your streets will. No.
Oh,
just,
I mean, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, right. You're right. I mean, yeah, the roads. I think they do scale those up.
It's just so you can read it easier. They design those so they're easier to read and traverse for like GPS and stuff.
Yes, you're right.
But they're nowhere near to scale. Even your GPS will get fucked up and it'll put you on different streets.
Okay, wait. I can post the satellite image for the same area. I mean, but the satellite image, if you put it over the map, it's basically the same map. What's the difference? There you go. See?
Yeah, look how different it is.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's a bit different, but you just
so which one is a map and which one isn't?
I mean, what I'm saying is, if you take the satellite image of the entire Earth and you can make a map out of it, why not?
Hey, look at that area with the overhead water tank.
I don't know, man. Yes. Doesn't make sense to say. I'll be back.
in a world you always need a word to take the place of intelligence, information, memory, God. The starter, the primer, the action. What's the prime causer of action?
Yes, Demok is back.
I'm here, don't worry.
I thought you was gone away. I was getting worried. But now you're back.
No. I'm back.
It's
Brother.
fantastic.
Oh my God, it's so awesome now that I'm back. Somebody's got to keep these guys straight.
Yeah, that's you, Demok.
Well, then you got to keep me straight.
Yeah, don't worry. I will. I will.
All right.
I will.
All right.
Definitely.
All right. Good deal.
I'm always here. I'm always here supporting you, Demok.
Thank you.
How would you know I support you? In the side chat.
I see you ping my name. Yeah.
Yeah, as always. As always.
I'm just saying they're arguing about papers written by papers, and somebody wrote a paper to refute a paper because of somebody's paper. And then one guy, Einstein, his paper has to do with the magical space and time, and then only big stuff like Oreo big stuff. And then the other guy, Newton, right, was dealing with the same idea, but then wanted to inflict small things too. But then they couldn't. So then Einstein had to say, man, black holes, this and that, space-time continuums, dark matter, because they're just looking for God. They're looking for intelligence or memory. They're looking for all those attributes that make things. So something from nothing. You know what I mean? That's what they're all trying. They're trying to write a paper to convince you they can explain how everything works.
Yeah, I never understood that. Why can't they think for themselves? Like, why do they have to appeal to Newton and Einstein and all that? Like these dudes are like they've been dead for like how long? For a long time, innit?
Right, but it's not even that. It's these okay, good questions. But who's got the answer to how everything came about? How you and I came from whatever we were to a sperm to a human, right?
Yeah.
So that'd be quantum into massive and then to big because now we're bigger than what that was. So that was the nano scale. So from the nano to the big, and now we can move mass.
I just had a scary thought.
Yeah.
Imagine if enough people don't pick up the truth in 100 years from now and appeal to Elon Musk. Oh no.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
That's all they have to appeal to is the metaverse. It's the only way they can even get their paper or their comic book to play out. Their script. So they write a script and they say my script is science, and that's just fucking weird to me. And you can manipulate and vary and do all this stuff with nothing on these words and these numbers on my paper. Because these words and numbers on the paper are supposed to be absolute to set a format base. But then if they always change, how can there be an absolute of ever changing? Unless it be a cycle. and they can't grasp the cycle because it keeps going. They can't grasp perpetual. They hate magnetism. They hate electricity. They try to push magnetism and electricity as far out of the book as they can, because those are the real physical things we deal with in engineering, in physics, and stuff like that. Like, we have to deal with, like, we can get shocked, we can get burnt, we can, like, breathe this gas in, we can have this thing happen to us from these things. But you can't have gravity squeeze your face off accidentally. So, I mean, think about it.
I realize
The man in the machine. He's only a head in jello, and they're keeping him alive. Who is that man, and why are they keeping him alive? Who's got the Stephen Hawking technology in 2025? Who can put the helmet on and put the wire to their chin and talk to everybody? Hello? Well, we got speakers, don't we? Put the speakers directly in the helmet, put the wire to your chin and talk. The Stephen Talking helmet. I did it with no lips. You could have a Stephen Hawking rap video. I'm rapping with no mouth. I'm rapping with no lips. A science with no hands and with no hips. I do it with no feet.
Hello, anybody?
Hey yo,
What's up?
what's up?
Yo, what's up? Let's get this party started.
All right, where's
What's up?
Robert Utah? Where's Newt? Where's Ree? Where's all the Glovers at?
Mic check.
So did we hit the midday slump here? Sounds pretty dead in the chat. Does anybody want to take a triangle test?
So we're doing a test to see who's smarter than a third grader.
Those are really fun tests. One of the Globers should take it.
Open book.
We should come up with more simple tests for the Globers.
Is it true that from Jaronism, that he's breaking away from flat Earth even more? Has he been saying more recently on the state of affairs with TFE and flat Earthers in general?
What did he say?
I believe so.
Yeah, I keep hearing that he's talking more shit about the flat Earth community, something like that. I don't know the details. I don't listen to his show.
And he's talking shit about flat earthers who are saying the TFE was fake and all that shit.
Yeah. I mean, I could understand some of that.
Yeah.
I don't have any reason to deny that they went there. And it seems pretty absurd to think that they faked it with like a 300-foot LED screen and all this shit. It's like, get out of here, folks. Come on.
Are you shocked by the number of flat earthers who are claiming that?
Yes and no.
Okay. I see. Maybe shocked is a too harsh of a word. Maybe like surprised, I guess.
I mean, I expected some of this, but maybe not to the extent that people are in denial.
Amish, with the technology in faking whatever we see on TV, I'm not quite sure if the final experiment was real or not.
Yeah.
It's just my position at the moment.
Yeah, I get that too. Like prior to this, I think every single 24-hour Antarctic sun claim that we've examined had some elements of fakery, some fraud in it. And it's not just like this is some subjective opinion. It was objectively fraudulent. So it is kind of a safe assumption to say, why this time? Why is this one suddenly not fake? And there's a lot of goofy stuff going on. I get that. But you know, I'm willing to accept that they went and that the footage they showed us was legitimate. And it doesn't bother me at all.
Amish, are we still waiting for more data to come out from the TFE, the final experiment?
Yeah, I mean, we were promised or expected to have long-range infrared photography and video footage of the Antarctic landscape from high elevation. I haven't seen that. We're supposed to get data from azimuthal and elevation readings of the sun, and I didn't get that. I didn't get any surveys, nothing regarding maps, no gyroscope data, no pendulum data, nothing that they were all talking about. Instead, what I do see is a bunch of idiots that are messing around with compasses and GPS devices and can't figure out which way up is. So I have a hard time thinking that they faked this entire thing, but they were too stupid to use a GPS device properly, you know?
So fair assessment. Oh my god.
Right, we're supposed to believe they pulled off like one of the biggest hoaxes on camera of all time. But they're being fucking idiots with their GPSs. They can't figure out how to do live streams without turning off virtual backgrounds. I mean, the whole thing looked like it was amateur hour.
You know, Jaren said something that I agree with a lot. That like flat earthers give globers too much credit. You know, like these people, like globers, are not that smart.
Flat earthers give flat earthers too much credit.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on data. Didn't get any.
Yeah, I
Except for
honestly
some
thought
camera footage.
there would be more footage, or like more videos explaining what they all did. No one's really uploaded anything, which is weird.
So yeah, they went to Union Glacier Park, and I think this park has one of the highest peaks in the world, or at least in Antarctica, being the Union Glacier itself. And their touring company offered excursions. Everything from skydiving to marathon running, you name it. Did they not do a single excursion? Did nobody do an excursion to go hiking on top of a mountain and set up an infrared P900, which they claim to have brought with them, and using maps and GPSs take some long distance infrared photography? Like, that'd be one of the first things I'd think of bringing down there, and one of the first things I'd think of doing.
Oh, you mean like long distance laser tests?
That too. I'm just talking long distance infrared.
Right.
I mean, one or two of them, like I think Whitsit and Jaron both said they were taking an infrared converted P900. Where is it? They remember their fucking vape pens, which they tried to hide. But did they fucking forget the one of the most important things they could have brought with them?
Dude, Jaron smoked weed there though. That was pretty legit, I thought.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's respect. Sneaking weed to Antarctica.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they could have done those tests. I don't know why they didn't.
Did they bring a drone with them and take any video footage at all? Does anybody know?
No idea.
Will Duffy has a drone footage video. If you want to watch his. Excuse me, I can link it. Hang on, let me find it.
Yeah,
that's right. Somebody had a drone. You're right.
There you go. Mile high. Oh damn, we took it a mile high. That's kind of up there.
Mile high from what, sea level, maybe?
I suppose. I don't know. You know, not gonna lie, this drone footage kind of looks fake. It's just so stable. I'm not saying it's fake. I'm just saying it looks fake.
Right. I don't know if that's real or not, yeah, but let's just say that's real, yeah. I can clearly see the landscape geography is the surface and the ground is not curving. Very simple.
I think you would notice curvature at this height.
No, I'm talking about the landscape geography, the ground, the surface.
Mm-hmm.
I can see it's not curving.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at videos from planes flying over the ocean. That's even higher, and that looks even that looks flat. So this is.
Yeah. I'd expect it to look flat, whether it's globe or flat, from those heights.
That's a rare skill, man. So I appreciate that.
There's a unique opportunity here, being in Antarctica, where it's supposedly a really dry, really thin atmosphere. Extremely cold, stable temperatures, so you don't have fluctuations. You should be able to see far. Like, if any of you have been to a high desert environment, like northern Arizona or somewhere like that, wherever you live, you can see so clear and so far away. It's very surreal. Like you could even say it looks fake. So there's some of that going on out there. I wouldn't expect to see a lot of turbulence, much atmospheric distortion at all. I mean, what an awesome opportunity. And if they squandered it, that to me is a bigger tragedy than even faking it.
Don't you guys? So I don't know how helpful long distance tests are, because you guys affirm that objects can sink even on a flat surface. I think. I don't know if that's your position. I've heard some other people here say it, so I don't know how helpful those long distance observations would have been.
Well, there isn't the kind of atmospheric disturbance that you would expect to have in an environment where objects would appear to be sinking bottom up into the mirage. And that miraging effect is on flat surfaces is well documented and understood. The only people who seem to think it's curvature are these diehard globers that come in here and try to defend the globe.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, it's not a mutually exclusive observation.
Well, except it is when the conditions are present and proven to be present to cause miraging just above the surface. That's where you get the most excitement of the air and you have the most chaotic turbulence. Is that thin layer just above the contact layer where there's a temperature differential. You got the evaporation of gas molecules going crazy. And that's where you get the distortion. That's where you get the merging of objects and the surface that they're resting on. And that's what gives rise to this bottom-up appearance of sinking. But there are other things that can give the appearance of bottom-up sinking too. If you have a surface that's not entirely flat but has undulations on it, you could have undulations that are so far away that they may not be readily apparent. But there may be successive undulations off in the distance that contribute to obstructing an object from the bottom up.
Or they could raise the, like, that's exactly why a long distance observation wouldn't make sense in Antarctica. It's not reliable, you know. Let's say there is curvature, and due to undulations, you're not able to see the curvature. Like, you know, it just looks flat.
Oh, right. I mean, this is why flat earthers like to go up in elevation, because you get above the path loss of light due to obstructions on the surface, and you get above that turbulent layer of air that tends to cause distortions just above the surface. And then you pop in an infrared filter. It should be unquestionable that you should be able to see the termination of where the globe starts to curve away from you. I mean, we can predict what it should be mathematically based off of what the globe's dimensions are. And we just don't see that in any instance.
Are there any high elevation observations?
Yeah, I think the most popular ones are taken by Jay Tolan, but there are a few others out there that people have done. I mean, you got Dwayne Cullum. He's done some of this too. He put an infrared camera on a weather balloon. He's a flat earther. He set that sucker up to like 90,000 feet.
Oh. To measure, like, so, and he put a camera on it?
Yeah, infrared.
I see. Infrared? Why infrared?
Infrared. Yeah, the wavelength isn't as affected by turbulence in the air as visible light is.
Like,
so it cuts down on refraction claims.
I see. Wait, what did he do though? Did he like just? Okay, so he put a balloon that's at 90,000 feet. I guess he said. And
something like that. Yeah, with an infrared camera.
Okay.
Right, you should do that in the future if you ever get the opportunity. Attach a camera to a balloon.
Okay.
Yeah, and it'd have to be gyroscopically stabilized too. I mean, as Dwayne Kellum found out with his, those things start twirling around and shaking and stuff. It can get pretty crazy. It's hard to get a good stable image unless you have some kind of stabilization. And I don't think he had any stabilization worth a damn, which kind of ruined it a little bit. But there just aren't as many of us out there in the world that have the resources, time, commitment level to do this as much.
Yeah. And they're like rich flat earthers. Someone should step up, I feel like.
What about somebody should set up a GoFundMe, so we can do the experiment. So we can attach a camera to a balloon. We got the funds.
Yeah. A lot of flat earthers don't want to be public. You know, they don't want to be too much in the public eye. Going against consensus on this issue can be very detrimental socially, economically, relationally, career-wise. I mean, you can face all kinds of negative consequences just for holding yourself out as a flat earther. And if you're a rich flat earther, then you might have a lot of liabilities to shoulder. And I think just many of us don't want to stick our necks out too far.
In the 90,000 feet one.
I'd have been higher than that too. Oh, there's one. Oh wait, no, never mind. Yeah, his name was Dwayne Kellum.
Dwayne. Can't find him.
Is that the guy who interviewed, what's his name? Well, faced the guy, Danny. Mr. Danny Boy.
I don't know. I don't know if he did. I don't know much about him. I just know he's kind of OG, and he also fell off the face of the earth. A couple years back, he had a video where he was ranting about getting fired from his job or something, and then he took a break, and then he came back a little bit, and then he disappeared again. And the other guy I mentioned, of course, Jay Tolan. His name has been around a long time.
He went 100,000 feet. Crazy.
Mic check.
That's insane, dude.
There's another guy named Dan Dimension. He goes by Dan Dimension. He's got some videos. I don't think he launches these balloons himself, but he makes videos from them wherever he can find them. They tend to be pretty short, like between 3 minutes and 15 minutes.
Okay, wait, so am I tripping or does this look curved to me? Hang on, this looks curved. Right,
you know, it's not enough to just say it looks curved, right?
What do you mean?
No, well, when we hear someone say it looks curved, the first thing that goes through our minds is, okay, what is the prediction? Let's put some math to it. What is the prediction of curvature that you should see if it's a globe?
I love that question. That's a really good question. I have no idea.
Yeah. So we had a guy in here this morning who showed us some high altitude footage from an airplane. It's like 31,000 feet. And he drew a line on the horizon where he thought it should be dipped from level. And then he drew the width of the dip. And the dip looked like to be about 5 degrees from 31,000 feet. And that's just ridiculous. If you're at about 31 to 35,000 feet, the amount of dip you should see if Earth is a globe from level is 0.25 degrees, not 5 degrees.
You should just be able to fly around the ball if it's that many degrees.
Yeah, like tiny earther. So he showed what looked like it could be curved, but it ended up being 10 times as much curvature that should exist if Earth is a globe. So we know it's not the globe. We know it's another phenomenon.
It depends on...
Well, I mean, this was atmospheric haze, obviously. Huh?
I think it also depends on the type of camera you have. Like,
yeah, with the lens. Like all lenses are distorted. Right, so here's another thing to consider. What kind of distortion do you have in the optics when you take a camera and put it in an environment where it wasn't meant to operate, where it gets fucking freezing cold way up there, distorts the materials, the air pressure's less. I mean, if you go up to 90,000 feet or something with a camera like that, you're going to experience stresses that it probably was not designed for if it's like just some consumer grade optics, right?
But I mean, you can test it. You can put, like, these people took their cameras to Antarctica and it worked fine. But I hear you.
So if you have a lens that's got a slight curve to it, right? Maybe a slight barrel distortion, as they all tend to do, and then you take them into an environment where it's like below freezing, you'd expect the lens to contract a bit more, which would exacerbate the curvature a bit more, especially around the edges.
I don't know, man. But like this, I mean, that is possible, of course. I'm not saying it's not. Maybe he put like a, like a, what do you call, a control thing on the camera lens that makes sure that, it's actually flat. But there you go, man. You actually see the Earth curving 100,000 feet. Kind of played himself here. Is he a flat earther or like what's this here?
Let me show you something, Fry. Hold on 1 second. All right, this is going to be another phenomenon that you probably haven't thought of before. What if I told you? Give me a second while I pull this up. What if I told you that I had some amazing high altitude footage from about 70 years ago during the Antarctic exploration days? Check this out. Here's a horizon in the distance from a high altitude balloon launched in Antarctica. And that's some radical curvature, right?
Yeah, but that could be the camera lens, honestly.
Now wait.
Looks too curved.
It's a flat surface.
Oh, okay.
I just zoomed in on it. You're looking at the extent of the cone of light that's cast down onto a flat surface.
See.
You'd think it was a horizon, right? But it's not.
Oh, I see what you mean. Then these tests are useless.
Right. And doesn't the sun cast light down on Earth? And isn't there a Terminator line? The answer is yes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how you what you think the sun is. The
point being that there are all kinds of factors that could be at play that you wouldn't know about unless somebody told you or you had the experience to go through it.
Sure.
So just saying you think you see curvature isn't enough. I mean, you really have to get down to brass tacks here. What is the prediction? What's your setup like?
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
But like, I think here's the thing, right? Like, you get a different lens, you probably will get a different amount of curvature because the POV might change. You know, the wider area you capture, the more the curvature you might get. The narrower area you capture, less curvature.
There's no curvature, Fry.
I mean, if let's say if there is, the amount of curvature you capture would depend on the FOV of the camera. So
you also need to take the particular lens into consideration. I mean, you're always going to have barrel distortion, even if it's a rectilinear lens, right? And then there's different types of barrel distortion as well, right? So you know, you can even see in that image you posted, right? It doesn't look uniform at all.
It looked kind of uniform, but I mean,
it doesn't look uniform. Maybe. I mean, do you know what type of lens it was? I wasn't listening before, so
no.
You mentioned that?
No, I have no idea. Honestly, I'm assuming this is a flat.
It's completely useless footage then if you don't know what lens it is, you know, and that kind of thing. I mean,
yeah. I mean, this is not. I mean, I'm assuming this guy is a flat earther, so. I don't know why a flat earther would upload this. I don't get it. But there's
what's it meant to be? It's meant to be proof that it's flat.
But how can it be flat?
Is that what that's meant to show?
I don't know, man. I don't even know who this guy is. Okay, who is this? NASA PhD, he's the one who shared this guy's name. Apparently, he's a flat earther based on his profile picture, but he could be trolling. I don't know. So, assuming he's a flat earther, he would have known, like, you know, what lens to use or what camera to use.
What, you don't believe he has NASA PhD?
No, not him. The YouTuber.
Not Dwayne?
Yeah. Is he a flat earther?
I have no idea. I suppose. You can tell by the content he posts, I guess, if you just look through his channel.
Yeah, that's what. So, that's what I'm wondering. Why would a flat earther upload this? I mean, it's just weird. You can clearly see it's curving.
What's his claim? Like, what's he trying to point out with this video? Maybe it's just an observation.
It's just an observation. He doesn't. I think he's
Yeah, if it's just an observation, right, through an infrared camera. But you know, you see a lot of, like, with barrel distortion, right? When the lens, like, when it, instead of panning up and down, like, even when it angles left and right, that's when you get some more distortions, right? Some other effects to take into consideration. So
Yeah, that's what I think he should have done is place the control in front of the camera, like like a metal rod of some sort or anything that will like stay flat, so that we know that the camera is not warping, the lens is not warping or anything of the sort. But
If he's trying to show you barrel distortion and not curvature of the Earth, right? I mean, you just posted something out of context, right?
no, what I'm saying is, if he had a control in front of the lens, it would have shown us if there's, because if he had a control in front of the lens, we would have known if there's actual barrel distortion or is that the curvature of the Earth.
New York has
You know what I mean? Because if there's barrel distortion, the control would bend as well. I hope that makes sense. But again, you can always claim, the sun is lighting up a circular area, I guess. Oh, do we have any opinion on why the sky is blue, but like when you go up, it's dark? Any idea? It's like the filament blue in color or something. Firmament, sorry, not the filament. Look up Rayleigh scattering. I see. I thought you guys might have a different answer.
I think it's just to do with the scattering of the light. When the atmo's more dense, the light scatters. It's something to do. I'll probably butcher the answer, but it's something to do with the blue spectrum is able to push through better or something like that from memory.
Wait, so okay.
Look up Rayleigh scattering, like Amish said.
Yeah, I know what Rayleigh scattering. I mean, I've heard of it. Is you so? If that's okay, so this is a question I've had for a while. I don't know if anyone's answered it really. Like, why does atmosphere or atmos get like less and less dense as you go up? Is there any particular reason for that?
Almost all of the air is being constantly created at ground level, right? And then gases will also sort themselves out, by which are more and less dense. But Yeah, you get the same sort of thing, right? If you look at like a vivarium or something like that, right? It's like a contained ecosystem. I don't know if you've seen them on YouTube. People make big giant ones, right? And they
Yes.
have a gradient inside of them as well. It's not like a type of gradient that we have on Earth, right? It's much less difference between the top and the bottom, but apparently the bigger you make them, the more of a gradient you have inside.
See. Okay. It's interesting. But then you also so gases act the same way anything else acts on Earth? The way liquids act?
No, definitely not. Gas particles move at random in all directions.
Until they settle on a gradient?
The air, it's like a type of fluid, but it's not the same as like a liquid. But it is considered a fluid.
It has more, and it can carry more energy because it's lighter. But like same if you mix a liquid, it can stay mixed for a while, but eventually it will sort itself out. Isn't that the same as what's happening on Earth? Eventually gases sorting themselves out.
English, are you still there? Internet. Globus, can you hear me?
Hey, Berserker, how's it going, man?
Yes.
Fine. How's it going with you?
Good. Yeah, just having a tea, about to get back into my work.
Tea. That's my favorite drink. Which kind of tea? Earl? Grey Earl?
It's like a plum tea. It's like a infusion tea. Yeah, I quit coffee, so now I drink tea.
I drink a lot of black tea, Ceylon tea. It's darker than Earl Grey.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. You were saying about the tea the other day. You put in like 6 tea bags or something.
4 bags.
4 bags.
Did I mention that?
Mm-hmm. How else would I know?
Yeah, I quit. Yeah. Strange. I forgot it. But the strange thing is I quit also coffee for a long time. Then I think a week ago I started drinking coffee in the morning. And the strange thing is that when it gets evening, now I am so tired, I guess, from the coffee, so that I can sleep. And I had problems with sleeping long time. And when I say a long time, I mean 30 years or something like that.
Yeah, I definitely feel better after stopping coffee.
I thought about it because coffee, it wakes you up, and it's like an addiction. And when the how do you say, the influence is gone, then you feel down, you feel tired. You don't drink another one.
I was getting
just
really
thought
bad
about
headaches.
it. Yeah. That's good for me
When I
because
quit.
can.
It was like a withdrawal symptom or something. I felt sick and I was getting crazy headaches for 3 or 4 days after I quit coffee.
Yeah, but I'm using it so that it forces me at the evening into bed. It's working. I thought about it and it worked. Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question to Amish. I wanted to ask, it's just a question, just to know where I am. Is it not, how could I put it? How could I express it? Is it not allowed or is it not welcomed? Or don't you guys here feel well when someone questions the genuineness of the trip to Antarctica and the videos they made? So that I will not mention it to once I have a question. Because once I said, why should I believe that they were there? They have no proof for it. And half an hour ago, also, I heard Amish mentioning that flat earthers who question it, they are not serious. So, what are your thoughts about it?
I think it's fine to question it, but we also need to take into consideration that there's countless hours of footage, right? They all had GoPros strapped onto their chests. There's all that drone footage. There's footage of them flying there, landing at the place, walking off the plane, riding bikes around the camp. It's just that much footage. To say it was done in a studio is a bit of a stretch, in my opinion. But it is weird, like how, like there's some anomalies in the footage for sure, which is interesting. And then why did Witsit? Why did he blatantly lie about his vape smoke? I have no idea. That's just weird. You know, why would you do that? It's not a good sign.
I think he was hiding it from his wife.
No. But why would you? I don't care about that, right? But when you're going to say, right, because everyone's saying, "Oh, there's no fog in your breath," right? And then all of a sudden he blows out vape smoke and says, "Haha, there! Like, look, here's the fog," right? But it was just vape smoke. Like, that's just a weird lie. So, if that's what happened, it looked like that was what happened.
But don't we flat earthers say videos or images or photos are not real evidence, and they are not real evidence because we cannot verify. Isn't it justified to also?
Yeah, look, I know, but that's like, I mean, you can't take that too far as well. I mean, you can watch a bunch of videos of like Africa or something like that. You know, you're not going to doubt that that's Africa.
I mean,
in the videos,
obviously, right? I mean, obviously. I mean, the Earth might be flat, right? But Africa not existing? Come on! I mean, that's just ridiculous, right? Right?
I don't think. What?
That's how it is, right? I mean,
he's trolling. If there is
yes, I am trolling. I mean, because these guys are losers, of course. Yes.
Yeah.
What guy's a loser?
If you are a mod,
which guy's a loser?
Radwin.
I'll get rid of him. Me? What did I do?
Yeah.
Believe in this retarded flat Earth shit. That's what.
What's retarded?
Flat Earth shit.
Hold on, I got this, Berserker.
Okay.
What's retarded?
What do you mean by that?
Said it's retarded. What's retarded?
Yes, believing in this flat Earth nonsense. That's retarded.
It's not. Yeah, it's not a belief. That's the funny thing. Water is actually flat. Yeah, water's flat. Did you know that?
Water is flat. Damn. Holy shit. You got me there. Water is flat.
You didn't know that?
I didn't know that. What else is flat?
Well, that's all we have to worry about. Earth is 70% water, right? So it's 70% flat.
That's true, man. That's true.
You sound retarded thinking curves into a ball.
Well, that might be true.
believe he's open-minded, troll.
Yeah.
So what you got any questions, Tim, about the globe?
Questions? Hell no. I've got answers though. If you have questions.
Oh, okay. So,
okay.
How does gravity work? What's the mechanism behind it?
The mechanism behind gravity. I mean, theoretically, it's like a distortion of space-time, right?
That's a mechanism, or is that a concept?
Okay, so yes, my answer is the mechanism behind gravity is the distortion of space-time. The distortion of space-time. Can you answer my question?
Gravity causes gravity, right?
No. I answered. Keep my answer in mind, please. I answered. Gravity is a distortion of space-time. That's the underlying mechanism. So can you please answer
space and time?
No, listen, hey, buddy. I'm having a discussion.
And time is a concept. And if you add
buddy, we're having a discussion. Come on now.
You just get a concept.
Buddy, can you answer my question?
You just want to talk about concepts?
Yes, I want to talk about concepts. Yes.
Oh yeah, that's not a fact. Water laying flat and level is a fact. You can't deny that.
I know that concept and fact, buddy. You're losing the discussion, man. What are we talking about here?
I didn't lose any discussion. I don't talk in hypotheticals and concepts.
Well, you're not. Well, that's fascinating.
That's right.
That's truly fascinating, man. Holy shit.
I'm not ignoring you. Don't worry. I'm in a meeting. Ending. So what else you got for proof? I destroyed your gravity.
No, I mean you just can't. It seems you can't follow simple logic. That's what
it's not simple logic.
No, that's what
time is a concept.
Yes, I'm trying to talk to you, but it seems you can't follow like simple argumentation. So I don't know what to do at this point. Right? Seems like it.
Something. Surviving. We're
Anyway. Yeah, so we're not doing space as a concept and time as a concept.
Those are
concepts.
Okay, that's true. I'll grant you that space and time are concepts. What now?
That's it. You don't have gravity.
Okay, so because space and time are concepts, you don't have gravity. Is that your argumentation?
You have no mechanism for it now.
Mechanism. Okay. Okay, can you answer a question for me this time?
Sure.
What's the underlying mechanism behind electromagnetism?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know? Holy shit, are you retarded or something? How can you not know that?
I don't know. Because.
Are you just stupid or something? Why are you engaging in the discussion about physics when you're absolutely clueless? Hello?
Gravity's not physics.
Gravity is not physics. Then this guy's just talking out of his fucking ass, isn't he?
How do you use gravity when you don't know how to manipulate it?
How do you let this just simmer, man? How do you use gravity when you don't know how to manipulate it? Man, you're just a fucking retard, aren't you? What the fuck is this? Hello?
You can't answer that, can you?
Of course I can answer retarded questions. Of course not. What am I supposed to answer?
How do you use gravity if you cannot manipulate it?
How do you use gravity? Brother, are you hearing yourself talk? Seriously? Yeah. Is anyone hearing this guy talk? How do you use gravity? What do you even mean by that? How do you use gravity? What do you even mean by that?
Well, like, I could use water.
You can use water, yeah, to wash your ass maybe, yeah.
I can use air. I can use air pressure, right? Mm-hmm. You can't use gravity to do things, can you?
I can use it to stand on my fucking 2 feet. I'm using gravity right now.
Prove it. Why? What happens if you don't have gravity? Why should I need to float away? You float away?
Of course I do.
Why?
It's obvious. Because
what causes you to float away?
Physics.
Prove it.
You prove it, man.
I don't have to prove. I don't have to prove that you would float away. You have to. You said it.
Oh no! What's in side chat? You guys are doing it, aren't you?
I don't have to prove anything, buddy. Hello?
You know what? Let me get some of this inside chat.
How about you prove the Earth is flat? How about that?
I already told you how it's flat.
No, yeah, that's okay. Okay, what's the proof that the Earth is flat? Because water is flat. Is that the proof?
We measured over it.
We measured over it.
We measured the Earth. It's flat.
We okay. Who is we? That's fascinating. Who is we?
I did some myself.
You did?
Long distance. Yeah.
That is crazy, brother. Holy shit.
I think one was 30 miles or 40 miles. I can't remember. It's in my files, and the other one was 12.
We actually know that price then. That sounds like a crazy scientific
over
achievement.
10 miles. Do you know how much drop there would be over 10 miles?
Over 10 miles, like 300 meters or something, maybe?
66.6 feet.
Okay, that's even less. Okay, sure. Yeah, okay.
What are you, an idiot or something?
Who?
You.
Why?
Don't even know the basics, bro.
Okay, I'm not like a mathematician or anything.
You don't even know the basics of the globe that you're
Wait a
defending,
second.
dude.
You were talking about physics. You want to talk physics, and now you don't know math.
That's how it is, brother. That's just how it is, isn't it?
Crazy. DJ, take this for a second.
Take what?
Yeah, Tim. What did you say? 300 kilometers. Well, what did you say? What was your answer for 10 miles? How much drop is there over 10 miles?
I was guessing
your
the drop
guess?
would be something. Can you let me talk, maybe? Like 100 meters, maybe?
Yeah. 100 meters? No,
Yeah.
that wasn't what you said originally.
I think that's what I said.
You said 300 meters. Anyway,
I
it doesn't
don't
matter.
think so.
Yeah, way off, dude. Way off. How could?
Yeah, well,
how
I
would
know.
there
I
be
don't
that?
like 66 feet and 100 meters. That's not that much. I mean, sure, it's like in the same order of magnitude. I mean, that's fine. I think.
Hey, look, man. Countless amounts of long distance observations that are impossible on a globe, long distance laser tests that are impossible on a globe. They've been repeated over and over and over again.
I don't think so, buddy.
Well, we have all of the evidence. You know, you
I
just
don't
haven't
think you
seen
do. I don't think you do, buddy. I really don't
it.
think
You don't have. It doesn't matter what you think. We
kinda
do,
does.
and we can
It
present
kinda
it.
does.
We can go over it. I mean, we can present you with the evidence, and then you can look at it if you want, and then you can like try to rebut it.
I mean, sure. What am I supposed to look at? Is there something inside chat already?
I'll just start with a basic long distance observation. That's not possible on a globe. How about that?
Which one? Am I looking at something here?
Yeah. We go have a look at this one. This one's good. It's nice and
That's a
clear.
classic.
Wait, by the way, Fry,
Yeah,
do you
yeah.
like my flat Earth picture? Yeah.
It's your flat Earth picture.
It's the first time I've posted my take. Side chat.
That's a lot better than Fry's. That's for sure.
Oh my god.
You know what the one on the left is? That's the solar storm from May of 2024.
Wait, you
That's
believe
what
in
it looked
solar
like.
storms? No way.
Yeah. And then you see the map on the right. Go ahead and try to reverse image search that one on the internet. You'll find something really cool. Yeah.
I can't be bothered.
Wait, solar storms cannot possibly exist. You guys are out of your mind. That's not a real thing, by the way.
Flat Earthers, are solar storms a thing with you guys? Wait, can I say that more respectfully? Like I'm not trying to. Can you guys? do you guys
you're
believe
not
in?
oh, sorry, that guy. I thought you were a flat earther. My bad. That's
Do you believe in solar storms?
Well, you guys can suck each other
Of course
out
they
now.
don't. Yeah, sorry, my bad. I didn't know that guy was sorry. My bad.
I should become friends on here. That way you can pass notes back and forth.
No, I don't want to be friends with that guy. I thought he was speaking for you guys. I'm sorry.
No, I was asking if people who believe in flat Earth believe
No,
in
of course
solar
they
storms.
don't. Oh, that's obvious. Of course they don't.
Wait, the solar storm doesn't have anything to do with the shape of Earth, dude.
Doesn't matter. They don't believe in the sun. They think a sun is just a concept in the sky that's like making light.
Wait, are you? Wait, I'm like not paying attention to my screen. Are you one of them? Like I'm only
No,
asking them.
but at least you have to be familiar with, like the basics of the.
I don't know. I've been in here.
Tim, you
just
don't even know the basics. You didn't even know the basics of your globe, right?
I do
drop over
actually.
distance, and now you're lying. About
Why should I know the drop of
Flat
distance,
Earth's
man?
claim.
Why should I know that?
Now you're lying about what flat earthers claim, right?
I'm not lying.
You're
I'm
not going to
just
last long in here. No,
I'm not
you are. You
lying.
just lied.
No,
Bro,
that's
now
just,
you're
I
lying
just
again.
think that.
Stop
That's
the
just
lying,
a
bro.
belief of mine.
I'm just telling you that you're not going to last long in here if you start
I think
lying.
I do
That's
actually.
all.
Wait, I lied? What did I lie about?
No.
Please tell me. What did
I will
lie
just
about?
kick you out if you start lying. Simple as that.
What did I lie about? Tell me. What did I lie about? Tell me.
You said flat earthers don't claim that the sun exists or something. What did you say? Repeat it about the sun. What are flat earthers?
My basic claim was that you guys wouldn't believe in solar storms.
Why?
Boss?
Why not? What's there to believe in? But why wouldn't we?
That's just my hunch. That's just a guess of mine.
So yeah. So if you're wrong, I mean, then admit it.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Redwen, do you think solar storms?
What am I? How would I know what a solar storm is?
Wait. So do you think a solar storm is a real thing or not?
I don't know what the sun is. Do you?
So you don't know? Wait, holy fuck! You're accusing me of
You
lying.
know what the sun is? I said I don't know what the sun is.
See?
To you.
So I was correct, you fucking moron. So stop accusing me.
What's the sun made of? What's the sun made of?
Holy shit, are you
What is the sun made of?
Hydrogen mostly. Helium also.
So it's gas?
Yes.
In a vacuum?
Well, wait, hold on. It's not all gas. It's also plasma.
It's not gas now.
It's plasma.
Now
It's gas and plasma. It's gas and plasma.
In a vacuum?
Sure.
So yeah, that's debunked. All right. So now
no, because gravity exists, you fucking loser.
So now you don't know what the sun is because
brother, I'm sorry, you're too stupid.
Cannot exist. Gas balls cannot exist in a vacuum.
Buddy, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. If you're too stupid to know what gravity is, I'm sorry what to tell you. You're just stupid.
So now you're claiming gravity again?
I'm claiming gravity exists. Yes, that's my claim.
So that's funny shit.
It's really funny how retarded you are. Isn't it funny?
Dude, you said space-time is making gas balls in a vacuum chamber.
Yes, correct.
So
that's
a
what I'm
concept
saying, yes.
is making a concept.
Sure, we can go with that. Sure.
So concepts are out. We don't talk about concepts.
Who made those rules, you fucking retard? When did I agree to those rules? Concepts are out, you fucking moron.
That's the rules of the game in here. We talk facts,
Well,
not
those are the rules?
just ideas. Yeah, we don't talk about people's ideas in here.
You guys don't talk about ideas. No, that's fucking fascinating. Holy shit.
No, we just talk about facts.
Damn, you're crazy, bro.
Why does that bother you so much? I got this. Why does it bother you so much?
You're just a freak. I don't know what to
Why does it bother you to talk about truth and facts?
It does. It bothers you, obviously. It doesn't bother me.
How does it bother me?
That's just what I'm getting from this conversation.
It bothers me that I tell you the truth.
You don't tell me the truth, brother. You tell me lies. Filthy lies.
So you think water is not flat and level? You don't use
water is flat.
levels for construction?
No, I don't think water is always flat and level. I don't think that.
So you don't use water levels for construction?
Wait, my head is breaking. Do you guys who believe in flat Earth believe in solar storms?
Wait, who asked you, buddy? Who the fuck asked you? Yeah, thank you. Redwen, do you believe water is always flat and level?
Yeah, when it's at rest.
When it's at rest. Well, that's an interesting claim there. Okay, so water's always flat and level when it's at rest. Sure, I agree.
Okay, there you go. There's a fact. I didn't lie to you.
Amazing. That's cool.
So
what's
where's
next?
the curve?
Where's the curve? I mean, obviously, it's just locally flat, right? I mean, sheesh, guys. Obviously.
Well, how close is that then? So I can
What
go
do you mean?
measure. What does locally flat mean?
Probably like what's that? Like 4 miles or something? Or whatever.
So 4 miles, but at 10 miles we can see. Yeah, we can. Oh, now it's at 10 miles or something.
Dude,
What about
I don't know
20
the
miles?
specifics. Okay, I'm just a human.
What about 20 miles? What about 255 miles?
Buddy, I don't know what to tell you. I don't claim to be like a scientist. I'm just not a retard, unlike you guys.
So a scientist, it takes a scientist to measure something.
I never said that. Maybe you believe that?
No, it's funny. I just measured a light that I needed a sleeve made for, and I used a pair of calipers. Am I a scientist?
Crazy. No, you're just a retard. I already told you that, though.
So I'm not a scientist?
Obviously not.
So scientists are not who measured the Earth.
No one said that except you, buddy. You're talking to yourself.
So scientists did measure the Earth.
Amongst other people, sure.
How does a scientist measure the Earth?
How does a scientist measure the Earth? Is that a question you're actually posing to me?
Yeah, I'm asking you to answer it.
You don't realize that's a retarded question? How does a scientist?
You told me a scientist measured the Earth, and I said, "How does a
You
scientist
understand that
measure
the
the Earth?" And
sentence-
then you said it's retarded.
Do you
You said a
understand how-
retarded thing. I repeated it back to you, and now you claim it's retarded.
Do you understand that the question, how do you measure? Do you understand that measuring the Earth isn't really a thing? How do you measure the Earth? What does that even mean? Can you explain to me what measuring the Earth means?
Yeah. So if the Earth drops 66 feet in 10
The
miles, we
Earth
can
drops.
measure that. That's
The Earth
a
drops.
6-story building.
The
Shouldn't
Earth
be able to
drops.
see.
So like the Earth dropped off a shelf, or what are you saying here?
So if you stand looking straight out, does the Earth bend down in front of you?
I mean, at some point it will. Yeah.
Okay, so it bends down 66 feet at 10 miles, right?
Sure.
Okay, so since we can see that just flat straight out 10 miles, why and it doesn't drop, what do you have to say about that?
I don't think we see that actually. I think we do see like ships disappearing beyond the horizon, etc. I do think we see that.
So now it's ships?
Yes, it's ships now, buddy. Keep up, please.
All right, so I'm going to show you two things out in the ocean. Now, do you want to First I'm going to show you one thing, and if you flip out, I'll switch it so you understand it better.
That's crazy.
Do you even know what a triangle is?
I do know what a triangle is.
You know what triangles are. You don't know math, but you know physics.
Yep, that's me.
All right, so go ahead and look in the chat and answer that question.
Which of the figures below are not triangles? I think B and D are not triangles. Am I right?
You are right.
Okay, good.
You do know what a triangle is, and you do know what a triangle is not. That's good.
Okay, cool.
So I don't want you to get, now that we know that you know what triangles are in straight lines.
Okay.
Straight lines are, right?
Sure.
Oh, perfect. Now, let's take a picture of some oil rigs that were taken.
I think I know that one.
And their distances are marked from the photographer.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Wait, I actually know that one. I'm pretty sure that's explained by what's it called? What's the English word for that? Like refraction, basically. Right?
Well, okay. So how do you? All right, go ahead. Tell me how that works.
Well, I mean, obviously the problem you would have with that picture, or why you would see it as evidence of a flat Earth, is because the lower part of the second oil rigs are showing when, like, mathematically on a globe they wouldn't. But there is such a thing as refraction, which happens in the atmosphere, which makes things appear as though they're on a higher position relative to the horizon as they actually are. Right?
No, that's not right at all.
I think it is, but go ahead, please.
I know you think it is. Here, let's do this picture instead. See if you can figure it out from here. Now, if you look at the larger clown, you can see through his mouth the horizon is behind the clown. So that means the horizon is at least 10 miles out. Now, how do you explain that without refraction?
So
explain that with refraction now.
Behind the
horizon. We're talking about the argument is the horizon. Nothing to do with the clowns.
Okay.
Clowns are just markers in the ocean of how far away the horizon is.
Yeah. Okay, so the argument is that we see the horizon behind the first clown.
And the second.
And the second one, okay.
Yeah, so that's about 10 miles because the second one is 9.41 miles. We'll just call it 10 miles to round it up. At 10 miles, that second oil rig should be down about 60 feet down below the curve. When you look out, you should just see the top of it sticking out. So we don't see that. Yep, we don't
Wait,
see
but
that.
that's explained by refraction already. Come on, buddy.
No.
Yes.
What are you
yes, it
talking
is.
about? How does refraction make clowns float in the air?
If you're gonna ask me something like that, I don't think I can answer truthfully.
How does refraction make oil rigs float in the air?
It doesn't make them float. It makes them appear as though they float, which is a different thing.
Oh, so show me how that works. Because nobody's
I'm supposed to show
ever
you.
been able. No one's ever been able to produce that.
Wait. So
You're not
first
the
of
only
all-
one that can't do this
I
trick.
know.
Everybody can't do this
Yeah,
trick.
of course. You're the fucking.
It's more
god of it.
concepts, that don't
Okay.
work for you.
No, well, that's fascinating. We can get about the philosophical
It's not
discussion of concepts as well.
It's not
but,
philosophy, dude.
Yeah, sure, buddy, sure. So, do you believe in refraction? Do you think that's a real thing that happens?
So let's look at what you consider refraction. All right, we're
Sure.
gonna post a picture of it for you, and you're gonna
Okay.
agree with me or disagree.
Does it have clowns? The picture?
No, but I can probably add some clowns to this, but I don't think I need to.
Okay.
So that's what you call atmospheric refraction. That's a time lapse from like 8 in the morning till 8 at night.
Wait. Sure, I agree. That's probably refraction.
Okay, so in
That's
there,
pretty good,
how do oil rigs? Yeah, that's about the same distance. How do oil rigs pop up in the air?
I mean, it's not in the air though, right? Let's get
Okay,
that straight.
okay. So in there, where do you see those in the buildings dipping down 30, 40 feet down around the ball?
Where I don't even know what you're asking me right now.
I know it's brain melting for some people.
Yes, it's for smart people. Talking to a
So
stupid
those-
person as a smart
Yeah,
person.
that
is really
tree
brain
that's out there should be down, 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 down,
Should
and
it?
popping
Who
up in
told
the
you?
air for you during the day.
Who told you it should? Who told you
You
that?
you said
I didn't
things
say
are
anything.
down 66 feet. Yep, from 10 miles. You agreed with it,
Sure.
and that refraction floats them up into the sky for people to see.
Sometimes, maybe, sure. But that's like, I mean, but okay, but like, I mean, this image is already, I mean, it's pretty good, honestly. Like, can't you, okay, if there was, I mean, if we look at the, like, it's not, if we look at the water surface, right, rising below the, I mean, due to
That's just optics.
Yes, that's precisely my point, you fucking moron. Can you listen, maybe?
What about it?
If you look, so you can see that the water surface is rising. Like, I mean, like, what's the word? It seems as though it is rising due to the optical effects, right? Right?
I guess if you take a snapshot at one point in time, and then you go 4 hours later, and you say, "Why isn't the water rising? Why can't I see everything?"
So you agree that this object, as in the surface of the water,
Yeah, I agree that nothing
is
is hidden down
rising?
behind. I agree that nothing is hidden down behind a ball. No, it's
so you
just
so you just don't want to talk to me? Is it the thing?
It's not even waving.
Are you mad?
It's not. It's
Are you
not
mad,
waving around in real life, is it?
Redwin, are you mad, or do you want to actually
That
talk
was
to me?
a 12-hour time lapse, right?
Buddy, you're just
So
talking to
if you
yourself.
take-
You're not even talking to me. Hello?
Oh,
I'm still
did you
here.
mute me?
No, I'm still here. You're just talking to yourself.
Okay, so
You're
that was
not
a
engaging with me.
12-hour time lapse, and if you blink your eye at one point, that would be like you standing out there for 10 minutes looking at something.
That's a nice story. Can I tell you another story?
No, that's a fact.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, but you're just telling me stories now. You're not even talking to me.
No, it's a fact. I'm not telling you
care.
stories. Stories are what NASA tells you.
But who asked? Who asked you? Did I ask? I don't think I asked.
You don't want to know these things.
I mean, I want to talk about the subject at hand, if you so please.
I've already been talking about it the whole time.
Yeah, you've been talking to yourself, not to me. That's a different thing.
Oh, so you're not listening?
I'm listening. You're not listening. That's the point.
I should listen to myself when I talk?
You should listen to me when I try to tell you something.
Go ahead and try to tell me something.
Okay, so let's go back to step one of this argument. So you agree that this object of the surface of the
Somebody
water...
start posting laser tests for me so that we
Also,
can
you
get
don't
off
wanna- so
fucking
you don't
oil
wanna
rigs.
listen, man.
Yeah,
You're
we're
just
going to
gonna
get rid
interrupt
of your
me.
we're going to get rid of your refraction so you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Buddy, if you're
Due to under control, basically a controlled environment. It's cold on the ground and cold in the air, no refraction.
So we're not going to talk about this.
Mirage. Which type of mirage?
So we're not going to talk about this perfectly viable GIF you posted.
It just happens during the day. You don't see that at night, really.
Sure. Okay.
No.
Point. So you don't want to talk about this perfectly valid example. Is that what you're
So
saying?
at night, the Earth turns flat, and during the day, it turns into a ball and bounces around like in the refraction picture I sent.
At this point, I'm inclined to believe you're schizophrenic because you're not even what you're saying is not even attached to anything I'm saying. You're just talking to yourself, literally. Right? At this point, I think you're schizophrenic.
You sound like you're melting down, dude. This is what happens when I break these globers down. He's listening to me, he's agreeing with me, but he says I'm talking to myself.
Yes. You have not answered to anything I've said in the last 10 minutes. You're just doing a fucking monologue.
I'm not going to agree with you on anything that you say because you're talking in concepts.
And that's why you choose to talk to the voices in your head instead. Is that correct? I'm correct to assume that?
Which one?
All of them, apparently.
How many are there?
Dude, you tell me. Right.
You're the one making claims, dude.
Dude, you're just a bitch. That's what it is.
You're hurt. I hurt your.
You're just a bitch. I'm sorry, you're a little bitch.
Oh, damn.
I hurt your feelings.
Dude, I'm
Tim,
sorry.
you're losing it, Tim.
Dude, I'm
Relax.
sorry. No, Redwin. I'm sorry. It's not personal. It's not personal at all. It's just Redwin.
No, it's actually speaking. Dude, we do this every day. And I make people fucking poop their pants, all kinds of shit.
Dude.
Freak out. Here's a picture for you. Tell me how you get this. Is this refraction? This is infrared, so there's no refraction in this. That's 255 miles away. No curvature.
That's fake. That image is faked. It's faked.
It's not fake.
It's faked. I think it's fake.
It's faked.
It's
not.
Faked. It's a fake. I don't believe that. It's a fake.
Of course you don't.
Yeah, of course I don't, because it's a fake and you're a bitch, by the way.
Here's some more for you.
That one's fake as well. It's fake. You faked it.
Tim, if you can't be here in good faith, you're just gonna have to go on mute, man. You're disrespectful and you're not answering anything he's saying, so I'm getting sick of listening to it.
Okay, sure.
The wind farm. There you go. There's the wind farm. No curve on the wind farm.
Who just talked to me? If that's the case, then I want him to answer my questions as well. Is that fair? Whoever just said that, right?
I'm surprised he's willing to talk to you the way you're acting, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. So, okay, I mean, Redwin, are you going to answer my questions now?
Sure. Okay, so
you're not gonna get back to insulting me or talking nonsense. You're just gonna engage with what I'm saying, right?
When did I insult you?
I'm just asking, are you gonna do that? Are you gonna engage with me here?
Man, this guy is such a projection.
Hold on. Yeah, when did I insult you? I'm still curious about that.
Okay, so we want to talk about that instead?
No, we can talk about whatever you want.
Okay, let's do it then.
The globe.
Let's go back to step number 1. Let's go back to the beautiful GIF you posted of refraction happening. So, do you agree that through optical effects, the surface of the water is seemingly rising?
Can do all kinds of things.
So, do you agree? Yes or no? I need a yes or no on this.
Sure.
Okay. So we have established then that through optical
Earth is it's like a concave Earth. It's rising on the edges.
So you're just talking again. Look at this, guys. Look at Redwin engaging with me.
I'm drawing a picture for everybody. I'm drawing a picture of it for everybody of what you're talking about.
No, you're just fucking rambling again when you can't let me get out one fucking argumentation. Let me look at this. It's ridiculous, really. And I'm supposed to be respectful to this guy. How?
Dude, we do this every day. You're live on you're being streamed on 2 live streams right
I hope
now.
so. These people see how fucking retarded you are. I hope so.
Listen, you bring in more flat earthers than you could believe.
Okay, that's cool, I guess.
Yes, they listen to you and they think to themselves, I do not want to sound like that idiot.
I think they're thinking, damn, this Redwin guy sounds like a stupid bitch. Holy shit. I think that's what they think. He's not engaging with his argument at all. He can't even let him get out one single argument because he's so insecure. That's what they're thinking.
All right, you got an argument? Go ahead.
Yes, I'm trying. I'm trying really hard.
Go ahead with that argument. Let's hear it.
Who's the other guy? Yes?
I don't know who.
Any proof for a ball?
Hold on, Clay. Yeah, go ahead. what you're gonna do, Tim.
So okay, at least we got step 1 out of the way. So we have established that objects can seemingly rise due to refraction. Is that correct? Have we
You
established
said the
that?
water.
So the water is not an object?
Well, what objects are you talking about?
Any.
Now you're adding objects into all kinds of different
So
things.
you don't so you disagree on the fact that water is an object?
So are we talking about water then again?
We have always been talking about water. Please keep up.
Okay,
man.
water, yes.
So we have established, I'm going to repeat myself because absolutely not understanding. So have we established that objects can rise due to refraction, seemingly rise?
No, I won't just agree to that. I'll say they move all around, move up and down.
Okay, but moving up and down does include rise, correct?
And down.
Okay,
They
but I'm
rise, they
talking
don't
about
just
down.
keep rising forever.
So for the third time, it seems you're really, really struggling here to
Just
follow my
ask your
argument.
question the proper way. Do things in the
I'm doing
distance during heat seem to move up and down? Yes.
Okay.
During temperature inversions and changes, do things seem to be moving around? Yes. How's
Okay,
that?
that's amazing. I'm going to repeat my statement here for the third time, just so I can get a clear yes on this. So
I gave it to you. Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to repeat here so I can follow the argument. So we have
I
established.
gave it to you. I gave you your argument.
Hey, buddy, please, it's not a one-man show. Please let me do my thing,
I
man.
gave
Holy
you
shit.
your
I don't care
argument.
what you gave me. Let me talk, man. Holy shit. Please.
You don't reword what I said because I'm not going to agree to it.
Well, now it seems like you're just arguing in bad faith if you already know you're not going to agree to it.
No.
I mean,
I
that
gave
just
you
seems bad
more
faith.
than enough.
You
gave
gave me
up
what
and
did you give
down.
me? What did you give
I
me?
gave
Your
you
love,
two things.
your
Two
friendship. What did
things.
you give me? Your love and friendship.
Two things. Up and down. You only wanted up.
Up and
I gave you
down.
up and down, moving around.
Up and down, moving around.
So there you go. What's next? What's step 3?
Buddy, you're really smart, aren't you? You're a real smart
Yes,
guy.
I am. I know exactly how to do
I
this.
think I have nothing more to add to this. I
Listen,
think everyone
you're
listening
more
just
than
had a
likely going to
wonderful.
spiral out of control in a
Buddy,
few minutes anyway.
I think everyone listening
As
had
soon
a
as I
wonderful,
As
had a
soon as I
wonderful
debunk
insight on your
gravity on
character.
your ass, you're going to freak out.
Dude, I think
Bro,
everyone listening.
Tim,
Yeah, that was amazing.
Tim,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes. Yes.
you're really projecting yourself in
Am
the
I?
craziest way possible. Yeah, you
Am I?
are. First, you're talking about him hearing voices, then you're
Yes.
insulting him, and then you're accusing him of insulting you. It is crazy. It's almost like there's a mirror in front of you and you're talking to yourself. This is what you're doing since the past 10 minutes.
Clay.
Oh, there's
that
a
is-
listener.
That
See
is a
what the
wonderful
listeners
story
think?
you just told me, Clay. That is a wonderful, heartwarming story you just told me.
Yeah,
I'm
just
very thankful
continue
for
to
that.
do the same thing, okay? Just continue.
Clay, I'm really
Running,
thankful.
gunning, projection.
Right, Clay, I'm really thankful.
I don't think that you're very thankful. You first
I am.
gotta get over your cognitive dissonance and then actually listen and then be thankful for getting new information to your head.
I am.
But right now you're in a state of cognitive dissonance. You're not capable or willing to be corrected.
Clay, can I say something? I will. I'm in a state of thankfulness right now. Thankful to you. That's what I am. So thank you, Clay.
Okay, that I pointed out that you're projecting yourself onto others.
yes, thank you.
Okay, that's good.
I'm learning so much. Thank you.
All right, back to the show. There's a nice
Okay.
picture. Look at that one I posted.
Okay. Wait,
Watch
let's
it go
down.
down behind the ball. Look, got down behind the ball it goes.
Wait, what? Let's see.
There's the whole skyline. Down behind the ball it goes. I think that's Toronto.
That's either refraction or a fake.
Oh, that's a refraction or it's fake.
Yes,
So refraction makes fucking cities float in the air.
sometimes.
So what this listener is hearing is that you're disingenuous.
Well, I mean, I can't just trust anything you post at face value, right? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. I can't just
Oh,
go
but
off-
if it's an image of your perfect sphere from space from NASA, you'll accept that right away.
I never
no
argued
problem.
that. No, I'm just arguing from first principles.
Sure, buddy.
I mean, I'm just telling you. I'm arguing for a globe Earth from first principles. That's what I'm doing. Nothing you need to see.
You don't have an argument.
I do. You want to listen to it?
I just posted a boat going over the curve.
That's fake.
Oh, and he's going to zoom back in on it. Here we go. And here comes the boat.
That's such a classic fake, by the way. Like, I already
how
know
do you
it's
fake that? How do you fake that?
It's very easy, you know, Photoshop.
Tell me how to do it.
I mean, shit, I'm no Photoshop expert or anything.
So you claim it's fake. You say you do it in Photoshop, and you have no idea how to do it.
Correct.
Do you have the ability to take that and put it in a photo analysis app and see if it has been manipulated?
No.
If it has been.
I don't have that ability.
No, you're not going to do that. You're just going to look at it and go, "That's fake." You're not going to investigate it all. You're just going to make a claim.
I already told you I'm arguing from first principles. I don't need your images.
Like we've taken images of Earthrise, which NASA gave to the public, which is an image of the Earth from the moon, and we put it into a Photoshop app and looked at it, and you can see a box around the Earth, like it was a picture of the Earth put into the picture. Like we took the time to do that to verify whether the photo was legit or not, manipulated or not. You're not even going to take the time to do that. You're just going to flat out claim that Black Swan is fake. Good job, buddy.
No, I mean, I didn't talk about Black Swan, but I mean, sure. Yes, you guys are experts. You guys are fucking masterful at this. I agree. You guys are fucking awesome.
Yeah, what you gotta realize is we come from the heliocentric paradigm. Many of us are actually people who have been highly involved with the whole topic itself. And
I doubt that you guys are highly involved.
Where you can doubt as much as you want, but what you gotta realize is many intellectual people in here, if not all, come from the same paradigm. They know it in and out. They know every argument you can bring forth to the table about heliocentrism. And because that is the case, we can dismantle it and show you how weak it is, because there is no argument for a spinning void into the spaceball flying for never spinning void of darkness, okay?
I got
Doesn't
one.
exist.
I got one. Try me.
Okay.